Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, let's get straight to it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, guys, we got a great lineup today, and this is really about making America healthy again and some controversial topics as always. Let's get right into it, guys, with President Trump and RFK Jr.
Our country is hot and hot as it can be. It's amazing. If you go back 6 months, it was cold as could be. It was an embarrassment what was happening, and now I think we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I don't even think it's close. I was told that also in the Middle East. Three rulers, three very good men that were very nice to us. They said, this is amazing, the transformation of the United States of America. They've never seen anything go so quickly. And it's literally over a period of 4 or 5 months, but really since November 5th. And I think we have the hottest country in the world right now. So we're doing well and we'll keep it going. And we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to make a lot of people happy, a lot of people well. That's why we're here. And I want to thank you all for being with us in the great White House. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Every time I walk in, I say, man, this place is something special. You never get used to it. It really is. As we mark a historic milestone in our mission to make America healthy again. We started Make America Great Again, Bobby. I'm not sure you can get away with that without having to make a major payment because, this was
I copyright
Maha. He goes to Maha. But no, Maha's become hot. Over the past few years, we've built an unstoppable coalition of moms.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Inviting RFK Jr. into Trump's cabinet, Trump inviting him into the cabinet was probably one of the smartest political moves. Because he was the only person really going on to make America healthy again. He was the only person saying that. And anybody who would have picked him up, it either be Trump or Kamala, it definitely would have been a bonus to their campaign. But trust me, I'm pretty sure if RFK Jr. would have peeped what was going on in Kamala's campaign, he'd have probably ran over to Trump anyway. Here we are.
Moms and dads, doctors and young people and citizens of all backgrounds who have come together to protect our children, very importantly, keep the dangerous chemicals out of our food supplies, get toxic substances out of our environment, and deliver the American people the facts as to really where we're going. And we want to have what we deserve, and we want to be healthy, and we want to have a lot of good things happen. And I think we're going to have that. I think this is just the beginning. We have some of the most brilliant people sitting on this panel. And likewise, in the audience, I recognize so many. Many of them are in the administration. With us today is the man who fought harder than anyone I know to bring these issues to the center of American politics, our Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Bobby, thank you very much.
And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there to like the video as well. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
And we're also joined by Secretaries Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, Linda McMahon, Doug Collins, Doug Burgum, Lori Chavez DeReamer. You're doing a very good job, Lori. You know, she's considering she's a Democrat. You know, the unions say such. She's really good. I did it. You know, I took a lot of heat for doing it. And then they were all saying what a great job we did. Now everybody's happy with you. Great job. Thank you very much. As well as EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Budget Director Russ Vaught, SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly's been amazing. She runs small business, which is actually the biggest business there is, right? She had no idea how big. She's doing great. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty. NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you. And let's see, who do we have here? CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet is a tremendous guy, actually. Thank you very much, Mehmet. A friend of mine, a really great senator, Roger Marshall. Roger, thank you. Governor's Mike Braun.
All right, let's go.
5% of the children were obese, now over 20%.
Oh, let's go right back.
By nearly 50%, 50%. Well, in the 1960s, less than 5% of the children were obese. Now over 20% are obese. A few decades ago.
Yeah, I hate comparing 1960s fitness numbers to today's fitness numbers. It really makes you think like, yo, how far have we fallen when it came to like fitness and health? Like 5% of kids used to be, you know, overweight. Now, I mean, let's be real. I mean, back in that day, it was obviously poor parenting, of course. It was obviously that was the fact. Now that it's like a common thing now, we don't even want to call it out. It's like, yes, if your kid's overweight, this is obviously poor parenting.
To go one in one, think of this one. This is to me the one that gets me every time, and it seems to be getting worse. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. Today, it's 1 in 31. Last time I heard the number is 1 in 34, right? Now it's 1 in 31. There's something wrong, and we will not stop until we defeat the chronic disease epidemic in America. We're going to get it done. For the first time ever, this report examines some of the root causes that many believe are making our children sicker and our population sicker, I guess. It just doesn't stop with the children. It's our population also, such as the ultra-processed foods, over-medicalization and over-prescription and widespread exposure to potentially toxic chemicals. Unlike other administrations, we will not.
I mean, that is true. Instead of trying to find a way for these, and let's talk about, like, I mean, the young boys that are in school these days are getting put on these like psychotropic medicines that's not good for their head, that messes with their behavior, but you know, it's to get them to calm down and sit down when that's not really the way. Like these are young men. They're gonna have energy. Little kids, little young boys have all the energy in the world, more energy than their counterparts when it comes to bouncing off the wall and stuff. So it is a bit crazy how we're kind of just trying to get them to act like the girls by sedating them with drugs.
Be silenced or intimidated by the corporate lobbyists or special interest. And I want this group to do what they have to do. We have to spell it out. In some cases, it won't be nice or it won't be pretty, but we have to do it. When you hear 10,000, it was 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 for autism. I think that's just a terrible thing. It has to be something on the outside, it has to be artificially induced, has to be. And will not allow our public health system to be captured by the very industries it's supposed to oversee. So We're demanding the answers. The public is demanding the answers, and that's why we're here. Already we're phasing out 8 of the most common artificial food dyes. And we ended the most serious conflicts of interest at the FDA. We had a lot of conflicts over there. Earlier this week, we approved a SNAP waiver request from Nebraska so they can stop taxpayer dollars from being used to make our children obese. I understand requests from 3 more states will be approved shortly, and more are expected to come in the following weeks.
So pretty much those SNAP benefits is not going to be able to pay for certain junk foods. Really, I think it was just soda. I think it was soda. They're pretty much saying, well, I think it was Nebraska who's picking up this this ban on, well, your SNAP benefits can only buy, well, certain foods that's healthy for your kids. You know, that's the whole supplement part in SNAP. You know, that's where the S comes from, supplement, not junk food. But hey, you know, poor parenting. It is what it is.
Over the next 80 days, the commission will build on its work in this report to develop a roadmap to bold and transformative public health reforms for our consideration. It's a consideration, and we'll lay out the facts. Let me say congratulations to the entire MAHA movement. This movement has become very hot. People are really, I tell you, they're going crazy over MAHA. Right?
Because honestly, it was a serious problem that like we didn't even think we had any control over. Like when you find out there's all these chemicals in your favorite foods, your favorite store brands, or your favorite store-bought foods, it is a bit scary. You're going like, well, damn, what could I do? The government doesn't look like it's about to do anything because there's well, lobbyists in there, food corporation lobbyists that's pretty much pushing this agenda to push these preservatives and these chemicals in our food. Well, that, I ain't gonna lie, slowly makes us sick, slowly destroys our health.
And I look forward to continuing the historic progress. And I will say this whole group, this whole table, they're very, you know, I use a word that's because it's a beautiful word, actually. The Democrats took it and they used it instead of the word liberal. They used the word progressive. And normally I'd say you're very progressive, meaning you're far. They're not progressive. You are progressive. They shouldn't be allowed to use that word. And so therefore I'm not going to use it to describe you, but you are far forward thinkers. You're amazing thinkers, and we appreciate having you. It's just tremendous talent around this table, the most respected people.
And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's make sure to double tap that screen.
Anywhere in the world, actually. And you know, I've been a fan of Bobby for years. He came up to see me 13, 14, 15 years ago, I remember, and he left. And I made a couple of the statements that he made because I agreed with the same thing. And we both went through hell. Do you remember that? It was a massive, but you know what? We turned out to be right. It was sort of interesting. But I've been a friend of Bobby, and he's been a foe too. You know, he's tried to stop a couple of my jobs. In one case, he did stop a job, and I was really angry. And then about 4 months later, we went into like a depression. And I saved a hell of a lot of money by the fact that you stopped it.
You're welcome.
So I never minded. I always said, thank you very much for stopping that big job I was going to do. But he's a fantastic guy. And Bobby, we're with you all the way. And your beautiful wife is right sitting in the front row. And she's always been right there with you. And, you know, it was very interesting. When Bobby came, I really wanted Bobby to join. And he was doing very well as a candidate, really well. He was being treated very unfairly by the other side, but he was doing so well that they treated you unfairly. They had no choice. I think they said, in order to qualify, Newt, you had to have 80% of the vote. Okay, do you remember that deal? You had to have 80% of the vote in order to qualify to run against Joe Biden. And Bobby thought that was a little unfair, and that was about it. And he came on board, and we got very lucky. But you really helped, and I want to thank you very much. Really, we're with you all the way. So Bobby, if you'd say, give him your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I do want to say something because I get a lot of credit for steering this administration toward the MAHA movement. But I joined the campaign in August. I joined President Trump in August and became, went from independent to his campaign. But it was in June that he made a speech specifically on this issue. It was a MAHA speech before MAHA existed. And that I took note of that speech at the time and thought there's a potential here for a common ground. I want to thank you for your vision, for your courage, for standing up. President Trump is a populist president.
And to be honest, I ain't gonna lie, the whole Make America Healthy Again was doing great with mothers. I mean, was doing absolutely fantastic with mothers. Because, I mean, come on now. When you're talking about the preservative in these foods, it's really in the kids' food. It's really in your cereal, your Pop-Tarts, all the stuff you feed your kid and you think is harmless. So trust me, he won over a lot of moms with the MAHA movement or inviting RFK Jr. on.
He's a president. He's blamed for giving money to billionaires and all this stuff. We hear about that all the time. But he is on the side of the middle class, the working class, the poor in this country, people. And I've been following, I've met every president since my uncle was president. And I've never seen
I mean, the man is giving us no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. I mean, come on now. Come on. You can't say the man's not about to put some money in your pockets, guys. You cannot sit there and lie to yourself no longer.
A president, Democrat or Republican, that is willing to stand up to industry when it's the right thing to do, and they're willing to talk about really difficult issues and to hold his stand on those issues. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm very, very grateful to you. I've sat with industry again and again in a room with him and heard him say, we can't do that. We're going to do something different, deliver news that they didn't want to hear. So I'm grateful to this. This is a milestone. There's never in American history.
AKA, he stood up to the big food corporations that was pretty much lobbying to get these chemicals pretty much in our food. So, I mean, this is one reason why I can never really trust the FDA. But besides my distrust of the FDA, I mean, yeah, this means he was able to stand up to these corporate elites and said, yo, yeah, you're not going to keep trying to profit off us and by poisoning our food just so you can have a longer shelf life. That's not how we're doing it.
Has the federal government taken a position on public health like this? And because of President Trump's leadership, it's not just one cabinet secretary, it's the entire government that is behind this report. And I can say again, I talked a little bit about when I met Rachel Carson as a boy. My uncle tried to do this, but he was killed and it never got done. And ever since then, we've been waiting for a president who would stand up and speak on behalf of the health of the American people and say, there is no difference between good economic policy, good environmental policy, and good public health policy and good industrial policy. We can have all of them, but we need a united cabinet and we need to go forward as a single people. I want to thank you for that, President Trump.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these major food companies can keep their profits without poisoning American people. I'm like, really? Like, was it really worth the shelf life just to, I don't know, put these chemicals and these preservatives in the food? I'm pretty sure y'all can still maintain y'all billion-dollar profits without poisoning Americans. I'm pretty sure you can do so.
Well, thank you.
At its core, this report is a call to action for common sense. We've relied too much on conflicted research, ignored common sense, or what some would call mother's intuition. It's common sense that ultra-processed, nutrient-poor food contributes to chronic disease. It's common sense that excessive screen time and isolation lead to anxiety and depression, especially in children.
Facts.
It's common sense that
that's why we got like low-key dull down screen time for these kids, because if you let them sit in front of the screen too long, don't be surprised when your kid talking about, oh, mom, I'm depressed, oh, I'm scared and this and that, because, well, your kid ain't really live life for real. It ain't really like your kid's not really went outside and experienced life, bumped it, I don't know, got some bruises, make some friends, fight some friends. They're not doing that no more. They inside on the game, on the tablet, on their phones at ages of single digits. Like, I didn't get my first phone until I was like, what, 13 or so? And trust me, you gotta remember here, guys, I'm like 30. So back in the day, that was just a flip phone. These kids are getting, well, our phones, full-blown iPhones where they could do whatever on.
Exercise and healthy food should come before prescriptions and surgery. It's common sense that not all calories are equal in nutritional value. It's common sense that over-medicating kids is dangerous. It's common sense that we can celebrate the innovations of modern life while also demanding fearless inquiry into ameliorating the negative effects of medication, agriculture, and environmental practices. It's common sense that research funded by corporations deserves more scrutiny than independent studies. I'm so proud of this cabinet, and particularly Secretary Rollins and Administrator Zeldin, who, again, I'll say it a third time, worked late nights, early into the morning to make this happen, and to all the leadership from the White House staff, beginning with Stephen Miller and Heidi Overton, Dr. Heidi Overton, with Vince Haley. Their leadership and their steady hand in getting us to the goal line we could not have done it without them. They helped us grapple with weighty issues and committed this administration to solving large, complex challenges like children's health. We're joined here by senators, advocates, governors who I have worked with, and CEOs who I know who are all ready to begin carrying out this mission. This is the beginning of a conversation, a national conversation that we are going to have with maturity, with nuance for the first time in history, thanks to your leadership, President Trump. There is a reason that the Maha Moms sided with you, President Trump. It's because this administration has the bravery to tell the truth and solve problems through innovation and not nanny state regulation. President Trump, I'm honored to present you the Maha report and work with this incredible cabinet that you have brought together to make our children healthy again.
I know. So while the Dems were trying to make your kid transgender, we got Trump out here trying to make sure your kid's healthy and fit. Like, guys, remember, one side wanted your kids to mutilate itself, and the other side just wants your kid to be healthy and fit and with good mental health.
Three things. First, on behalf of an extremely grateful nation and on behalf of a lot of extremely grateful Maha moms who are out there, Secretary Kennedy and Mr. President, thank you. I see a Maha mom and grandma and our amazing chief of staff right there, Susie Wiles. I see a Maha mom and Caroline Levitt and all across our cabinet. Sir, my oldest son, Luke, is here. Stand up, Luke. I am a Maha mom of 4. And this hits particularly close to home for every single one of us in this room. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you mentioned, sir, in your remarks that we are on track to sign multiples of SNAP waivers to get junk food and sugary drinks out of our food stamp system. And I am so proud.
All right, yeah, I'm down with that. But here's the thing, though. They said they're going to make it state regulated, pretty much. So depending on what state you're in, you won't be able to use your SNAP benefits for certain unhealthy foods, certain junk foods. So sorry, guys, but you're going to have to go ahead and use those SNAP benefits for healthy food options for you and your kids. I mean, Oh my gosh, it's oh so horrible. I can't buy my Twinkie and Debbie cakes for me and my kids. Oh my God. Well, great. Now you can start buying fruit, vegetables, and I don't know, nuts and berries. There you go.
I'm so proud to announce that on Monday, I was in Nebraska with Governor Pillen, where we signed the first one. An hour ago, I signed the second one for Governor Braun in Indiana. He may not even know that. I've got it right here, sir. I also signed the third one, Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa, about an hour ago. With a half a dozen more coming down the line. And sir, that has never happened before. Under Republican or Democrat administrations, we have never made that happen before. So I am so proud and so grateful for your leadership.
Morrissey here, who was the first one to apply from West Virginia.
Oh, Governor Morrissey. We will make sure you're at the top of the pile, sir. I apologize. Governor Sanders has been a leader. Governor Polis from Colorado. It has been remarkable how these governors have stood up. That's the second thing. The third and final thing, sir.
And so crazy, probably like restricting some of these people who need SNAP benefits from junk food. A poor eating habits lead to poor health, poor mindset, and poor performance, which is mostly the reason why you're doing poor economically and with your finances. So go ahead and start eating healthy. Man, y'all be tripping sometimes. Go like, you want to control what I eat? I mean, how you doing by yourself, man? Tell me, how are you doing by yourself? Are you overweight? All right.
Is we all know that at the center of making America healthy again is making American agriculture great again. Without American agriculture at the center of this discussion, we have the most robust, the safest, the best agriculture system in the world. And in partnership with the amazing Secretary Kennedy and all of these incredible patriots sitting around this table under the leadership of the extraordinary President Donald J. Trump, we will make America healthy again. And what an honor it is to be a part of that. Well, thank you, sir.
Who'da knew our government would have came and saved us from the food corporate elites? I mean, who'da knew? I thought we was all gonna have to start having our own little mini farms. You still should do it.
Listen, you want to say something? Big policy man here.
Well, so much has already been said, but in your remarks, Mr. President, you made clear.
This is Vince Haley, by the way.
In your remarks and in the report, it's very clear that there are no sacred cows when it comes to our children's health. We are showing the courage to turn over every stone to figure out, to investigate what is behind the chronic childhood disease crisis. And that's what this report represents, sir.
Thank you, Vince.
Thank you, Vince.
Oh, good. Most have already spoken. That's very good. But the fake news wasn't here. What's going on? I mean, Oz, I want to thank you for your work. Would you have anything to say to the media?
Thank you, sir. I think it's a moral failing if we don't address this, but it's definitely a financial failing.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Man, we got over 300 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's make sure we double tap that screen.
As well. 50% of children are on Medicaid or on the CHIP program. It is an obligation we all have to address this reality. As you know, the cost of Medicaid has gone up 50% in 5 years.
Right.
I thank you very much for having the bravery to commission this report, and Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, Lee Zeldin, and everybody else on this panel for being able to effect what has not been done since this law for Medicare and Medicaid was written in 1965. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Oz. Thank you. A man who's just so highly respected, Dr. Marty McCary. Would you say a couple of words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States is the best in the world when it comes to proton beam therapy, CAR T, sophisticated operations. But when it comes to the health of the population, it's been a 50-year failure. And we have got to change course. And it's not until you have had the courage to let us take on these giant issues, as Vince Haley said, without any sacred cows, that we've been able to change. And I think this will transform our healthcare system from a reactionary system where doctors are playing whack-a-mole to a proactive system. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Highly respected man. Jay, please say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said earlier already that it's shocking to me that what this report says, which is that our kids will live less long, less healthy, more unhappy lives than we will as parents. We can't have that. I'm so proud to be part of this moment because that doesn't have to be the future. We can change things by doing excellent gold standard science, understanding the root causes of all these problems, reversing it. And Mr. President, this is an enormously important moment because it's from this moment forward, we will reverse course. So our kids will live longer than us, will live more healthy than us, and will be happier than we have been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Good job, too. I have to say, we have the greatest farmers in the world, and we love our farmers, and we want to pay respect to our farmers, and we always will. And we won the farmers by a lot in the election, in every election, all three elections, and we won by a lot. And I will never forget that. And they are foremost in our thought and representing. I think the farmers better than just about anybody can do is Senator Roger Marshall. Could you say a couple of words, Roger, please?
Mr. President, we're not tired of winning yet. Congratulations. What a week you've had overseas, one win after another, one big, beautiful bill across the House floor this morning. You're the best closer in the game. And this is one of the greatest days of my life, professionally speaking, as well. And I just want to acknowledge my MAHA mom out here as well, that my wife, Lena, was a MAHA nurse and a MAHA mom and a MAHA grandma. Now, Lena, will you please stand up as well, my wife?
Oh, yeah, shout out. Oh, also shout out on that big, beautiful bill. Like I said, they said they were trying to get it closed by July 4th, but it's looking like they're way ahead of schedule. Like I said, we're not even in June yet, and they're already talking about closing it already. So shout out. I mean, this is great speed we're going at. Now, there are critics. There are, some criticisms about the bill on how it could rate this deficit. And then there's other sides going like, well, you guys aren't accounting for the growth of the economy. And we'll get into that argument later on.
Mr. President, you know, I spent 25 years delivering babies most every day. We saw a huge epidemic of diabetes, of pregnancy, and this has exploded in so many different directions now. We have an epidemic in mental health in our youth, obesity rates 20%, 30%, of our children on a prescription drug. 60-70% of adults on our prescription drug. We can do better than this.
Damn.
And it does start with the farmer. It starts with soil health. And I just want you to know that our farmers are so committed to this as well. And so many of them are already doing great things. They're making the soil.
I kind of wish he broke that down. Like, what type of drugs is 60% of the people on? We're talking like psychotropic drugs or drugs meant for, specific health conditions. Like, please break that number down for me.
Healthier.
That's a
They're
lot.
using less pesticides. They're doing all the right things. It's going to take a little bit more effort and time to get everybody with those practices. But the American farmer and rancher were the original environmentalists, the original conservationists, and they'll be right here working beside us. And we appreciate your support of them as well.
Thank you, Roger. Great. Thank you. So I think I'll close by just saying that something happened a week ago that was very, very important, profound, but very important in so many ways. For years, I noticed that other countries paid much less for drugs and pharmaceuticals than we did. But I don't mean 2% less or 10%, which would be good, but I don't mean 20 or 25 or 30%. I mean, sometimes we paid 10 times more, 12 times more, 13 times more than other countries.
Yep. And I remember President Trump was bringing up the fat drug Ozempic. Yes, Ozempic is what the, famously the Kardashians were using to dramatically drop weight. And then everybody quickly followed suit. Problem with Ozempic is it's expensive as hell. One box, I believe, of like 5 shots can run you anywhere from $1,300 to $1,500. But for some reason, you go outside the country, you can find it at much cheaper prices. That was the problem with our prescription. Well, honestly, with Big Pharma and how they charge us. Like, think about this: we invent the drug, we do the research and development, aka really inventing the drug, and then they charge us the most for it, while everybody else pay lower prices for the drugs that, well, we mostly make. Ain't that something?
Where people from our country would be seen going into Mexico and seen going into other countries, leaving on trips and bringing their drugs home because they'd get in London, they'd be able to buy a drug for 1/10 the price of what it costs in New York City. And I watched this, and I watched it during my term, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And it's a very complex system, but we're smart also, maybe much smarter than they are. And at some point, we had to figure out, and I heard it was the middleman. Nobody told me who the middleman was. Nobody knew who the middleman was. Nobody ever heard. All I heard is the middleman. I said, they've got to be the richest people in the world, whoever they are. We don't even know if there is a middleman. All I know is that the drugs were 10 times higher and sometimes more than that. And I really got into it over the last year, and I figured the whole system out. And
shout out to my man James Foley. So all these self-loathing or seething libs in the chat talk all this shit before, but forgot that 78 million people voted for this. Trump had the majority. You are the minority now. Your woke ideas, values, and privilege has gone back. Families. And shout out to my man James Foley for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, big dog.
For various and sundry reasons, the United States of America was being screwed, and we were being taken advantage of and being laughed at for years and years. And I said, it's not going to happen anymore. And I brought a great gentleman, the head of Eli Lilly, in, who's great. He really is. He's great. He's done a fantastic job, and others also of the companies. And I'd have it out with him. I had debates with him, actually, and pretty much it was a debate that was impossible to lose. You had to be a real bad debater to lose that debate, because they couldn't justify it. They tried to say, well, we pay for research and development, and the United States has agreed to pay for 100%. I said, why? Why are we paying? And by the way, that wasn't even the number, because it's still way too high if you took all the research and development. But you have other countries that are.
I mean, and here's the thing, though. I'd also ask them too. Hold on. So we pay for all the research and development, and you tell us you can't cut us a deal on the drug price, since we're doing all this for the manufacturing, for the production of the drug. You can't cut us a deal? Yeah, that is a bit wild.
A lot more vicious than us in terms of their representatives. And they'd set a price for a drug, and they'd say, tell the United States to pay for the rest. We were subsidizing the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that anymore. We've been a laughing stock for so many years. The last 4 years, we've been a laughing stock. I said it. We're a laughing stock, and now we're the most respected, and we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to remain that way. We're going to do that with drug costs, too. And so I said, I'm going to do something that's a very unpopular thing to do with a small number of people, mainly the people that own the drug companies and others. And I'm not even blaming them. They were able to get away with it. But it was really other nations that took advantage of us, because the drug companies were under their thumb. And they would say, this is what I'm going to pay. And the European Union was right at the top of the list. Let me tell you, we're going to pay $20 for this, and we're not going to pay any more. And America would pay $240 for the same thing that they're paying $20. They said, tell America to pay for the rest. And for years, they went along.
And it's almost disrespectful kind of them having that position, because it's like, hey, yo, don't we mostly pay for the NATO bill? Don't we pay up some of the other countries, half of the NATO bill, while we're waiting for them to economically develop? So, I mean, who are y'all to pretty much tell us to pay for that? Like, why are they trying to put that cost on us when we kind of fund some of their military, we fund them through NATO, and then, oh my goodness, we also give them foreign aid. Like, y'all just can't, have higher prescription prices. Like, damn, everything got to be free out here on our behalf.
They did it. And I started making changes, and I'll never forget the end of my first term, which was very successful. We had the best stock market ever. We had the best economy ever. of any president. We went up 88% in the stock market, as an example, and I think 116% in one of the other indices. And we're doing well, but this whole thing with the drug costs always bothered me. And I started really studying it, and it's very complicated stuff. And I said, you know what? We are.
And shout out to my man Foley. He says, "Hey Marcus, what about the judge that got arrested?" Ooh. Like, I mean, which one? I mean, the one, like, I mean, the judge that was living with the immigrants, or the one that was sneaking the one out the back? Because, you know, two of them got arrested for some BS. One was having alleged swinger parties, and the other one was just trying to make sure the old boy escaped out the back while standing trial for beating somebody,
Paying so much more.
assaulting.
And I demanded favored nations. We're the biggest buyer, we're the best buyer, we're the most solid buyer, we're the one that paid for all of the research and development. And they said, we're going to do something that's earth shattering. So at the end of my first term, I was so proud, because it's the first time in 28 years that any president reduced drug prices during the course of 4 years. And you know what the number was? 1/4 of 1%. But it was down 1/4. Think of it, 1/4 of 1%, very little. Essentially, they remained the same. But I wanted to get it down, and I was so proud. I thought I was the greatest guy in the world. I took it down 1/4 of a percent, and I had news conferences. I was bragging. I'm the only one that did it 28 years. And then I said, that's not very much, because we were still paying so much more. And I decided I've got to break the system. And it's the most powerful lobby in the world, the drug company. Most powerful, they are the most powerful. And I'm not saying bad, good, I'm not saying anything, but they have tremendous power over the Senate, over.
No, actually, damn, now I gotta hop on you. Now I gotta get on you, Marcus, as well. No, Marcus, it said that an agent was next to them and they didn't notice that it was an actual DEA agent, I believe. I forgot what type of agent it was, but she didn't know that the agent was there as she was trying to help this man escape. And pretty much the agent was like, hey, yo, what are you doing? And then the dude just made a run for it. Like, remember, he made a run for it and he was caught. So what are you talking about? And why else is a judge escorting this man without police escort? I mean, come on now, make it make sense.
The House over, the governors over, everybody. And they spend more money, billions and billions of dollars. And I said, I don't care. I got to do what I have to do, what's right. And I declared a favored nations, most favored nations, where the United States from now on is going to pay the exact same price as the lowest price anywhere in the world. In other words, if you take, right? In other words, if you take the
AKA, I mean, look, is either pharmaceutical companies are going to be real grimy and raise everybody's prescription costs to American prices, or, well, they're going to have to just go ahead and try to settle on a base price that they're going to sell to everybody while being able to maintain their profits. Because, yeah, they're not going to go ahead and like lower everybody's, you know, they're not going to take that hit. So they're either going to raise everybody's drug prices so they can be like, look, okay, we can lower yours here and everybody else, and we'll have a baseline, but we just can't give you the most favored nation price, because that's just going to destroy their profits.
The country that's paying, and let's say in the a certain part of, you know, there may be some country out there that pays a little bit less for very good reasons because of the fact, a thing called poverty or whatever. But we take the lowest country, say European Union countries as a whole, that would be fine. Or take individual countries within the European Union, or take various countries that nobody's even heard about. We pay the lowest. And what that's going to mean, and I'd like to put somebody to police it, because it should start immediately. It shouldn't start in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. They'll say, yes, it kicks in. They always say kicks in, Marty. It kicks in, sir, in 4 years, you know, and then 4 years they get it changed. It should mean, so remember I told you I was happy with 1/4 of 1%. It could mean anywhere from 70% to 89% reduction in drugs and pharmaceuticals. That's a little different, right?
I'll tell you why Europe is actually pretty mad about this, because it's like it's a guaranteed fact. There's just no other way it's going to work that our drug prices or prescription prices will go down, and theirs, well, in Europe and everybody else, will go up. That's just a fact they're just gonna have to deal with. Now, I mean, the real problem is these the patents on these prescription drugs that allow them to, like, price lock for years. Now, if they can attack with that as well, we'll really be getting somewhere. But one punch to a big pharma at a time. One punch at a time.
And I've actually had some congressmen call me and they say, "Sir, can we talk about this?" I said, "No." They wanted to talk because that's there's tremendous power against them, and I understand that. And every one of them was covered. Senators were. I see Roger smiling, and Roger probably was too. But you know what? He wants to do the right thing, right? He wants to do the right thing, and we're doing the right thing. We're taking advantage of, and forget the drug company. We're taken advantage of by other countries that insisted with the drug companies that they were going to pay X dollars, and we're not paying any more, and you're not doing business here. And they were nasty about it. Because these people are almost sort of afraid of them. And we are going to now get a reduction in drug costs.
Well, I can see why, because the EU is like a bigger population, and I get where they're like, yeah, well, we can't lose this big ass market just for 350 million people when there's like 700 million people here. So yeah, I kind of get the concessions. But hey, stop today.
Of up to 89% in some cases, but 50% would be a bad number. So think of that, 50% versus 1/4%. Think of that, 85, 89, 91, 72%. It's going to be massive numbers. It's going to be incredible for Medicaid, incredible for all forms of healthcare. Medicare it's going to have a huge impact, so big that nobody can calculate it. I mean, this thing could drop by 25, 30%. The drugs are a very big part of it, right? So very big part. So it'll affect everything. It'll affect your whole life. The amount of money you're going to be saving is going to be incalculable. Nobody can believe I had the courage to do it. I don't think it's courage. I think it would have been courage not to do it. I tell you what, not to do it would have taken far more courage, because I was tired of it. And I was listening to these guys, and they make a lot of money every year, millions and millions of dollars a year. And I agree, because at the beginning, because of the complexity, you'd walk out of a room, you'd hear them talking, and they almost convinced you that it's a great system, it's a wonderful system, even though we were paying 10 times more. That's why they make $30 million a year, because they were good, but not any longer.
I mean, maybe if you're like a bleeding heart liberal, then yes. I mean, I'm pretty sure it does sound good. Like, you guys pay so everybody else can pay less. You're pretty much providing cheap medicine prices, cheap pharmaceutical prices for those less fortunate than you, America. So go ahead and pay 10 times more for these prescription prices that these guys will pay 10 times less for. And you'll feel good about it, because what you're doing, you're providing lower prices, because you guys are just such good humanitarians.
And one of them just threw up his hands after I was just pounding on him. He said, "I can't do it anymore. It's the hardest thing I have to do is trying to justify this damn thing. I can't do it anymore. One of the biggest companies, I just can't do it anymore. You're right." And as soon as he said that, that was like incredible, because I understood exactly he couldn't do it. He said it's the hardest thing he had to do is trying to justify why we're paying $200 for something and somebody else is paying $12. That is a neighboring country. Take Canada. I mean, people go up to Canada to shop because the prices are so much less, and it's not going to happen anymore. So we're going to take the lowest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we're going to be paying, and we'll be saving from 50 to 89%. And these are big, these are tremendous numbers. There's not going to be anything where we're paying 10 times more than somebody else. And one thing that is very important, and it's got to be implemented. It's done. I've done the order. It's done. But we have to get somebody that's got a lot of strength and a lot of power, because you have to implement it, because these countries are going to go down fighting. They don't want this to happen, because they're going to go up. Now, there are many more people involved in the world than there are here. So they'll go up a little bit, maybe 15, 20%, and we're going to go down 60, 70, or 80%. But they will fight the drug companies. The drug companies are very worried that they're going to fight, and that's okay. If they fight, we'll just say, that's okay. we are not going to let you sell any more cars into the United States, or we're not going to let you sell any more wine or liquor or alcohol or something that's actually much more important to them than the drugs. And we're going to be able to force that issue if we need to. They should do it. We're basically equalizing. They should do it. And, you know, the drug companies should do just as well. They should.
I mean, yeah, just equalize it, and this is where everybody's paying one flat price for that prescription around the world. Like, just even it out. And if these guys want to fight about it, I mean, well, I mean, you see how Trump's talking.
Be a hit on their stock. I don't think it will be. It's basically, it's going to be the same amount of money, but it's going to be redistributed. And it's going to be redistributed. So they're going to pay a little bit more, and we're going to pay a lot less. A little bit more because there's so many more. So we're, you know, it's a bigger number. And so, Robbie, I'd like to ask you and Dr. Oz and Marty, perhaps, and Jay, and maybe representing the world's politicians, I can ask Roger, who's so great with this whole subject, if you would be very, very tough and very, very powerful in a sense. It's not easy. You know, you're going to have to get this done. The drug companies are going to say, well, they won't do it. And maybe they won't. And if they don't do it, we're going to not do business with that country or those countries. But we're going to have to be very tough until it's totally stabilized and equalized. And Oz, I mean, I see your eyes are gleaming because you've been talking about this for a long time, but you've never had anyone willing to do it. But I'm willing to do it. And I think it's going to go down as one of the most important things we've ever done because drug costs are going down. Think of it. Then every year for 21 years, the costs have gone up. And now they're going down maybe by 85, 80. I'm telling you, 89% in 2 instances, 89% cut. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I'd like to ask Oz in particular, because you and I know each other. He's a very tough hombre, this one. He's tough as hell. And so if you can lead the group, and it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to get in and you're going to have to fight. If you do it, you can have within a period of weeks, you can have drug costs that drop like a rock. Okay. So you as a group, I have great confidence. And if you don't do it, I am firing every single one of them.
Dang, okay. I love the attitude.
Good luck, guys. All right.
He's like, bro, if you don't come back with favorable drug prices, I'll just find somebody else who will. It is no problem at all. You know, Trump, man, he just loves to hit you with the you're fired at any moment. You never know. He fired people in the last administration. And, you know, those are the same people that came to talk ish about him. And y'all believed them.
You're fired. Can you handle it?
I mean, the legendary.
You're fired.
Companies are all coming in. And we've heard some very interesting. Sorry. The companies are all coming in. We've had some very promising interactions. So
Okay, good.
I
Well,
give you a
you're
little
gonna
time to be a
the
tough
ones.
hombre.
You'll do a great job. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much. Any help, I will be there to help you. Okay.
But you mentioned something that has not been discussed in the past. People have talked about drug prices in a silo and in isolation. But when you start going to the countries where they give discounts to because they're getting beaten up there and you support these companies, they see a huge upside potential, and even greater than the numbers you mentioned.
Right.
They should be able to charge more than what they would historically have been tolerant of if they have the support of the U.S. government and you. And Secretary Kennedy is aware of all these discussions.
Well, they were artificially low and artificially high. We were artificially high. They were artificially low. We're not going to let that. And I think you're going to be able to handle it pretty easily. But speed is very important because we can do this immediately. This doesn't take 2 years, 3 years. It doesn't take a month. So do the best you can. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
And here's the thing, though. We have overwhelming leverage when it comes to this whole, pharmaceutical deal, because the thing is, we're 75% of their profits. And I mean, of course we are. We pay the most for the prescriptions that they will produce and we invent and they produce. So, yeah. And Europe is only 25%. So trust me, we have all the leverage in the world when it comes to this. But all right, now, man, let's get into CNN interview with RFK Jr. Let's go.
And I'm joined now by the HHS Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It's great to have you here. You've just unveiled this new report, and a lot of it focuses on chronic disease in children, which in part, when you read into this, essentially says that you believe a lot of that has to do with ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, lack of physical activity, stress, and excessive use of prescription drugs. If people are reading this and say, okay, but what are the solutions to fix that? What would you say?
Well, this exercise was really a diagnostic exercise. And it's important because This has never happened in the federal government, where you have all the agencies recognizing we have a chronic disease crisis. And President Biden did his HHS directives. The word chronic disease was never mentioned.
Hey, yo.
And
Shout out to my man James Foley. He's like, so Mark, you're saying if I banged your wife, you walked in and she leads me down the back door in your hallway, she didn't overstep, or your husband? I'm sorry. Oh wow, this. Yo. Well,
Gotcha, bitch.
well. Okay, chill, James, chill.
my uncle tried to do this in 1962 after Rachel Carson's book came out. And unfortunately, he was killed before that. For 60 years, we've been waiting for the government to recognize that there's a crisis in chemical exposures and the increase in chronic disease. This was important for that, but this was just the diagnostics. 60 days from now, we put out the prescription. So we will put out a series of policies to address this issue and to eliminate the chronic disease epidemic.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've been thinking about this. I mean, a lot of these are things that you've been saying for years now.
Yeah, and we're already doing it. I mean, we were already getting rid of the food dyes. We're changing the SNAP program so that, we now are handling a tsunami of applications by the states to give them SNAP waivers, so to get sodas and candies off of SNAP. We're reviewing the dietary guidelines, and we're going to have those out by August. And the dietary guidelines under President Biden.
And I'm all for it. Like I said, I'm all for removing all the junk food off of SNAP and making these guys eat healthier. I mean, trust me, somebody got to make them do it because they can't do it for themselves.
453 pages, and they were basically a product of the same kind of industrial impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid.
But you're saying in 60 days, people should expect to see concrete solutions of how these things can be solved?
We're already reviewing the GRAS standards, the generally recognized as safe standards. So we've done more in 100 days than my predecessors have done in decades in terms of redressing the causes of this problem. So, and we're going to keep doing that. We're not waiting for this to come out, but we are going to do comprehensive diagnostics.
And shout out James Foley. He says, Mark definitely has a lazy boy cuck chair. Oh, man.
Got him.
But James.
Really, nigga?
Like, bruh. But all right, though, let's keep it going, guys. Because
across the entire government of what each of these agencies need to be doing to end the epidemic.
Well, and you're talking about working with other agency heads. The EPA is also on your commission, and as part of this, Lee Zeldin was there in the room. Your report says that kids are exposed to harmful environmental toxins and microplastics. I wonder how you square that with some moves that we've seen the EPA take to roll back or to weaken rules that limit forever chemicals in drinking water, which obviously would be one of those issues.
We're working very hard on PFAS. A lot of what you read about EPA's regulations, rolling back regulations on PFAS, is not true. PFAS is something I've been working on for years. I was part of the trial team in the first case against PFAS, and it is a priority for my agency. It's also a priority for Brooke Rollins at USDA because the PFAS is now on farm crops. And we're going to do everything in our power to limit the proliferation of PFAS in the environment and limit its use as manufacturing.
So it sounds like you don't think that those rules should be weakened or rolled back or postponed, as some of the instances have shown.
I can't talk to the details of what's come out of EPA on that issue. I know that I've asked Lee about it 2 days ago, and he said everything that we've been reading about it is wrong, that he's committed to regulating PFAS and PFOAs.
Yeah, I haven't seen them say other.
And shout out to my mates. I don't agree with your ideology about Mr. Trump. I mean, I would love if you go into more details, please. But shoot, and I mean, ideology pertaining what? Like, I would really like to ask that policy, character, like geopolitical politics, like, be specific, please.
Otherwise publicly, but I think it would just raise questions of, You know, the EPA is promising this huge environmental rollback. How does that coincide with what you'd like to see happen here? You know, people may say is the left hand talking to the right hand on achieving these goals.
The rollbacks that Lee is trying to is orchestrating there are designed to restart industrial policy. And he recognizes, many people do in this government, that economic prosperity in our country is also a social determinant of health. We found that out during the pandemic when we put people out of work and our chronic disease exploded. So we need a strong economy. We need a balance where there's a strong economy, but also those constituents and ingredients and residues that are hurting American health, that we get rid of them. And that is what the report will do in 60 days.
On ultra processed foods and getting into that here.
And shout out to my man James Foley says, Mark, let's donate together. We can get on together in the live and read the affidavit together. Weak. But hey, man, we're close to getting the calling line open, so I'll be happy to go ahead and host that debate.
You were born into a privileged background, obviously not something you can control, but I wonder what you would say to maybe a single mom of 2 kids who's reading this report about how harmful these cheap but very accessible foods are for her family, and saying, well, you know, sometimes that's
cheap but very accessible. Lady, they have preservatives in them. They're poisonous. It doesn't help their growth. It doesn't help their mental health. It doesn't help anything. There's no benefit to letting these parents buy the food for these kids. No benefit at all. This should be a non-argument on why the hell we let you buy your kids Twinkies with taxpayer money. Please tell me.
It's the best we can do, and that's why that's what's on the food or at the table at the end of the day, or that's what's in their lunchbox.
It's an illusion to think that processed food is cheap, because you end up paying for it with diabetes. You end up paying for it with autoimmune dysregulation, with mitochondrial dysfunction, with inflammation. And
he's a classist, and the small man has no chance. I would not say he's a classist, because, well, you can't really prove that. I mean, like I said, you'd have to give me proof that he's looked down on people who made less than him. And the small man has no chance. I mean, my man, Trump has no deciding factor on if you succeed in life or not. That is all on you, my friend. So if you consider, I hope you're not considering yourself the small man. I hope you never look at yourself like that, because I don't care who's president. Nobody decides where your success is going to go. Nobody decides where your future is going to go but yourself. I don't even care if Kamala Harris was president. Nobody's going to decide how my financial future is going to turn out but me. And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He says, I will sponsor that debate. Come on, chat. Let's get it done. All right, then. I love it.
End up paying much higher costs in the long run.
But they're not paying.
There are food deserts in this country.
Yeah.
Where people at this point have a hard time getting access. I met with the health technology companies this week, and it was an extraordinary meeting. And one of the statements they made is that there's no place in this country, in the lower 48, where you can't get access to good foods. It's not easy access, as it had been in the past. And that's been part of the economic drivers, and also the fact that people don't understand that these processed foods are poison. They're more and more, and you're watching companies now that are changing their ingredients because of this movement, that are making good food more available to Americans because they're demanding it. There was no demand for it before. This report is about getting every American to demand the accessibility to good whole food in their neighborhoods. And that, it's going to be a process, but it's already happening. You see these big fast food conglomerates that are switching from seed oils to beef tallow fat. You see them reducing the ingredients. You see Chobani yogurt changing its ingredients because of the demand that has happened because of the Maha movement. Mm-hmm. We are going to make sure they have apps that mothers who go into the grocery store have an app that they can send a flash on the barcode of every product and get a green light, red light, or yellow light. That will allow them
HHS is creating that?
we're working with industry to do it, and they're already
Yeah.
doing it. Mark Hyman's company has done it.
And I mean, and honestly, that's gonna push these companies, these food companies, to make their food more healthier, because what mom in their right mind would scan a food, see it go red, and still be like, oh well, I'll just let my kid eat the poison. I'll just let my kid eat the preservatives, and then I'll complain about the autism in the end. Bruh, like, really? Y'all sure you want to do that? Because I would never. But shout out to my man Green Bean. He says, what a long, strange trip it's been. I know, right? I know. You are not lying. Shout out to my man Green Bean. Appreciate the support, guys.
Patrick Sonsing's company has done it. There are many, many apps out there that I use one called Yucca. That is my wife and I consider it invaluable. You can go into any grocery store, flash it at any product, and you can get a go or a no on it. And as that happens, the market, we're not trying to create an anti-state here. We're trying to drive market forces that will drive change in the kind of food Americans get.
In
Through good information and good science.
In anticipation of this report, there was a lot of pushback from farmers, agricultural groups. I know you heard from some Republican senators up on Capitol Hill who were worried about what it would mean for pesticides, ones that have been approved already by the EPA. I want to get your response to what one Illinois farmer, who is also the National Corn Growers Association president, Kenneth Hartman Jr., he told the Wall Street Journal, if the administration's goal is to bring more efficiency to government, then why is the MAHA Commission duplicating efforts by raising questions about pesticides that have been answered repeatedly through research and reviews by the EPA?
There's nothing in this report that will worry the American farmer. The person who made that statement had never seen the report. So
you won't reverse anything the EPA has approved?
Listen, we consider, and I said this during the 2.5 years that I was running for president, there's no farmers in this country are in trouble. And I met with farmers in Texas and the Midwest this week, and they consistently told me 7 out of every 10 years we are losing money. If we lose the farmers, the MAHA agenda is bankrupt. We need the farmers as partners. We need to keep them in business. We don't want to put a single farmer out of business. What we want to do is create incentives and innovation to allow them to innovate themselves, to use less chemical intensive. But we're not a nanny state. We're not going to coerce people. We're not going to tell them what to do. We're going to give them the opportunity. And we found in the farm community that that the majority of farmers, they are the original environmentalists. They want to produce healthy food, and we need to give them the ability to do that and the economic.
I mean, yeah, we need to give them the ability to do it, the incentive to do it. And that will also, so the UK can stop, honestly, stop complaining about it. Yes, that will also open up their food to being able to be sold overseas, like places like the UK who want to complain about, oh, well, you guys do this and that to your meats and all that good stuff. Well, guess what? It's coming to you anyway. Yep, the American meat is coming to you anyway. No diddy.
Economic incentives and the technology we already have healthy food. We need to produce the best food that we can possibly, and continue to do that.
You mentioned your presidential run, and some farmers may look at that and be skeptical of what you're saying, because you made comments like saying that you could weaponize the other agencies against chemical agriculture by doing good science on the chemicals that you say are poisoning us, high fructose corn syrup, and it's linked to the obesity epidemic. So if they're worried you're going to weaponize other agencies against them.
And that's processed food. And I think we've all agreed that processed food is not
Oh, guys, we got over 300 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor. Let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's make sure we double tap that screen.
good thing for human health. And that we're driving a diabetes epidemic. Caitlin, when I was a kid, my uncle was president. The average pediatrician at that.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, ever realize how educational classes never evolved with our tech? We need a huge educational evolution. Plus, fish is better than steak, and 1 + 1 = window. And screw you, Hellbat, because no, steak is better than fish. I will never concede this argument. I know I'm being childish, but hey, no, you're not lying though. You're not lying. Honestly, it was kind of like when I was getting out of high school, they was just now catching on to the tech wave where they finally start like teaching, what was it? Excel and typing and all that good stuff. Yeah, they was just now catching on. And this was catching on during like my junior and senior year. Now, you got kids who are kind of coming into this freshman year. And I mean, thank God. So I do believe it's happening in some sense of the way, some sense.
That time saw one case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door has that. And it's costing us $1 trillion a year just for that kind of mitochondrial dysfunction. It's bankrupting our country. It's making it 75% of American kids can't qualify for military service.
Let me ask you about something you said when you were on Capitol Hill this week. You were asked about the lead crisis in Milwaukee schools. You told Congress, quote, "We have a team on the ground in Milwaukee." The city said that's not true and that they are still not getting the help that they want from the CDC. Do you know who is on the ground? Who
The
were you under the impression
CDC is
was on the
giving them
ground?
assistance with their labs, their analytics, and advice.
They just said one technician was on the ground.
I can't tell you how many are on the ground in the city of Milwaukee, but I can tell you we are there.
I don't F with the CDC.
But you don't know how many.
I can't tell you how many right
No,
now.
I don't know, man. I don't like the CDC, man. The CDC is the reason why everybody was catching medical misinformation strikes, during COVID. Like, trust me, it's all going to the CDC because according to YouTube policies, you're not allowed to say anything that goes against the CDC practices or policies. Anything or say anything about a certain vaccine that might have came out that might cure a certain illness. Can't say nothing about it.
So, this is from the Milwaukee Health
82,000,
Commissioner
62,000
and Senator Tammy
employees.
Baldwin. Yeah.
You could read my other exchanges with Tammy Baldwin, and anyway, I'm not necessarily believing what Senator Baldwin.
So you're
is.
disputing and saying that there are more than one CDC employees.
Like I said, we have 62,000 employees. I'm not sure how many we have deployed to Milwaukee. I'm happy to check and give you that information.
And are you committed to helping with the schools there? Because obviously they're having a real issue with this, and say
Of
it's
course,
really affecting
I've
the
been working
students.
on lead in the schools and
Oh my God, bro. You're trying to keep kids up at night, bro. This man is wild. He's like, let's pension RFK to read Harry Potter every night at 8 p.m. to help us sleep. This man.
Bruh.
Shout out James Foe.
including in Milwaukee for 40 years. It is a crisis in our country. 44% of Black youth in our municipalities have dangerous levels of lead in their blood. And that is crippling them for a lifetime potentially. So it's an issue that is foremost on my mind. It's a high priority, and it's something we'll continue to be involved with.
Okay. And we're talking about the big release of this report today. The next report that you've said that you'll produce is in September, when you want to determine the cause of autism. Do you still plan to know the cause of
dietary
autism? by then?
guidelines come out in August, and the second stage of this report also comes out in August.
Okay, so that's in August. So, but this would be in September, when you said that you would be able to determine what the cause of autism is. Is that still the timeline that you are sticking with?
We will have some studies completed by September. And those studies will mainly be replication studies of studies that have already been done. We're also deploying new teams of scientists, 15 groups of scientists. We're going to send those grants out to bid within 3 weeks.
Why would you replicate studies that have been done?
Because the only way you can get good science is through replication. If you don't have replication, you don't know whether other scientists looking at the same data will arrive at the same conclusion. Good science always includes replication. In fact, we're changing the procedures at NIH so that up to 20% of the funding at NIH is for replication. If you don't have replication, you have incentives to cheat. And there's a lot of cheating that goes on in science.
Okay, but some people might dispute that. But looking at your April 10th comment when you were inside the cabinet meeting, you said by September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
We'll have some of the information to get the most solid information. It will probably take us another 6 months.
Okay, so parents should not expect to know what causes autism by September.
We'll see. We're gonna.
And I love it, man. Fighting the globalist agenda to make sure that our IQ falls at 80. I mean, man, talk about fighting the globalist agenda.
As I said, we're going to replicate some of the studies that have already
I mean, they want us fat, dumb, and slow, guys. Remember that.
been done that look like sound studies. And we'll know a lot from those, and then we'll know a lot more afterward.
but not the definitive answer by September. Just to be clear, because it
depends
matters.
what those replicable studies show.
Okay, and then what do you expect to happen 6 months after that? You mentioned something else
I
in
expect
6
we will
months.
know the answers of the etiology of autism.
Okay, so that timeline is moving from September to 6 months
As
after
I said,
September.
we're going to begin to have a lot of information by September. We're not going to stop the studies in September. We're going to be definitive, and the more definitive you are, the more it drives public policy.
Okay, so that would put us at what, March next year? You say you'll know the cause of it?
As I said, it's about 6 months after September. A lot of these studies will begin coming back.
You also said something recently when you were on Capitol Hill and you were being asked about vaccines and whether or not you would recommend them for people out in the United States. And you said that people should not take medical advice from you. You are the HHS secretary, though, and your job is to create guidance and to talk about vaccines and medical testing. Why should people not take medical advice from you?
Well, they probably shouldn't take medical advice from any HHS secretary. Very few of the HHS secretaries historically, I think maybe 10 or 20%, 15% have been doctors. People were asking me, I was responding to a question about my personal health choices. And I said, that's not relevant because people should not make their decisions based upon my personal health choices. We have an infrastructure. We have an advisory committee on immunization practices that makes recommendations. It's a group of scientists that looks at reams of data, and that's where our recommendations come from, not from an individual.
But you're leading
It's
all
time,
of those agencies.
one of the big mistakes that you and many other of your media colleagues made during COVID is to try to convince the American people that they should trust the experts. Trusting the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy. It's a feature of religion and totalitarianism. What we should do is trust the science. And we are going to do the science, and the science is going to be replicable, and it's going to be gold standard so that parents can make their own choices about what is best for their family and their health.
But I think people, the message was to trust the science and what studies were finding and what
during
people were seeing.
COVID, that was a bad message. It was trust the experts. That's what you kept telling us. Trust the experts.
I don't know that I ever said that. I mean, we talked to the officials. Actually,
your
during
network
COVID,
was saying it every day.
we took the briefings live every day with all of the experts that President
The
Trump.
experts,
Those are
but you
President
weren't
Trump's
looking at the
doctors.
science.
But those are the people President Trump brought out to the briefings.
Oh, President Trump brought, and I can.
He
if
brought
you
Dr.
want to go
Fauci
chapter
and Dr.
verse, I can
Birx.
tell you what President Trump did right and what President Biden did wrong. What I'm saying to you.
But I want to get back to what your comment was about that. You said that people should not take your medical advice.
Yeah,
That's your position?
Yeah, absolutely. People should not be taking medical advice. I'm somebody who is not a physician, but they should also be skeptical about any medical advice. They need to do their own research. You're a mom. If you're a mom, you do your own research on your baby carriage, on your baby bottles, on your baby formula.
But they don't have medical degrees, obviously. If you're a mom and you're looking at what science has been tested, they trust their doctors and their pediatricians.
One of the responsibilities of living in a democracy where physicians and every sort of expert are subject to all kinds of biases. One of the responsibilities of living in a democracy is to do your own research and to make up your own mind.
So that's your message to moms or to anyone is to do your own research.
I would say be skeptical of authority. My father told me that when I was a young kid. People in authority lie.
I mean, yeah, look what Dr. Fauci did. And look how bad that ended out for us. That's why we kind of have this distrust of the experts. Doctors and doctors, lawyers highly established people. Yes, the people who want to say, oh, you should just trust us because we have this fancy degree on the wall. Yeah, those are the guys that we're kind of skeptical of right now. And if they're not trying to tell you, look, even though I have this degree on the wall, you should still low-key look it up for yourself so you can be comfortable with what I'm telling you. And, maybe if you keep looking up what I'm saying, you're going to get more and more comfortable with actually hearing me out. That's how they should approach it. And they should promote people to look this stuff up for themselves because you never know. It might be something that the doctor missed. Like, hold on, doc, this got this in it. My body don't work well with it. Do you think you got something else? You never know.
And we've seen a lot of that in our country, and people in the media lie. And people need to make their own judgments and be skeptical and maintain their capacity for critical thinking. And that was shut down during COVID. And the media was complicit in that.
Disagree on that last part. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for your time.
Good to meet you, Caitlin.
I wonder, was it surprising to hear you say, hear the HHS secretary double down on saying that people should not listen to his medical advice?
It wasn't surprising because he has said this before, and he's right that most secretaries have not been physicians.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as you sort of alluded to during the interview, he is essentially the CEO of the largest health enterprise in the world. So his words definitely matter. And he is out there, making recommendations on all sorts of different things, from infectious diseases to food dyes, all these sorts of things. So, he's got a lot of policy power, unlike the Surgeon General, who's sort of the.
And shout out, man, Hellbait says, fun fact, there's a flower called clitora. I know, I caught it. Clitora.
The nation's doctor, he has policy mandate powers. So it's surprising in that regard. I think he's trying to disentangle his own personal health choices versus his role as the Secretary of Health.
Well, and in that role as Secretary of Health, back in April, he said that a new effort that they were going to carry out would, he said, find the cause of autism, the autism epidemic, as he called it, by September. Now he seems to be saying that that is slipping, and he thinks that they would know more definitively by March of next year. Do you think that that is possible? What do you make of that timeline changing?
It certainly wasn't realistic by September, and it's still not realistic by March. I mean, Caitlin, there have been studies that have been decades-long studies following kids who've been vaccinated, following kids who have not been vaccinated, and really looking into, the potential causes of autism. These are international studies. First thing he said to you in that interview was that the existing studies, many of which have been done, again, over decades, need to be replicated. Not exactly sure what he means by that. If he means, look at the data and have someone else analyze the data, or if he really means what he said, which is that the studies need to be replicated, that would take a long time. I think what you're starting to hear from him, but also, I think importantly from the head of the NIH, is that maybe by September, they might have a framework in place to actually start to talk about what kind of studies need to be done. So, we'll see. But I think anybody that you've talked to that has studied this for a long time thinks that these timeframes that are being put out there are really unrealistic, even with the additional 6 months.
The other thing he said that stood out was what's happening in Milwaukee right now, as the city there and officials there.
I mean, y'all said the same thing about the trade. I mean, the tariffs. Y'all said a lot of things. Oh, you also said the same thing about the border. So I don't know, man. Y'all keep telling this man Trump that his administration can't do this on this timeline. Y'all can't do that. And he end up just proving y'all wrong almost every week. Almost every week of consistently proving the Dems wrong. But all right, now let's get over to this interview with Pete Hegseth, our defense secretary.
Now is the secretary
beside them.
And joining me now is the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Will Cain, welcome to the People's Pentagon, the America First Pentagon.
Much.
Welcome.
I think we should announce to the American public that no one, neither you nor I, nor producers, organized our outfits to be exactly identical today here on the Will Cain.
You're looking sharp, man.
You're looking
sharp.
great as well.
It's the SecDef outfit.
How does that feel? How does that moment feel with the President of the United States standing there before the troops, before your American soldiers?
It's an absolute honor. And you know what? I mean what I say. I said in that instance and every one, President Trump has their back. I get to see it every day. I get to watch him in the Oval Office or overseas. He's always thinking through the lens of America first. How do we advance our interests? And then when it comes to the warfighters in the military, what more can I do to make sure they have everything they need? First, so that we deter the enemy. But then if we have to fight, we fight with overwhelming advantages. This is a guy who wants peace. He's achieving peace. I mean, the trip was incredible. It was something to behold watching him.
I mean, it was completely unexpected. Everybody's like, hold on, is this man in Saudi Arabia? Is this man talking about going against the neocons? Like, hold on. Like, bro, I thought you was on your way to Israel to go plan on bombing Iran. You're over here looking like, you know what? Let's talk peace in the Middle East. And then let's talk a nuclear trade with a nuclear deal with Iran. Well, which means we should just what they want is for them to completely dismantle their nuclear enrichment program. So we'll see how that works out.
him move the Overton window of what's possible in that region. But you only achieve peace by looking strong and being
Spoiler alert, they said no.
strong. And that's my job on his behalf, and it's an honor to do it.
Yeah, but look, while you have direct access to the American soldier, the American sailor, the airman, I have a much smaller footprint and the capability of interacting with them. And what you saw in that clip, what you experienced there, and what you have in the support from President Trump has got to be something that gives you a lot of faith and gives you a lot of confidence. They seem to really support you as Defense Secretary.
Well, and they obviously this all started with the election of President Trump, but the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with them as someone who was in those same boots just a few years ago, was in the same wars, understands the same dynamic of the enemy. I get what they're up against. And I walk into this building not because I've been a general before, but because I've seen those very same threats. And, Will, when we were at Fox together, I wrote a book, The War on Warriors, a year before this all happened, diagnosing the problems inside the Pentagon, never dreaming I'd have the opportunity to actually address them. In some ways, that's the playbook. And so that, alongside the guidance the president gave me minute one when he chose me, which is restore the warrior ethos, Pete, bring this building back to what it was supposed to do, means it's not that hard. I wake up every day, Will, go to this building and say, how more can I advance the capabilities of this amazing warfighting machine on behalf of the president and the Constitution?
I got to spend some time with you today. I got an inside look at the Pentagon. We're going to share that with viewers a little bit later, but that keeps coming up, that warrior ethos. Let's get to the job at hand now. You came in to the Defense Department with three main goals. Help me and the American people understand what you want to accomplish at the Pentagon.
Three clear goals. We hammer it home every day, every speech, the Joint Chiefs throughout the Pentagon: restore the warrior ethos, rebuild the military, reestablish deterrence. And the warrior ethos is simple. It's readiness, accountability, lethality, warfighting. None of this woke DEI, CRT, gender pronoun, green new scam stuff. That's all out. Ideology is out. Capabilities, colorblind, merit-based, back to basics. It really is a back to basics message. And then rebuilding the military. I mean, President Trump did it in his first term. We're doing it again, making sure what we fund, the capabilities we fund, match the threats we face of the future, not reflexively what we've fought in the past. He's going to be the first.
I mean, honestly, and that's why this whole Golden Dome initiative is it was a pretty smart idea. I will say so myself. I mean, shout out to Trump for getting that pushed through, because we definitely need it. And the fact that as soon as we announced it, China damn near lost its mind, talking about you guys are trying to rule space and we reject that you do such a thing. I'm just like, oh yeah, we're going in the right direction with this. Oh yeah, for sure.
First president to introduce $1 trillion budget. That's not just spending more. It's also being serious about an audit. It's also finding cuts where we pull out the Biden garbage and put in President Trump's priorities. So we're going to invest a generational investment in those capabilities, and then reestablishing deterrence. I mean, we've got 4 years of deferred maintenance in this country. What Joe Biden did to America's reputation is terrible. From what happened in Afghanistan to what happened in Ukraine to what happened in Israel, with President Trump back on the scene, and we saw it on that world trip, American leadership is back. American strength is back. Our allies are investing in their militaries because they know they have to and they should. That's all good for peace here in America.
We've heard a lot, and we're going to talk more about number one, refocusing on lethality and combat readiness over things like DEI. But I want to dig in on number two and number three for just a moment. How about deterrence? The America First posture in foreign policy from President Trump. He gave what I think is a historic speech last week in the Middle East, which was not just an indictment of the 4 years under Joe Biden, but for the decades of American involvement overseas. You just came back from that trip. How do you navigate your job with this new posture?
It's America First meets peace through strength, which means you understand the objectives, how they advance American interests. You're not utopian or globalist and naive in your views of remaking human nature or nation building. These globalist ideas that you're gonna change an entire society through military intervention, which you saw us attempting. I lived it in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then you see the consequences. We've seen that movie before. We're not doing it again. And I think what we did in the Houthi campaign in Operation Rough Rider is an example. The president said freedom of navigation is a core national interest. America's ships do not get shot at without consequence. Joe Biden let that happen. That's weakness on the world stage. That stops. And that's specifically what we're going to achieve. And so our campaign from day one was unrelenting in pursuit of that objective. Now, there are plenty of people that would like to see regime change in Yemen. And that would be wonderful. In a perfect world, you got all the time, all the munitions, and all the time to focus on that. The president set a limited objective where we got the Houthis to cry uncle and say, we're done. And now our ships can transit that BAM in the Red Sea freely. It's not a perfect end state. They're not completely destroyed, but we also have a lot of other things we need to focus on, like the Iranians, like the Chinese. And if we spend all of our time and effort investing in some sort of regime change war in Yemen, that we're not focusing on the core interests. So time and time again, we're focusing on what matters the most in advancing American interests, with President Trump charting the course.
Let's dig into number 2 now, the warfare of the future, reestablishing and refocusing the defense industrial base on the way we will fight wars in the future, AI, tech. Mr. Secretary, there was this video that came out in the last couple of days of a Chinese mothership prototype with drones capable of launching from this mothership. We also know the numbers on what China is spending and what it is dedicated to military personnel as compared to the United States. The viewers at home can see some of these stats. We have 1.3 million active personnel. They have 2 million personnel. We have 219 warships. They have 234 warships. We have more U.S. nuclear weapons deployed than they do. But you and I have been together for many years. You've talked about the war games.
F it, our military is still better. Nope, still got better training, still better personnel. We've been through more wars than them, so we have way more experienced personnel than in China. So yeah, no, we're still the strongest military in the world, despite their numbers
that have been played here at the Pentagon on what it looks like when we go up against China.
Well, but our job is to get ahead and stay ahead, Will. That's why we're here. We concede nothing to the communist Chinese. We're creating dilemmas for them at every level. I was in multiple meetings just today talking about these various scenarios. We're laser focused, and we're certainly not going to reveal here what capabilities we have or don't have. And there's a lot of things you learn when you come into this building about ways in which we're planning for every possible contingency of what the Chinese would want to do. They have to factor more into their calculus what we're going to do based on the technological advantages that we have than we with them. Now, they'd hope in the future that dynamic changes, but that's our job. Part of the prioritization and the pivot, Will, is it's easy to keep fighting the same fight. And we're very invested alongside our allies in what happens in Europe and what happens in the Middle East. And we get told you're ignoring that. No, we're not. We're paying a lot of attention to American interests in those regions. We are. But we're also in real time shifting focus over to the Indo-Pacific. You saw it with my first trip. You'll see it with our budgets. You'll see it with future travel, with exercises, with what we're meeting and talking about every day at the Pentagon. We understand the motives, the capabilities of the communist Chinese, and we're ensuring we build a military today and going forward capable of deterring that conflict. We don't want that conflict. You showed how big they are. President Trump has a great relationship with Xi Jinping. We think that's a good thing. And we stared them down on trade. We think that's a good thing. Rebalancing that dynamic is important. We're the ones in the background trying to say we would always prefer to resolve this peacefully. But we're going to do that by being as strong as possible to meet their threat at every turn.
We spent some time together today. You took me into your office and we talked a bit about this job and what it means and what it takes and the requirement of having good people working with you and around you. Here's what we talked about.
I don't think I've walked into a single situation where I felt, man, I'm out of my depth. I can't handle this. I mean, you rely on people, really good people who guide you. But at the same time, a lot of this job is about instincts. And President Trump chose me for a reason, which I'm humbled by. And my job is to get
this man here. Hey, Vlad, miss you. He said, hey, Vlad, miss you. You want to see my this man? Okay, not you want to see my peckers. Wild as hell. But this would be a perfect time to me to interject my argument for why we are only a constitutional republic and not a representative democracy. A representative democracy has no limitations on who the people vote in. So damn near is like you're voting for a king almost. Like there really is no limitation structure on how you handle these representatives' power. In a constitutional republic, there is limitations that like the branches that we have. Honestly, there's in essence, honestly, it's a real good saying, a representative democracy focuses on who governs and how they are chosen. So it depends on who the people vote on and how they govern. There's really no limitations to how that person is governing as long as the people choose it. Now, in a constitutional republic, focuses on how the government is structured and the extent of its power. You see the difference here?
give him an honest lens right back.
We talked, and I think it's fair to say that there's very few people in this country who are more well situated to sit between understanding the president's vision for his foreign policy and his Department of Defense and understanding the American warfighter. That is you. In your time, in the few months that you've been here, there has been some turnover at the Pentagon. There was the story over whether or not you were having to deal with leaks inside the Pentagon.
Actually, you Republicans, actually, you Dems would absolutely hate if we had a representative democracy. That means, like, pretty much what's going on now, you guys will be okay with. Like, everything we voted on Trump to do, no matter how crazy it is, if he does it under a representative democracy, he's good. He's good to go. It's all good. What you mean? Majority of the people voted for this, so that means whatever he does has been stamped and has a stamp of approval by the people. I don't know. It does get a little bit shaky when you think like that, but in a constitutional republic, there are powers that can keep the president from going a bit too far with whatever agenda he may have, and also allowing other people to interject and offer a different, solution.
Do you today feel like you have people around you that you can trust?
Boy, very much so. You dive into the problem set. Those first 100 days, you're going fast. Things are going to change. Personnel are going to change. You learn some things. We made some changes, no doubt. We take operational security extremely seriously, leaks extremely seriously. They have national security implications. But the team we have around us right now, Will, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Steve Feinberg, is one of the best businessmen in America. He's driving the balance sheet of this place. He also understands intelligence and the DOD. He's been around it. Undersecretary Colby for policy, one of the smartest minds in the country when it comes to policy, totally in line with my thinking and the president's thinking. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, you had a chance to meet him briefly. Raising Cane, just dialed in, really smart across our entire inner staff. I couldn't feel better about the condition of the staff we have, both on the military side and the uniform side, to deliver for the president's agenda, because you do rely on people, good people, who you can trust day in and day out. And we're in a great spot here at the Pentagon and in the place we need to be to deliver the information to the president as he makes some of the most consequential decisions our country will make in the coming months.
Anyone that's watching this program, anybody that's ever watched me or our relationship together knows what I have said and what I think about the many scandals, the nothing scandals of what.
No, it is not a subset. They are two different things. I mean, come on, bro. Look at the wording of them. But yeah, no, there are two different things. They sound alike, but due to the way their head of states or their representatives who are elected have their power or their powers governed is completely different. Like I said, in a representative democracy is basically saying, because the majority of people voted for Trump, no matter what this man does, no matter how much you will disagree with it, you can't say shit about it. No, there's no Supreme Court. There's no Congress. No, nothing. It's just the representative that we elected to run it. And that's what they go with says. I'm not even sure how really the election works in a representative democracy. To be honest, if as soon as you elect the guy, he can kind of do whatever you want off the mandate of the people. I don't even know how term limits get in there exactly. So in the constitutional republic, that's where they pull limitations on the elected representative, and there is a head of state as well. So it actually has more of a structure than a representative democracy does, and limitations on, well, the head of state power, which would be the president.
What has taken place over Signal. There's no point in ignoring what I have said in the past. Everyone knows where I stand. That being said, forget those who are your critics. For any American out there that is concerned over anything that's ever been shared on Signal or any other platform, what would you say to those Americans?
Well, I would point to the success of the Houthi campaign, first of all. But second of all, I wish everybody could see the way we operate at the Pentagon. I wish they could. And I wish those I served with, those I work with every day could see how seriously we take every aspect of operational security. From the way we communicate, to the way we transmit information, to the orders we give, to the plans we discuss. There's a reason why our nation's most closely held secrets are contained in certain places with only access from certain.
And shout out to my man Foley for, well, yeah, actually, yes, it did work, my man. Yeah, shout out to my man Foley because he has opened up the call-in line, I believe. Wait. We're $1 away. But all right, guys, let's get on ahead and get on to the next video. Shout out to Press Secretary Leavitt taking on questions. I actually heard things got a little bit fierce in here, so let's get right to it.
President Trump is saddened and outraged over the brutal murder of 2 Israeli embassy staff here in Washington, D.C. last night. Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram were
RIP to them. And like I said, I don't care if you're pro-Palestinian or pro-Israel. Like, you should definitely feel bad about that young couple getting killed outside of the embassy. Like, that's just not how we do things. That's not how diplomacy works, and that's not how we're gonna reach honestly a better place in this conflict. Honestly, this just ignites tensions between, I say, Muslims and the Jewish community.
For a beautiful young couple. In fact, we learned that Yaron was planning to propose to Sarah next week in Jerusalem. Yaron's father, Daniel, spoke about the young couple's devotion for one another this morning. He said, "They were in love, one for the other. The embassy told us they were like a star couple at the embassy. I never expected something like this. He had his whole life before him." These words, especially every parent knows, are heart-wrenching. The evil of anti-Semitism must be eradicated from our society. I spoke to the Attorney General this morning. The Department of Justice will be prosecuting the perpetrator responsible for this to the fullest extent of the law. Hatred has no place in the United States of America under President Donald Trump. Everyone here at the White House is praying for the victims' friends and families during this unimaginable time. Now for some scheduling announcements. On Saturday morning, President Trump will deliver the commencement address at the United States Military Academy at West Point. On Monday, to commemorate Memorial Day, the president will...
Now, all my Israel guys, hold off on this for a little bit, guys. Come on now. Let's not disrespect the dead over your hatred of a foreign government now, okay? Okay. And shout out to Seth, because she done went ahead and opened up that call-in line. All right, let me go ahead and set that up for y'all real quick. I'm going to go ahead and post it in the post tab on the main page and in the Discord for the members. And remember, you can call in if you have donated at least $1 to this stream or if you are a member. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Visit Arlington National Cemetery and participate in a wreath-laying ceremony. The president will further honor our military next month on June 14th when he hosts the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a grand military parade celebration right here in our nation's capital. President Trump will be joined by veterans, active duty troops, wounded warriors, Gold Star families, and patriotic Americans from across the country to celebrate our heroes who have kept us safe. Tickets for the parade and the celebration are available through the America 250 Commission's event registration portal. It will be a truly historic and special day for our country. After the parade, President Trump will travel to the G7 Leader Summit in Canada from June 15th through the 17th. We will be sending an additional logistics information out after the briefing. Last night, Republicans in the House passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the most significant piece of legislation in years. There were a lot of good faith negotiations in the Republican conference leading up to the final passage, but as always, President Trump came in at the end to bring all sides together and get this deal done. This One Big Beautiful Bill will implement President Trump's Make America Great Again agenda by delivering the largest tax cut in American history for middle-class families, the working class, and small businesses. The One Big Beautiful Bill fulfills President Trump's promises of no tax on tips, which was applauded today by the CEO of Uber, no tax on overtime, a Made in America auto tax break, Trump savings accounts for newborn babies, and substantial tax cuts for our amazing seniors' Social Security benefits. The One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the border by delivering the largest border security investment in history, funding at least 1 million annual removals of illegal aliens to carry out the largest deportation campaign ever, finishing the Trump border wall, and giving pay raises and bonuses for our incredible ICE and Border Patrol agents. The One Big Beautiful Bill protects the Medicaid program and its benefits for the most vulnerable Americans that the program was designed for by kicking off 1.4 million illegal aliens from receiving benefits. And
kicking off 1.4 million illegals and everybody who is single and with no kid. Yeah. All the guys who are, U.S. citizens who are on there for damn near no reason, like you're able-bodied and you have no kids. I'm gonna be real with you. You're gonna have to go out there and work for it, my friend.
Implementing common sense work requirements for able-bodied Americans. The One Big Beautiful Bill also helps get our fiscal house in order by carrying out the largest deficit reduction in nearly 30 years with $1.6 trillion in mandatory savings. Every single Democrat in the House of Representatives who voted against all of these common sense and massively popular policies. The Democrat Party has never been more radical and out of touch with the needs of the American people. The One Big Beautiful Bill is the final missing piece toward ushering the golden age of America. The Senate should pass this as quickly as possible and send it to President Trump's desk for a final signature. After today's briefing, President Trump will hold a Make America Healthy Again event alongside Secretary Kennedy and several other cabinet secretaries to unveil the Maha Commission report. President Trump wants every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life. That's why he's working alongside Secretary Kennedy to end the chronic disease epidemic, to keep our children healthy, safe, and disease-free. The Maha Commission report is a historic assessment, the first of its kind by any presidential administration, of current evidence and research about the health crisis affecting America's children. This report is a review of pre-existing research to comprehensively assess what we understand about our health problems and what we don't understand, and how we can find those answers. All of the findings will be based on the gold standard of science. And I think I speak for all Maha moms across the country when I say we look forward to the president's event and remarks later this afternoon. And as we head into the Memorial Day weekend, a quick update on gas prices. According to the fuel savings platform Gas Buddy, the national average price of gasoline is expected to be $3.08 on Memorial Day. We expect that to continue to decline because of the president's energy policies. But this is down from Memorial Day last year. And adjusted for inflation, it's the second cheapest price for a gallon of gas on Memorial Day since 2003, thanks to President Trump. And finally, in other news, the Department of Homeland Security conducted a deportation flight from Texas to remove vicious illegal criminals in the United States. All of these individuals were sent, or are trying to be sent, to a third country. And President Trump promised to get vicious illegal alien murderers, rapists, and pedophiles like these out of our country, and he is trying to deliver on this promise. But no matter how upset this makes Democrats, we will continue to deport these monsters to keep Americans safe. And here are the heinous of individuals who were on that flight. A Cuban national convicted of homicide, armed robbery.
Yeah, since I know we didn't really since we didn't make the message clear with Kilmore Garcia, I think we got to show facing crime now, since these Dems don't want to believe it. Isn't that very strange? I mean, kind of crazy, huh?
False impersonation of an official.
And guess what, guys? Oh, due process. Where's their hearing? Where's their court date and representative? Well, let me introduce you guys to something called expedited removal. Through expedited removal, and expanded in 2019 through Trump, as long as an alien's here, one, illegally, and of course cannot prove that it's a citizen of the United States for more than 2 years, they could be signed up for expedited removal. So yes, we can go ahead and catch these guys if they just came over here like a year and a half ago. Boom, you can now be expedited removed from the United States. There are other reasons. There's other ways as well we can use expedited removal. And then even with the Aliens Enemies Act, as long as you're part of a terrorist organization, which we made these gangs like Tren de Agua and MS-13, we can get you up out of here. No due process. Well, actually, that is a due process. There it is right there. The Aliens Enemy Act, there's your expedited removal, and there's the due process. You can actually look it up. Expedited removal is due process.
Kidnapping and robbery strong arm. A Cuban national convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. A citizen of Laos convicted of first-degree murder and robbery. A Mexican national convicted of second-degree murder. A citizen of South Sudan convicted of robbery in the possession of a firearm. A citizen of Burma convicted of lascivious acts with a child less than 12 years old.
Damn.
A citizen of Burma convicted of first-degree sexual assault involving a victim mentally and physical incapable of resisting. It's disgusting. And a Vietnamese national convicted of first-degree murder. Now, a liberal activist district court
They was literally sending the worst of the worst. Like I said, when Trump said they dumped out their prison and asylums, he was not playing.
judge in the city of Boston, Massachusetts, is trying to force the president of the United States to bring these monsters back to our country. Judge Brian Murphy is ordering the Department of Homeland Security to give these illegal criminals 15 days to reopen their immigration cases with access to phones and attorneys. Every single one of these individuals, I will add, had final orders of removal from our country. And now Judge Murphy is forcing federal officials to remain in Djibouti for over 2 weeks, threatening our U.S. diplomatic relationships with countries around the world, and putting these agents' lives in danger by having to be with these illegal murderers, criminals, and rapists. This is completely absurd. Judge Brian Murphy is not the Secretary of State. He is not the Secretary of Defense or the Commander-in-Chief. He is a district court judge in Massachusetts. He cannot control the foreign.
And he kind of like subverted the whole process of which he was supposed to go through. Like, yeah, there was a way you were supposed to do this, man. And I believe it's in my notes on how he's supposed to do it. Actually, it's right here. So since he's a federal district court judge, right, he has a right to appeal this to the circuit courts, right? The circuit court makes a decision to go ahead and appeal it to the Supreme Court. Now, it only takes 4 justices on the Supreme Court to take on the case. That was the proper method. He had no right to put on a whole national injunction on the president. He didn't even go through the process.
Foreign policy or the national security of the United States of America, and to suggest otherwise is being completely absurd. According to new reporting about this judge, he's a registered Democrat in Massachusetts who during his Senate confirmation hearings failed to disclose his ties to a radical left-wing organization that claimed the word illegal to describe illegal aliens was inherently prejudicial. This massive judicial overreach by Judge Murphy is part of the same opposition our administration has.
No, they're illegal by their actions, not prejudicial. It's like, bro, they crossed the border without going through the process. Okay, yeah, they're illegal. That's illegal. It's by their actions, not by this whole judicial process. Your judicial process is to prosecute this guy and send his ass out. There you go.
Faced since day one. Radical left-wing judges are egregiously trying to stop President Trump from using his core constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and commander-in-chief. These judicial activists want to unilaterally stop President Trump from deporting foreign terrorists and keeping the American people safe. Nearly 80 million Americans reelected this president to deport illegal criminals from our homeland, and polling consistently shows that 90% of Americans want illegal alien criminals, especially those with final orders of removal from our country who have chosen to continue to stay here illegally. Americans want these people sent home. We hope the Supreme Court will continue to rein this in as soon as possible to restore proper constitutional order in our country.
Exactly.
Take some questions. And here in our new media suite today, we have Jillian Michaels. She's a renowned personal health expert. I know all of you know her. I certainly do, watching fitness videos growing up. And a media powerhouse who continues to expand her reach with her podcast, Keeping It Real. Jillian, I know you're here today for the Make America Healthy Again event. We're proud to welcome you to the White House. Thanks for being in the briefing. Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you for having me. As a Maha mom yourself, how do you interpret the significance of this report in terms of...
Okay, I know this lady. She's on that new valuetainment show, Her Take, which I will be reacting to soon. It just looks like a whole lot of female drama, though. So we'll see. It's like female drama or female catty attitude mixed in with political debate. Actually, now that I think about it, no, that might be fun to watch.
Delivering measurable health improvements for Americans and their kids, and what specific actions does the administration plan to take in response to it?
Sure. Well, thank you for the question. And again, thank you very much for being here. I would like to emphasize, we held a call earlier today with Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, Administrator Zeldin, and other officials at Health and Human Services to talk about the gravity of this report. When the president took office, he promised to make this country healthy again. And the president signed an executive order directing this commission. And now, less than 100 days later, the commission is delivering this report. It's another promise made and another promise kept. And the report identifies 4 major factors that are contributing to the rise in childhood chronic disease. Again, this is the first time the federal government has really recognized in a single report that we have a problem in our country. Our children are getting sicker, not healthier. This is not just a crisis, a health crisis, but it poses national security implications as well. And this administration is focused on ensuring we understand why. The 4 factors contributing to the report, as you will all hear from the president later, are number 1, poor diet, a robust discussion about ultra-processed food that are dominating our children's diets, environmental chemical exposure, plastics and other chemicals that are unfortunately a part of our daily American life. It talks about the lack of physical activity and chronic stress and how technology-driven lifestyles are contributing to the decline of our children's physical and mental health. And then lastly, the report touches on the over-medicalization that's taking place in our American society, nowhere else in the world, but just right here in the United States of America. And the report directs the entire administration to understand why these issues are happening and what public policy can the administration implement to ensure that we are fostering a more healthy country for our children. So I'll leave it at that and let the president and his team speak more about this historic report later. But this should be good news for everyone. I don't care what your politics are. We should all agree that we want our children to be healthy and safe, and we want our food supply to be healthy and safe. We have the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in the United States of America. And we have the best workers in the world. We have the best people in the world. But unfortunately, we have a health crisis that's been plaguing us for too long. And this report speaks to the heart of it. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Garrett, go ahead.
Caroline, you guys are very proud of your record on transparency. I have 2 transparency-related questions for you.
Sure.
On the president's dinner tonight, will the White House commit to making a list of the attendees public so people can see who's paying for that kind of access to the president?
I mean,
Well,
the
as you
crypto
know,
dinner.
Garrett, this question has been raised with the president. I have also addressed the dinner tonight. The president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not taking place here at the White House. But certainly I can raise that question and try to get you an answer for it.
Okay, and on the Qatari aircraft, the Air Force has said they're going to classify all the information about the work that has to get done to bring it up to snuff to be Air Force One. Previous Air Force One contracts, including the one that the president entered into in 2018.
I mean, why would they tell you what they're going to do to the plane the president has to fly on? I mean, why would they tell you all the specifications? Like, please tell me, why would they do that? Isn't that like kind of like a breach in security, like for the president's safety? Why would they just release that? I mean, we don't even know the pure specs that's happening on the original Air Force One, because why? For the president's safety.
Are public. That's available knowledge. Will the White House commit to releasing who's doing that work and the cost of that work? I understand that some elements might be classified about specific systems.
Okay.
Will we commit to releasing that basic information so people can see ultimately what this costs?
Yeah, sorry, my man. No, that's not gonna happen. Now, I know the Dems are gonna say that mean they're hiding something. No, because I mean, you pretty much want to know how much it's gonna cost. But I mean, let's be honest with you. We're pretty much still giving you like information on what's going on with the president's Air Force One, which is most likely be confidential information or classified information. So I don't know if they'll be willing to even give you that. Even though I'll be happy to see it though. I'm not saying that I disagree with them giving it. I'd be happy to see it, but I doubt they're doing that.
Well, Garrett, as you know, that's a question for the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force, who is accepting this jet as part of their fleet.
Declassify anything
So,
he wants.
well,
Ask
you'll have
them.
to ask the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force, who is accepting this jet as part of its fleet. Peter.
The president can declassify anything that he wants. Has he looked to see if there are any records here that would contradict what we've been told about Joe Biden's decline?
He has not directed anyone, to my knowledge, to look into that. But surely I can ask him if he intends to. I think the president has spoken on this pretty extensively, and I have spoken about it extensively from this podium as well, how it was truly one of the worst political scandals this country has ever seen, that the previous administration covered up the decline in the former president's mental and physical ability.
And you know the most disrespectful part about that is, I think it was on CNN. One of the anchors on there was pretty much trying to say, okay, yeah, you're right. Biden was pretty much had dementia, but what about Trump though? Like he's not the same Trump I met in the 80s. I was like, hey, yo, y'all is sick. Like, y'all just sat there and hid Joe Biden for 4 years straight. And now you guys want to try to talk about Trump? Please sit down. If you couldn't call Biden, who are you to even try to call Trump? And Biden was way more obvious. I mean, like, let's be real. Even if Trump had dementia, he's hiding it pretty damn well. Unlike Biden that's falling upstairs and stumbling over his words and can't finish a sentence on national television.
And it's now all coming out. But the American people knew the truth, and that's one of the many reasons why President Trump won the election on November 5th.
And President Trump says that he basically thinks unelected Biden staffers concealed his decline so that they could use the levers of power for their own personal gain.
Well,
they did.
Look, that's not just the president thinking that, Peter. There's a new book out.
I mean, yeah, there's a whole book out written by one of your own. His name is Jake Tapper. So what are you talking about? This is not something that we alleged. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. We alleged it before Jake Tapper, but your own wrote a own book called Original Sin, which I heard ain't really selling that well. But this came from one of your own guys. Did Jake Tapper is the one that said, yeah, I think the people in the Biden administration was just kind of using this man as a puppet to get off their own agendas. And it's pretty much why the country went down the shitter for the past 4 years. I mean, and it makes sense. It does. I mean, honestly, I think if Biden was Biden, we probably wouldn't have had the Ukrainian war, because this man has been in politics long enough to know that that's been a bad idea, or been stated as a bad idea since the Clinton administration.
I don't know if any of you have heard about it. Again, a little bit too late, because the American people knew the truth on this from the very beginning. And there were reporters in this room, including some from your network, Peter, I'll give you a little bit of credit here, who have said that clearly Joe Biden's staffers were engaging in this cover-up. So this is common sense. This isn't the president making it up. These are facts that are now finally being revealed.
Right. And I'm not saying the president's making it up, but he specifically talks about the auto pen. He thinks that staffers were using this auto pen.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some kind of like a badge that you have to swipe to use an auto pen? Is there a record of that?
I can tell you here at this White House, the president signs any document that has legal implications. The president signs every executive order. He signs every proclamation. He signs pretty much every document that is needed for the president's signature, with the exception of maybe some letters to children. From what we have heard and seen, that was not the case in the previous administration, and the president is raising good questions that are worth looking into. As for Maha, I'm going to take a sip of water, if that's okay with you guys. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Back to the presidential gala tonight. Did anyone in the White House or in the White House counsel's office advise the president against holding this sweepstakes, whereby people who spent the most money on his Trump coin would then have access to the president at this dinner?
Again, the president has been asked about this. He has addressed this. I have also stated previously from this podium that the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws that are applicable to the president. And I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this president is profiting off of the presidency. This president was incredibly successful before giving it all up to serve our country publicly. And not only has he lost wealth, but he also almost lost his life. He has sacrificed a lot to be here, and to suggest otherwise is frankly completely absurd. Libby, go
Thank you. Because it is. It's like, hold on now. You're not going to talk about, I don't know, Pelosi, how she took advantage of her position and made a lot of money. You're not going to talk about Obama, how he walked in 6 figures and walked out 50 million up. Like, so you don't want to talk about them, but you dare talk about Donald Trump, the one who came in and lost millions upon millions of dollars. Like, yeah, you guys can't make that argument, especially when y'all bring up y'all own.
Round of nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. is going to take place on Friday in Rome. What is the president anticipating ahead of that? And if a deal doesn't come from that meeting, is he going to walk away?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Iran, because I do have an update. The president spoke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. They had a productive discussion. They discussed many things, including, of course, the tragic shooting that took place here in Washington, D.C. last night. But they also did talk about a potential deal with Iran, which the president believes is moving along in the right direction. And as the president told me, and he's told all of you, this deal with Iran could end in 2 ways. It could end in a very positive diplomatic solution, or it could end in a very negative situation for Iran. So that
it means we're going to bomb the shit out of them, or we're going to go ahead and let Israel bomb the shit out of them. Either way, it's either they're going to give up their nuclear enrichment program, which I've heard is like pretty much the stance right there. Like, we were going to let them have a little bit of nuclear enrichment so they can have a, nuclear energy. But it seems like the world is just saying, I mean, when it comes to Iran, having any type of nuclear capability don't make no sense. And this is everybody's opinion on Iran. Now, my personal opinion is, well, hey, if this is how the world's feeling and we can't trust these people with the nuclear energy, then it is what it is. And they have plenty of oil to go ahead and make up for it. So I'm not really feeling too bad about that. Hey, man. Hey, Iran, go ahead. Give up the nukes for world peace. Why don't you? For peace in the Middle East, even though you hate America and Israel and damn near everybody else. Yeah, it's a little iffy with Iran. It kind of seems like we got to put their arm behind their back. So I wouldn't be surprised that it came down to bombing the shit out of them.
That's why these talks are taking place later this week. Yamish, good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking the question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show
not
that?
true, Yamish?
It's not true. The video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that video showed the crosses that represent.
No. Okay, so mainstream media is so disingenuous. So when Donald Trump pretty much embarrassed the South African prime minister or president by showing him how he's been letting a white genocide go on in his country, he showed a road full of white crosses, and they were trying to say that no, it's not a burial site. Each cross represents a white farmer or a member of a white farmer's family that was killed. So each and every one of those crosses represented a white farmer's family member or the farmer himself's life. Yes. So when you guys was sitting here complaining about, oh, we let white people in and all that good stuff, you guys sound like a bunch of anti-white racists. Be quite honest with you, because you wouldn't have complained if they were African. You didn't complain when they was letting in all the Hispanics and Middle Easterns and Asians in the world by the hundreds of thousands. You had no complaints of that, but you guys want to bitch about what? Less than 100 Afrikaners, white people, less than 100 of them, but you sat by for millions upon millions. I do not want to hear it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Actually, as soon as I hear it, I'm just assuming that you're anti-white and racist. I'm sorry. There's no other way to explain it, because you let every other race run through here and they didn't even go through the process.
Claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders?
Yamish, what's unsubstantiated about the video?
Bro, what's unsubstantiated about there's a party official literally there talking about, yeah, we're gonna go there, we're gonna kill the white people, kill the white farmers. What else did you need to hear, lady? Like, do I need to play the video again for you guys? Like, do you want to hear it for yourselves? Because it's actually crazy how they're even refuting it at this point. It's like, yeah, you guys kind of let like a Holocaust go down over there. And then liberal media didn't want to cover it. So it's a bit amazing when I see her say, oh, it's unsubstantiated. No, it's substantiated. Trust me. That's the whole reason they're over here. And it's not because Trump like white people better. It's crazy how y'all even try to race bait this.
The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument. And the caption from the Associated Press is, each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder. So it is substantiated.
You know what? Let's all go back to that video that Trump pretty much showed to these guys. And they're still saying, you know what? I don't believe it. They literally watched this video, guys, and said, I don't believe it. Okay, let's believe it.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not?
Who are you to tell us we can occupy land or not? This is the guy that's leading the charge against the white farmers to, well, unalive them and take their land. Yep, this guy right here. I mean, yeah.
With or without, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land.
Yes.
South African occupy land. That's who we are.
Honorable member,
want to do, you can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable. Yes, honorable member.
Yeah, this guy right here, the fat guy at the end right
This
there,
is useless
is a
parliament.
piece of work.
Honorable.
His last name is Zamba, and one, not only does he agree with this crazy bastard over there, but I mean, this guy literally raped a woman who had a HIV, and then when they asked him about it, it's like, bro, did you really just have sex with a girl who had HIV? And it's like, yeah, but I took a shower, so I'm less likely to get it.
Bruh. Yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa.
Man, been listening to too much Chief Keef or something. Like, bro, what's going on here? So, when they say there's no white genocide going on, I wanted to remind you, this is a whole crowd of people, a whole stadium filled with people talking about how they want to go out there and kill white farmers. I mean, and this is exactly what mainstream media watch. This is exactly what they watch. And it was funny, exactly when they got done watching this, one of the, political news idiots try to say, oh, well, you want to talk about this Qatari jet? Just completely ignored the video completely. And like I said, this woman sits with Press Secretary Levin pretty much say, oh, this is all unsubstantiated. They're saying it right there, lady. Do you not understand?
Pa! To kill your master! Kill the poor, the farmer! Kill the poor, the farmer!
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Shoot to kill Yamaza.
That boy.
Kill the poor, the farmer.
The Pua means the white farmer, or just white people in general.
Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa. Shoot.
A whole crowd of people. I mean, you see all this red, right? You see all the red. That's everybody that believe that it's okay to, well, unalive white farmers. Now, I will go ahead and admit, now, not every farmer in South Africa is white. There's also black farmers. But due to the fact there's very few black farmers, they get attacked too, but it's not as high as the number of white farmers. And you could say, well, that's due to the sheer number set. Well, I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that these guys are pretty much bluntly saying that, yeah, we're going to go after directly. We're going to go after them directly. You know, I'm just saying, when it comes right out their mouth, what argument can you give me?
To kill Yamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean,
you'd understand.
We are not calling for the white people, at least for now. At least for now. Go back on that.
What's going to happen in the future? I'm saying to you, we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies.
I'm weak. That man said, what you mean, man? If I want to go out there and kill white people, you have a problem with it? You're being a crybaby. You know what? I will go ahead and read this song out for you for those who are just listening.
It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies.
You are a white man. We are going to hit them. And you are going to run. Shoot the white farmer. We are going to hit them. And you are going to run. We are going to shoot them with the machine gun. They are going to run. We are going to shoot them. They are going to run.
We will expropriate land with.
You know, so crazy. It didn't sound as bad as it is in English. Like when you hear my man, it kind of sounds like he's having a happy time singing. But then when you read out the words, you're just like, oh yeah, forgot. Oh yeah, radicals.
Without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refuge in America.
This is the crosses that Trump was talking about. It even says each cross represents a white farmer who was murdered in South Africa. Never did it say that this was a burial site. Nobody said that this was a burial site. They said that each one represents a white farmer. So yes, they reported it wrong to you guys. I am very sorry. But once again, mainstream media leading you guys, well, I ain't gonna lie, they just lead you guys to look stupid. I'm sorry, but this is what they do to you guys, and I feel bad. But hey, it's your fault at the end of the day. But all right, though, let's get right to it. Hey, Steph, hopefully you're ready. How you doing, Steph?
I'm all right. I would be lying if I didn't say that's a very no. It's not just because it's touchy because I'm white. It's because somebody I knew over there in South Africa. She passed away 3 years ago now. And she was a white farmer.
Oh, so things are just kind of lining up, huh?
Yeah, pretty much just lining up, but I'll never be able to prove it or this or that or anything like that.
Well,
That possibly happened to her.
God willing, she's one of those who made it over. God willing.
It would be nice. I mean, I would know her if it was her. I mean, she's an older lady. Her name literally is Julie Deslu. If I'm pronouncing that right, I don't know. But it's like ad and then disco, but instead of disco, it's like Deslu.
Okay. Well, shoot, though. Well, honestly, I pray for her safety. I'm gonna be real with you. It is a bit wild out there, as you see. There's a group of people who see her as a number one target. But like I said, though, I think the main story here is just the fact that mainstream media is trying to hide it, or they're trying to frame Trump as racist when these people actually have a real asylum claim.
Oh, and the other thing I want to share, though, that I that I did learn from her a lot of times, that I would talk to her in the AM, because literally I would talk to her right now, because right now is their time that they're getting up, we're going to bed. And she would be out there getting ready to, do her chickens and everything, blah, 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 blah. But it's every so often, every once in a while, the power would be out because people would go up on the wires
and
literally, and go and try to sell the stuff from
Trump talked about that. They do sabotage these people as well. Like Like, no, I mean, before they try to sit there and raid the farm, they'll sit there and sabotage it, take little stuff from it, petty theft, make it hard on them.
Yep, they did that to her so many times in a row. I lost count.
All right, Steph. Oh, was there anything else you wanted to talk about, or did you want to just sit back in the background for a little bit?
I mean, I'll sit back in the background for a little bit. I mean, you already know me when it comes to health, or if there's naysayers in the chat still about with the SSI stuff and all that. I mean, you already know.
All right, man.
That's false, y'all.
Facts. It's false. Ain't cutting Social Security, but they is cutting that waste and fraud out of it.
Right.
But all right, Steph. All right, just let me know when you want to come back up. If you have something important to say, I'll bring you back up.
Or if you want me back up, I'll be here for a while.
All right. Appreciate you, Steph. And all right. Shout out, Steph.
Not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated. And that's a ridiculous line of questioning. John, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Carolyn. The big, beautiful bill now goes to the Senate.
Does, yes.
A lot of the Republican senators have promised amendments that will water this thing down dramatically. What is the president's level of tolerance for their amendments to water it down? And what will be the action taken for some of the amendments that the president does not want?
Sure. Well, the One Big Beautiful Bill is named the One Big Beautiful Bill for a reason, because it is a one big beautiful bill that encompasses just about everything this president could want for the American public. It delivers on so many of his core campaign promises. So surely we want to see those campaign promises signed into law. And as the president put in his Truth Social post this morning, and as he said to me, we can celebrate this past the House for a couple of hours, but now it's time for the Senate to get to work. The president has a great relationship with Senate Majority Leader Thune, and of course, so many friends on the Senate side of the Hill. And he's expecting them to get busy on this bill and send it to his desk as soon as possible. Phil.
Thank you. Given that the president said the other day the SALT cap, we don't want to benefit Democratic governors. If the Senate was to reduce that SALT cap or make any type of changes, would he support that? Or is this a situation where done is beautiful and he just wants to pass it?
Well, look, it's a hypothetical question, obviously. Negotiations.
Well, guys, make sure you guys double tap the screen, like the video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every night.
Well, correct. And the bill passed, didn't it? So
Yes,
now
it
it's
did.
off to the Senate where additional negotiations will take place, and we'll see how it goes. Michael.
Caroline, two questions on the beautiful bill. One of the campaign promises from President Trump was no tax on Social Security. Now, due to congressional rules, that wasn't able to be included in this bill. How does the president plan to follow through on that campaign promise?
Well, this bill did address taxes for our seniors. It actually allows them to take off significant money from their Social Security payments, get more money back, I should say, put more money in their pockets for various reasons. So this bill delivers on that promise. That's the view of the White House.
Secondly, you had two Republicans last night that voted against this bill, Congressman Massey and Davidson. Does the president think that they should be primaried?
I mean, it tells you something. Republicans are pretty much fighting to not tax overtime, but the congressional, pretty much the rest of Congress is like, or AKA the Dems is pretty much telling you, yeah, nah, we don't want that. But for some reason, the Dems have always been trying to sell the story of cutting taxes, pretty much raise government spending. I mean, they said the same thing like during the election. For some reason, the Dems always sell this image of, oh, well, if you pretty much let the people keep more money, then that's going to raise spending on the government. And I always just say that is funny how these guys operate. I mean, I can see why they love taxes so much, because higher taxes mean that the government, and here's the thing, I mean, it's completely faulty logic, because look what happened under Biden. But due to them, pretty much them saying that because we could take more money from you, the government spends less, when that has not been the case. And like I said, that's their hypothesis, But Trump's hypothesis for some reason is wrong when we're saying that, oh, well, why can't it just work the other way around? And because we're adding growth to the economy, there's going to be less spending. Because people are having better take-home pay because we're cutting taxes, that's going to lead to a growth in the economy. Therefore, the government don't really got to spend that much. And we're also cutting spending on government programs. So how are we spending more by taking less from the American people? Can you please explain that one more time for me, Democrats?
I believe he does, and I don't think he likes to see grandstanders in Congress. What's the alternative? I would ask those members of Congress. Did they want to see a tax hike? Did they want to see our country go bankrupt? That's the alternative by them trying to.
And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says, Fox's mom does it every night. This man. Hey, shout out.
To vote no, and the president believes the Republican Party needs to be unified, and the vast majority of Republicans clearly are, and are listening to the president. They are trusting in President Trump, as they should, because there's a reason he's sitting in this Oval Office. It's because he's the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party, not just a president for Republicans, but all Americans. The president's approval rating is at an all-time high right now, and it's because he knows how to deliver, and Republicans like Thomas Massey and others should take note. Stephen.
Building on the question about social security, the bill includes the president's promises to address taxes on tips and overtime. Could you say his feelings about the income cap? Is he satisfied where that landed? And also on a different matter, can you comment on the investigation that the Justice Department has into Andrew Cuomo?
As for the first question, the president is clearly satisfied where the bill landed because it passed. Again, now it has to go to the Senate, so changes could certainly be made. As for your second question, I would defer you to the Department of Justice. Caroline. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Can you explain the decision to totally shake up FEMA leadership just a week before hurricane season?
You'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security in terms of leadership, but certainly the administration, and I know the national.
You know, so crazy when people say much are being like, oh, the rich benefits from it. They can't even tell you how the rich benefits. Please, guys, explain to us how the rich benefits off the big, beautiful bill. You don't know. You guys just say it without even substantiating it. But we can tell you how this big, beautiful bill benefits middle-class workers. We could definitely tell you that. I mean, actually, no, how about this? I'll go ahead and complete your argument for you. This helps the corporate elites or the rich by what? Rolling back regulations so they can get projects started sooner and help get jobs pushed out there. Please tell me how that's bad again. I mean, please.
Security Council here at the White House is monitoring storms and natural disasters that are happening across the country at all times. We're briefed on those. The administration is briefed on those, and Secretary Noem is leading that effort for sure. Go ahead.
Gears, Carol.
Yeah, just following up on Warren Davidson, I wanted to read you his quote that he posted online. While I love many things in the bill, promising someone else will cut spending in the future does not cut spending. Deficits do matter, and this bill grows them. Why should that get a Republican primary?
This bill saves $1.6 trillion for the American taxpayer.
Right.
It saves more than any bill that has ever passed Capitol Hill has. In fact, by double. The next bill saved $800 billion.
Because for some reason, like I said, the Dems like to sell this lie to the American people, or well, that because you guys cut taxes, because we cut taxes, that's an increase in government spending, when that idea has been proven wrong multiple times. Because they've been increasing taxes this whole goddamn time, and the deficit or the spending has still went up. We're still doing deficit spending. So come on, Dems. I mean, sorry, but you guys rose taxes, but nothing really worked out the way you said it would. But Trump actually cut taxes, and everything worked out pretty well. So I don't know if we could sit here and trust the Dems' math on this one when, you know, they're pretty much championing taking more taxes from us. And then they want to frame it as, you know, a decrease in government spending.
This bill saves $1.6 trillion. So this is a very good bill for the American people, the American taxpayer. And I believe, as an outlet put it, with a headline this morning, it might have been Politico actually, they wrote that the American people are going to be flush with cash when this thing is signed into law. And that's a good thing for American taxpayers. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, what is the president doing to win Senate passage by July 4th? And does that include work to eliminate carried interest and make business tax cuts permanent? Where is he on those issues?
Well, look, this bill literally just passed the House of Representatives. So now our team is suiting up for discussions with the Senate side of Capitol Hill. The president, again, said this morning he hopes to see this bill at his desk as soon as possible, and he'll be engaged in the process to get it through the Senate, just like he was to get it through the House of Representatives.
What kind of assurances did he give the Freedom Caucus members to kind of ensure that this would get through last night was changes to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac part of that equation, changes administratively to Medicaid as well?
Well, I was in that meeting yesterday with the president and House Freedom Caucus, and he told them how he wants to be a cheerleader for them, a cheerleader for the Republican Party and for the country. And Republicans faced a pivotal moment yesterday. They could have voted to bankrupt the country and increase taxes by $4 trillion, or they could vote for this one big, beautiful bill, which cuts taxes and saves American taxpayers money. And he put that proposition before them, and clearly they heeded the call because the bill passed last night.
Yep, Caroline. So on
Or this morning, rather.
the
Every day is going into the next. Go ahead.
The Netanyahu call. Just curious, did the president raise the flow of aid into Gaza? Is he happy with where that situation is right now?
Not to my knowledge, but I can certainly go back and check.
And then, did you have any reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling about the religious charter school today, as well as Justice Coney Barrett's decision to recuse herself?
We'll get you an answer on that case specifically. Sure.
You mentioned the president has a good relationship with Leader Thune. Has he talked to him specifically about the plan to get this through the Senate? Does he plan, or is he going to reach out to Republicans who have voiced concerns?
Not to my knowledge. Has he spoken to Leader Thune this morning? He very well could have. I just wasn't briefed on that call. We can go back and check for you. The president did speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. He also had a call with President Sheinbaum this morning. He was receiving his intelligence briefing. He's been very busy all morning. But again, he certainly intends to remain active and engaged in these negotiations with the United States Senate to get this bill done.
And just following up on the dinner tonight, you mentioned this is not a White House dinner, but the president is always the president. And the Trump family is making money off of this. So can you just explain, how is this not the president using the office to enrich himself?
All of the president's assets are in a blind trust, which is managed by his children. And I would argue one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president back to this office is because he was a very successful businessman before giving it up to publicly serve our country. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Last week, the president told Brett Baer that he trusts his people, but thinks that the official narrative on his assassination attempts are, quote, a little bit odd. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino said days later that there's no conspiracy to find, and as he put it, quote, the there that you're looking for is not there. My question is the president personally satisfied with the investigations into the attempts on his life? And does he agree with Deputy FBI Director, or does he think there's more to it?
Well, in the lead up to your question, you answered your own question with the president's own words, and I'll leave it at that. Sure, go ahead, Haley.
Well,
Thank you, Caroline.
Haley, go
Well.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to follow up on his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu in his effort to reach a deal with Iran. Does he feel like he has the Prime Minister's support in this effort at this point, or did the Prime Minister raise concerns to him in this conversation?
I will get further into the private discussion between the president and the prime minister, but surely they have a good relationship, one that's built on transparency and trust. And the president has made it very clear to not just Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also the world, that he wants to see a deal with Iran struck, if one can be struck. He does not want to have to take the latter option, the more severe and negative option. He wants to see a deal. The president is a deal maker, and he believes strongly in diplomacy, and he's made that clear to the prime minister, but also to all of you and, frankly, the rest of the world. Mary.
Okay.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, one on the terror attack last night and then another on the big, beautiful bill. Do you or President Trump have a message to politicians like Ilhan Omar, who only this morning explicitly avoided condemning this act of terror?
It's despicable. And frankly,
exactly. It's like, dog, I'm not pro-Israel at all when it comes to what's going on in Gaza, but even I could sit here and be like, yeah, that's wrong. And I feel bad because it was a young couple. It's like, that ain't it. That's not how we do stuff. And this only perpetuates the hatred that's already going on with the Muslim community and the Jewish community. You guys are already butting heads over this enough. Now this just throws oil on top of it. So, man, I just hate to see it. Honestly, I do. Like, really.
A rise in anti-Semitic protests, of pro-Hamas protests, of terrorist sympathizers. We saw them on our college campuses, and we've seen the Democrat Party turn a blind eye and in some cases actually embrace such anti-Semitic illegal behavior. And that's why this administration has done more than any administration in history to crack down on anti-Semitism. As you know, in January, when the president took office, he signed a new executive order to combat anti-Semitism. He created a commission focused on doing just that. The Justice Department announced their task force as well. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has revoked thousands of student visas from campuses where these pro-Hamas terrorist campus agitators and violent protests took place. And we've also withheld funding from those very campuses as well in an effort to combat anti-Semitism. So the president's made it very clear that such hatred will have no place in our country.
Thank you. And then on the big beautiful bill, I know there's a provision that the House included that defunds Planned Parenthood, not only because of the fact that it's the nation's largest abortion provider, but also because it's, I think, the biggest distributor of transgender hormones right now, even to minors, according to Live Action. So is the president committed to making sure that provision stays in the Senate?
The president has maintained a very clear commitment to ensuring that this administration and the American people's tax dollars are not funding any institution. That includes hospital systems that are funding the chemical castration and mutilation of children. We're not going to tolerate taxpayer dollars going to such efforts. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned at the top of the briefing that the migrants were to be sent to a third country. I was just wondering, could you share any more on, which countries the administration has struck these agreements with and what that agreement with South Sudan specifically looks like?
Well, first of all, I won't litigate foreign policy from the podium, but what I will reiterate is the absurdity of this ruling from a district court judge in Boston who is just creating new immigration laws out of thin air. This administration, let me be very clear, because there have been a lot of fake headlines about this deportation flight over the last 2 days. This administration has complied with all court orders. And the individuals whose names I just revealed and whose criminal histories I just spoke of that are on this flight, every single one of them had a final order of removal from our country. In fact, one of these violent illegal criminals had a final order of removal given to him in 1999.
Damn.
2 years after I was born. This individual, this criminal, has been living in our country for an entire generation. And now we have a district.
God damn, hold on. How old is Caroline Levy? Hold on. She said 1999? Dang.
Court judge who is trying to tell the president and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security that an illegal criminal murderer who's been hiding in the shadows in our country for nearly 30 years cannot be deported from United States soil. That not only is undermining our entire immigration system, but it is also undermining our diplomatic negotiations with countries around the world. How are countries on this earth supposed to trust the United States government and these good faith diplomatic negotiations when these countries accept these repatriation flights? How are they supposed to trust us if we have radical district court judges who are going to say, no, you can't do that? And now these illegal criminal murderers and rapists have to sit in Djibouti with our ICE agents who now have to sit there for more than 2 weeks without the proper resources. This judge is not only undermining our immigration system, undermining our foreign policy and our national security, but this judge is undermining the safety of the ICE agents who are putting their lives on the line to remove this list of illegal criminal terrorists. It's truly despicable what's happening in our court system, and the president and this administration hope that the Supreme Court will do what it needs to do to rein in these liberal activist judges. And the Supreme Court has already said it is well within the president's purview to dictate foreign policy, and a radical district court judge should not be getting in the way of that.
Yep. I mean, also within the Aliens Enemies Act is up to the president's discretion as well, like, on what this foreign entity is also doing. So a lot of things are on the president's discretion, and they just don't like that. They just don't like that. But all right, now let's get into this breakdown of the bill, man. Shout out to this man, Steven Crowder. He had a pretty good breakdown of it.
When you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans.
Yeah. Careful, it'll take him 4 hours to wipe the smile off my face.
Domino,
big, beautiful bill. We're not talking about black guys anymore. So, President Trump's big, beautiful bill passed early this morning. And the main conversation centers around, of course, you guessed it. Hey, old people are going to die in the streets. No, I know you're thinking of Governor Whitmer, but they want you to think Donald Trump and Medicaid. Here you go.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
Barely.
USA.
Wow. So a couple of, don't do that.
That's a little weird. Not enthusiastic.
No. It almost sounds like he hates America.
Yeah, he does. USA.
Sure, Dad. So, a couple of things that it does do, it raises the cap on the SALT deduction to $40,000. That allows taxpayers, to deduct state property income sales tax from the federal tax bill. It's going to phase out tax credits for low carbon electricity production. And it's going to reimburse states for money spent on border security, or at least it was spent under Biden. And then the big thing that everyone is warning you about, Chicken Little, the Medicaid sky is falling, the Medicaid sky is falling. And President Trump, this bill, the primary gripe is it is going to kill, that a claim truth is coming up. It is going to kill all kinds of Americans.
So estimates show that it could affect as many as 8 to 10, sometimes some say 13 million people could lose their Medicaid coverage because of this bill.
If I don't believe in her, does she die?
Those cuts.
No, that's the real Slim Shady.
Not only hurts the millions of families that lose their health care coverage, it hurts their communities, it hurts their local hospitals and health care providers.
Even though Trump told Republicans on the Hill today, don't F around with Medicaid, his plan will do just that by enforcing work requirements that would result.
Oh, you're complaining about work requirements.
Coverage.
Wow. Complaining about work requirements for Medicaid. Oh, you're so evil, guys. I mean, how dare these guys have to put in just a little bit of work just to get some full-blown benefits? How dare us ever ask for people to do something for us in order to get something in return?
8.5 million people will lose access to Medicaid. That's almost twice the population of Kentucky on the far end.
It's offset by spending cuts, including deep reductions to Medicaid, which CBO estimates will leave millions of people without Medicaid benefits.
When you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans.
Yeah. Careful, it'll take him 4 hours to wipe the smile off my face. Let me clarify, and all references are available, links in the description, okay? There has been misinformation out there, of course, from the left, and unfortunately some fact-checking on the right that is incorrect as well.
Yeah.
So go check out the reference that we're providing. It's this important, and it's really easy to refute this, okay? Key fact number one, the bill, does impose some work requirements. That would begin, it seems, on December 31st, 2026. Guys, can you make sure that there was some argument about it being pushed to 2029? I want to make sure that they settled on 2026, in which case, good. Now, it only affects the work requirement. Able-bodied, childless adults, meaning single, able-bodied adults.
I mean, yes, if you're a single, able-bodied adult, why are you on Medicaid? You should be out there working. Like, come on now. Is that too much to ask for, guys? Or you guys are just turning to full-on socialists and you just want full-blown handouts? Like, come on now, be real with me. Come on, it's okay to admit you're a little socialist.
Ages 19 to 64. So not people at retirement age. So I know what you're thinking. If you are young, but you are not able-bodied, this does not affect you. If you are young, able-bodied, but you have children, this does not affect you. And I think it should. Now, to be clear, if you don't remember this, in 2014, the ACA, it broadened the eligibility for Medicaid to include low-income, childless adults, meaning single people, in many cases, single burnouts without kids.
Low-income, childless adults. Yeah, I'm sorry, but now, if you're low income with kids, okay, I'm all for it. For the kids, of course, but not for you, but for the kids. Remember that part. But if you're a low income adult with no kids, I have no sympathy in my heart from you. You better get your ass out there and get it.
Kids who aren't working, collecting Medicaid. You, the American worker, you foot that bill. Just to be clear. So now 23%, with that change in 2014, 23% of all Medicaid recipients are childless, able-bodied adults. That number could be as high as 18 million people. Wow. Just to be clear. And there's a variance there, but let's call it an even 10. So, work requirement. If you are a young, non-retirement age, single, able-bodied adult who does not work, the work requirement will require you to work 80 hours a month, to get Medicaid, to get free crap. Jeez. Also, school and community service count toward the 80 hours. They have an equation where it's not a full hour to hour, but the point is, if you're full-time,
20 hours a week and you good to go. And you're right back on your Medicaid. So pretty much we're just asking you to work Do volunteer work. You don't even got to work a job. You can go out there and volunteer for 20 hours a week and you could have your Medicaid benefits still. But you just got to do something for the community. Or you got to go out there and work and get into the private sector. Either way, your ass is going to be moving for this money. You're going to shake that ass in a circle for this American taxpayer money. Really, you're just going to go out there and work or do volunteer work. So excuse the language.
I'm a student. You can still get it. Maybe work a few hours, 80 hours a month. In other words, hey,
well, that's like 20
if you've been receiving these benefits for, let's say, years, let's say a decade, and you're an able-bodied 30-year-old with no children, you need to work really, really, really part-time to get free stuff from the American worker, busting his or her ass, paying for their own health care. That's what this says. It doesn't go far enough. Comment if you agree. What do we...
Facts. I really don't think it go far enough. I really want to see them work like at least a part-time. At least they got to put in like 25 hours a week. I don't know if I want them to really put in 35 hours a week, to be quite honest with you. But hey, I hear what he's saying. Like 80 hours a month. What are you guys complaining about? And it don't even have to be work. It could be volunteer work.
Anyone who protests this, what are you saying? That you should be able to, as an able-bodied adult in the United States with no responsibilities, no children, to contribute nothing and get...
And that is the problem. It's like the whole bunch of people who don't even want to contribute children, don't even want to contribute to the future of America, but want to honestly suck on the teat of American taxpayer money. Like, I don't like that. I'm being quite honest with you. Like, you guys do not deserve that Medicaid. You need to go out there, do some community work. So either be a help to your community, or I mean, hey, if you want to just pop out and have some kids and, you know, put towards the workforce, why not? Why not go ahead and put towards the American future? I'd much rather you get a job, but hey, it is what it is.
Free stuff?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
80 hours a month.
That's nothing, dude. That's what, less than 3 full days?
That's
2 10-hour days on the weekend. You can work Saturday, Sunday, and then
it's barely even, it's like a half job. And by the way, I want us to be careful with that because God forbid a fire broke out. Yeah, that's not gonna
hot. Oh, half the building.
I don't like the idea of a half job. What if Michelangelo quit halfway through? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I prefer sausage.
He has to make sure he communicates that, otherwise kids won't learn math. So
it's educational.
Key fact number 2. Illegals will be kicked off Medicaid. And I know what you're thinking.
Hey. All right. Shout out Seth. She says she has something to say. Hey, so what you got to say on this whole Medicaid situation?
Well, for one thing, if they don't have disabled and they're able to go out and work, they should go out and work a lot more than just that, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually being very nice still.
Yeah, extremely generous. Honestly, it was too generous, them not having to do nothing at all. Honestly, I think they just test the laziness of these people. Like, if you're honestly crying about people having to work 80 hours a week, it kind of shows what the left truly wanted. It's like, yeah, y'all socialists, y'all really wanted free handouts. Like, they don't got to do nothing for the community or anything.
But they're still going to complain about that. Just that little tiny
80 hours a month, not a week. There's people doing 80 hours a week. They're complaining about a month.
But that
y'all are
ain't
soft. They are soft.
And the ones that are soft and they argue and everything like that, I have told other liberals, even on TikTok already, I'm like, you guys don't understand how lucky you guys have it. You guys can go out and drive your car whenever the hell you want to. I can't drive a car. I have epilepsy and other different bone joint, with my legs and shit. My doctors will not let me drive. Like, let alone like everything else. Like, okay, it's like they don't realize how lucky they have it.
I know, right? And then here's the thing: is like they don't, and it's kind of sad because they don't realize that there's really people like you out there who's honestly on Medicaid, Social Security, who honestly, you're one of those people that we wanted to be for. not the guy who's just sitting at home collecting it and is able to go out there and work or do something for their community and just says F it.
And just eating on the couch and eating bonbons all day.
Yep, but it can go out there, drive, do all this other wild stuff, while there's people who actually on Medicaid that can't do none of that, and that's who we meant for it to be for. Like, I know the entitlement is wild.
And I could be sitting here eating bonbons all day and be like, okay. But no, I go out and I go and take walks and stuff, and I go and ask people if they want help. In my area right here, I'm not in a 4-story building. There's always somebody that needs some kind of help because there's older people that live here too. So, but
okay,
like I said, I could be sitting on my ass and go and be like, okay, I'm gonna eat bonbons all day and I'm gonna gain a whole bunch of weight.
Yep, and just eat on what Social Security, Medicaid, whatever.
Right.
That's crazy how they even let 23% of people even get off like that. Like, you're really telling me that y'all was okay with letting low income, childless people get Medicaid?
Mm-hmm.
Wild. Nah, they gonna have to work 80. Yeah. And here's the thing, like I said, is either 80 hours of working or 80 hours of volunteer work. Like, take a pick. It's not that bad.
Plus, they also should bring back the whole proving you are like even more you are disabled. Because even when I know that they stopped it for a while, I don't remember why. Don't quote me on it. I have to do the research on it, or I have to ask my dad. My dad knows a lot of more things when it comes to other things too. I actually wish I was right by my dad right now. If you think I'm a talker, good luck shutting him up when it comes to facts.
But all right. Well, oh yeah, was there anything else you want to share, Steph?
Like I said, I'll have to get back to you on that other one. But as for the mental one, if anybody has mental and they're on disability for mental, it's usually every 2 years they're supposed to go to a Social Security, their own psych person. So that way they can make sure that, they're still what they, said that they were, blah, blah, blah,
No,
blah.
that's a slippery slope as well. I mean, how long can you fake the pressure and anxiety for, or fake a mental disorder? I mean, but when you can damn near fake being bipolar all your whole life. But all right, though, let's keep it going though.
Hands up in the air.
All right, Seth, appreciate you for coming on. All right. And shout out Seth once again. Oh man, shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, never fear, Fox is here, man. Shout out to my man. What's good, big dog?
Good. Didn't Hakeem Jeffries claim that not a single illegal alien gets Medicaid? Yes, he did, but he's an idiot. Here you go.
And under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one.
Well, except that what he meant to say is 1.4 million people are going to be removed, and this
not
includes
one.
illegal aliens where they're not getting it directly from federal funding, but to state programs that effectively use this as a kickback.
Yes.
Okay, you can go check the reference. Also, around 2 million illegal aliens got Social Security numbers through Biden's work authorization loophole. So we'd have no way of knowing how many
I know, and they were trying to say, oh, they had non-voting Social Security numbers, or said non-voting on a Social Security number. That's a lie. That is a lie. But he did give them, what was it? Social Security numbers for work, pretty much, which is hilarious. It is hilarious because it's like, yeah, he was giving out Social Security numbers willy-nilly, and then we're wondering why Social Security numbers are going into the hundreds of years of use. Crazy.
Illegals are actually on Medicaid, but as far as them benefiting from funding that ultimately comes from Medicaid, 1.4 million illegal aliens will no longer get that free ride.
And he knows that. So
of course he knows that.
One of my problems with this is you can make these arguments. You can have a good faith discussion about how we should handle Medicaid in this country. But what you can't say is what he just said.
Because I mean, they're not going to give you the genuine argument of, yeah, well, the 15 million you guys are complaining about, 1.4 million is illegal immigrants. And then the other, well, I mean, I guess with the left would be what, the 14.6 million left would be, low income childless adults between the ages of 18 and 55. I mean, do you really think that those guys should just get Medicaid for no reason at all? Just get taxpayer money. They're not really contributing anything at all, not even a kid. Like, I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know about that.
Because he's trying to make it seem like this doesn't happen at all. And he knows full well. That's why he chose to say it very specifically, federal funding. It's just like the Planned Parenthood thing. Well, we don't put any money towards funding abortion. It's fungible, right? If you're paying for everything else on the other side, they can use all of their resources to pay for the other thing. If the states are getting tons of federal dollars, well, then it's up to the state and they're giving it to illegals. It's federal money going to illegals.
By the way, can someone, Mission Control, pull a clip from someone saying, back in 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, saying there are no federal dollars that go to abortions, that go to Planned Parenthood.
Zero.
And then we can play the new AOC clip, because if that was true, that was their talking point back.
No, I ain't gonna lie, Fox Chase. I do kind of agree with you on that one. And probably not for the reason you think, because the reason I agree with you, because I'm like, you know what? We do need to take away that rug from a lot of mostly women who benefit from that. Yeah, we need to take that rug away from them so they can start relying on, their community, or AKA their families, or start creating families instead of, having an incentive to go into Section 8, especially in my community. I mean, I'm telling you, is there it's kind of crazy. Like, the reason why the Black community is so liberal is because, we just benefit too much on government handouts, and it has to stop. And you damn near got to tear it away from us. So once you tear it away from us, I'm pretty sure we'll kind of depend on each other instead of crying about government handouts from a white man that we call evil. I mean, I know, right? Ironic.
Back then, then there would be no problem with key fact number 3, no more money for abortion or gender transition. Now they're lamenting it. Well, hold on a second. You said no money goes to Planned Parenthood.
Should be good.
Kind of like you said, well, hold on a second. What are they going to do for mammograms? And then we asked the question, so how many mammograms has Planned Parenthood ever performed? Oh, that's right. 0 ever.
You called around.
0 ever. Yeah, we called around. None. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's not a big deal since there's no federal funding. Oh, wait, hold on. Why are you protesting this bill now? If we're ending funding for Planned Parenthood and abortion? Oh, you were lying. So the bill restricts any payments to abortion providers like Planned Parenthood. There are the exceptions, which is what the left always uses for rape, incest, medical necessity of the mother. I think that's too broad, but that's my opinion. For people who think that this is the extremist Handmaid's Tale administration, they provide the exceptions. So when someone argues with you about abortion, just don't even go down that rabbit trail. Go, yeah, okay. What about all the other abortions? Should they at least not be federally funded? Can I not pay for it through my tax dollars? They want abortion all the way up until birth, with, by the way, no prerequisites, taxpayer funded, period. Okay? That is what they want, or they wouldn't be furious about this bill. So the exceptions include rape, incest, medical necessity of the mother, and if both parents are these people. Yep, that makes sense. Also,
how
many times has that guy died?
I don't know. It bans Medicaid funding for gender transition for adults and, of course, for children. Things like puberty blockers, hormone replacement, surgeries.
Good.
Remember you said
Medicaid for transgender surgeries and hormone replacement surgery? Yeah, no. No. We're not doing that. No. On Medicaid dollars? Yeah, no.
But you said, well, we're not funding that. That's not. Then, of course, we heard Kamala Harris saying that taxpayers should fund that for inmates. So we recap work requirement. If you are an able-bodied young American without children and you only have to work 80 hours a month, no more illegal aliens collecting it, and we're not going to be funding elective procedures. Let's call it that, like abortions in this country. You can still get one in your state, depending on your state law. We're just not going to be funding it federally. It almost sounds like we're trimming waste and fraud so that it can be a program that's solvent. Let's go to the final one, because this is another. I don't know why they're mad about this. Key fact number 4, better auditing and reporting requirements. And the left is mad about this. This means that Medicaid beneficiaries will have to verify their eligibility 2 times a year instead of once a year. Almost like collecting unemployment benefits, except in that case, you have to do it every week or biweekly.
Yeah, it's way less than unemployment.
That's awesome.
Twice a year, you got to check in and go, yep. I
But
still have a
It
job.
takes like 5 minutes to check it. You could do it online. I mean, it's pretty easy.
They say no illegals. There's not one dime. Oh, okay. Well, then this should be pretty easy to just file a form twice a year. Well, no, that's too much of a burden.
Oh, really?
That's right. You want to buy votes. Again, check the references.
Oh, remember, these are the same people that says computers. What you mean? We can't. People in black communities, they have a hard time using computers. They can't use computers. I'm like, really? Or voter ID, black people, but these minorities, they don't know how to get an ID. You're keeping them away. That's why we shouldn't need ID. You should just let these guys vote. Really? It's like, what you mean? They're too like unsophisticated to get an ID. The BMV is too complicated for them.
This is really, really easy to fact check. If the left is telling you that they're taking Medicaid away from grandma or grandpa or a disabled veteran, they're lying to you, and they are knowingly lying to you. Yes.
So we've got the Planned Parenthood post from April 13th, 2017 right here. I'll read it to you really quickly. Federal funds don't pay for abortion. The Hyde Amendment has been restricting low-income people's abortion rights for 40 years. So, fact check.
All right.
Thank you, Planned Parenthood. It's good to know that you don't care about this bill.
Then there should be then we have no issue.
Yeah. It would always be suspicious when somebody says we should not ban this because it's already banned.
Yeah.
I'll always think you're hiding something.
It's
I'll
always
always
something,
think there's some kind of technicality.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're trying to protect that thing that's not happening.
Right.
Josh, you're 100% right. We shouldn't worry about illegals voting because it's already illegal for them to vote.
Man, shout out Fox. He says, we used to have teenagers work summer jobs on farms. Bring those programs back, man. Oh, God, bring back those programs. I miss them. And I mean, Fox Chase, you pretty much said, so you want our kids to go out there and pick cotton like the immigrants, like they're supposed to do? And make all the racist comments in the world without noticing it, man. Shout out Democrats, man. You guys are hilarious, man. Hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, do anyone get Social Security numbers? I can't tell you that. No.
Like Fox Chase, you want your teenager to work like an immigrant? That's what we use illegals for.
No. Why not? Because you're a stranger.
I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Also, a bonus fact here. We were talking about Medicaid generally, but of course, the bill also includes some SNAP reforms, which are entirely sensible, which, yeah, you called it, means the left is bitching and having a meltdown.
As somebody representing one of the poorest districts in this country,
we can do something about it.
Median income around $30,000.
Oh, Alabama. Okay, so you're a Democrat in Alabama, and you're one in the second district. You're pretty much in one of the poorest districts, and you're a Democrat. I mean, yeah, that adds up. I did always say, like, these Dems like to run off on, oh, well, these red cities are the one. I mean, these red states are the poorest, or these red states have the worst, education levels. But then you look a little deeper and you realize that, well, it's actually the blue cities within these red states that's pretty much driving down the numbers, but driving up the crime rate. So, yeah, I know, right? So, Democratic city equals what? High crime and high poverty. High poverty.
As 1 in 4 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. They cannot afford to lose access to SNAP benefits.
Maybe let the taxes go up for the wealthy so that you don't have to do as much to cut for people who don't make very much money. That includes SNAP cuts.
Well, they make no money because they don't work.
Nutrition assistance program.
It is a disaster for the 16 million children, 8 million seniors, 4 million people with disabilities, and over 1 million veterans who rely on SNAP to put food on the table.
And you could look again at SNAP. I'll provide the reference here. It's very similar to the Medicaid requirements. It'll slash $267 billion over 10 years. Good. I think it still includes soda, things like that. Work requirements, just like you saw with Medicaid. Ages, 18 to 55, to be clear. Also, by the way, school counts here. So there are going to be some work requirements. When these people say folks who aren't making a whole lot, okay, well, then you would. Okay. Let's say someone's struggling to get by. All right. They're a young, able-bodied American. Is it wrong? This is why I say the idea of compassionate conservatism, which was coined by sort of the rhinos. I hate it because I think that conservatism is already compassionate in allowing people to reap the fruits of their own labor. Is it wrong? You think it's not compassionate? You think that we're dicks because we're saying, okay, you're a young, able-bodied American and you're getting a bunch of free stuff. Can you work 2 days a week at Dunkin'? Bruh. Can you work 2 days a week at Dunkin'? Can you do that to get all the free stuff? Because,
I mean, for real, like, especially you getting free food. I mean, yeah, you're getting free money to go get food. Can you at least put in, I don't know, 20 hours a week for your boy? Like I said, man, put in some work for this government assistance. That's all we asking. Like, do some community work or something. Like, that's all we're asking for, guys. Is that too much for y'all? 80 hours a month, 20 hours a week. That's all you need. And then we're going to set you up right.
We're working 40, 50, Mike, 60, 70-hour weeks. We're just asking, can you put in 20 hours a week to get all the free shit? Is that, oh, sorry, that makes us a fascist? We're done. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore because I don't want to live in a country where non-contributing zeros can collect a check. Now, I'm not saying that every single person is a non-contributing zero on Medicaid. I get that some people fall on tough times, but this is not Jimmy Braddock in the Great Depression, going in, collecting a few dollars so that he can get his kids back to pay the gas bill, and then giving it back to the welfare office. These are career, unemployed, chronically unemployed people who are now protesting the very idea of working 20 hours a week.
They could use that time protesting without a job.
Yeah, yeah.
Just writing a sign, they could write a resume.
Well, can we expect anything?
Yeah.
If we're going to give you free, can we expect anything if you are young, able-bodied?
Yeah.
And if we can't, can anyone answer why?
Yeah.
Why is it wrong for us to have any this is the only place that exists, by the way, is today's Democratic left. You understand that. This is the only time in human history where there has been one group in this country that says we can have no expectations of human beings in our society. We can build a society around people who contribute nothing with no expectations, and we can steal our way into prosperity and growth. That's never happened. I'm not saying we go back to Sparta throwing babies in a pit because they had a melanoma patch or a mole or whatever the hell it is. What I'm saying is, can you work 20 hours at Dunkin'? Can you go down to Dick's Sporting Goods and sort a few volleyballs twice a week? Is that fair?
I think it's fair to ask them to work. And if they can't do that, can you just go into your community and make it a better place to be? We used to venerate people who did that during the Great Depression when they were on the government dole. They didn't have any way out, and they couldn't sit around and just take money. They went out into the community and swept streets and cleaned up trash and tried to make their community a better place. You can volunteer and count for these hours.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned
your
that.
Community a better place. And you'll probably pick up some skills and stuff that maybe get a job if you can't right now. Like, what is this mentality? Just sit there and take money from everybody else and continue to vote for that. Of course you'd vote for that.
Yeah, you can do community service as your work.
Yes.
Yes. Your work requirement. Go coach or mentor some Special Olympics kids.
Yeah.
Learn what a real struggle is for once.
Yeah. Absolutely. And by the way, just so you know, this is a great example of conservatism at play. The Trump administration here, it's going to allow states to ban things like soda from SNAP.
Mm-hmm.
So Nebraska is going to be the first state, I believe, to do that. One of the top items, for example, in SNAP is soda.
No, the top. Not one of. It's the top.
That's right. It is the top. And Coca-Cola has lobbied to continue to include it, by the way. I would assume PepsiCo. I don't know if RC Cola has the budget for lobbyists, but
you leave RC out of this.
Yeah, President's Choice.
Dr. Thunder.
Yeah.
Fago.
I know all those.
Mr. Pibbs, like, can you put my name on there?
Yeah, throw me in, please.
So soda, hey, SNAP.
But all right. The next video. Now, everybody was, I don't know, like, I guess this Tim Dillon CNN interview was pretty good, but I didn't really see it, man. Let's see, though. Let's see what you guys think.
Good. Okay, great. Do you want to talk about your special?
Sure.
Give me the short version.
It's a comedy special on Netflix, and I think it's the most important thing ever, and it will change the course of human history. So you should watch if you'd like to be a part of that. As we know, podcasters are like the most important people in the world. Actually, we didn't know that, but now I've realized it, that we are the arbiters of all things, and comedians matter. Yeah. We thought we were just trying to get over stuff that our family did to us, but it's big news. So it's super important, and you should watch it with your whole family, and the course of history will change. There's a lot going on.
I've been researching comedy, essentially, the way comedy is now.
Yes.
So I've been talking to lots of people. And one of the comedians that I interviewed said that he thought more people were looking to people like you for their news and opinion because the news got a little dumber and comedians got a little smarter. Tell me what you think about that. Like, why is this happening?
Well, I think that the news has said a variation of the same thing for a very long time, and I think people just tend to get bored, right? I mean, you had institutions like this, you had institutions like Fox, and largely they fell, on opposite sides of the same question. So I think just the idea that you have different emerging platforms and different voices, people are just, saying, all kinds of things. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are the most insane things you've ever heard. Some of them have value. Some of them don't. I think it's just a lot more interesting to people, especially people who grew up online or are younger people, seem to gravitate towards that kind of media more than the kind of fake, stilted corporate speak of kind of the traditional legacy media. But I don't know if it's that comedians have gotten smarter or media's gotten dumber. I think media's just kind of...
I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's starting off a little bit slow. I thought he'd come in hot. All right, let's go to this Piers Morgan one about Biden's decline. This one, well, you know what? Debates are always good when Destiny's in it because the man's just so damn radical.
Step back. You see the way that people around Joe Biden used him for decades. All of these terrible things that happened, there was nobody home.
Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. I also want the health records of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of his failed assassination attempt. The bullet that grazed the ear.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like a mad conspiracy theorist.
There is an unbelievable layer of conspiracies here. The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it.
Trump is talking about Biden. The conservatives are talking about Biden. Everybody is talking about Biden. There is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives demonstrating again that they know nothing about medicine.
James Comey is a huge weirdo with artistic pretensions. Either Comey is the dumbest person on earth, or he knew what he was doing. And I want to be charitable. I think he kind of knows.
As a personal matter, everybody should feel nothing but genuine sympathy and concern for Joe Biden and his health. As a political matter, everybody should feel absolutely entitled to ask difficult questions. The Democratic Party, led by Joe Biden, said he was not only fit to be commander-in-chief, but to do it all again for another 4 years. Meanwhile, as Jake Tapper's book reports, he didn't recognize his friend and world-famous actor George Clooney. He forgot the names of even his closest and longest-serving aides. He was so frail, the staffers wanted to put him in a wheelchair and prevented even members of the cabinet from seeing him. The worries about his cognitive decline go back to at least 2019. Well, now we know that he probably had cancer for a large part of his presidency, but somehow, inexplicably, perhaps even defying credibility, it was not detected, or certainly not in a way that was related to the American public. Democrats are rightly upset that so much attention is being absorbed by the last president and not the current one. But who exactly is to blame for that?
I know, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, it's them, isn't it? The people who said Joe Biden was fitter than a racehorse and smart enough for Mensa at a time when he...
That's what I'm saying. Is like you guys spent the whole time gaslighting us about Biden's health. Pretty much said we don't know what we're talking about. We're conspiracy theorists. Then we were proven right. Then you guys want to say, why don't you guys move on already? Why don't you guys get past it? Because you sat there for 4 years lying. So I'm sorry if we don't want to. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's been about what, 5 months. Y'all have 4 years of gaslighting. So let us have 4 years of highlighting the hell out of it.
He should have been probably in a nursing home. It's very fair to ask, why should anybody trust them ever again? We're here to thrash it out. As the host of the Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Michael Knowles, the streamer and commentator Destiny, Wajahat Ali, host of the Democracy-ish podcast, and the Rubin Report host Dave Rubin, whose Don't Burn This World tour is heading for Hungary, Israel, and Australia, but disappointingly, I have to say, not to the United Kingdom as yet. But I await.
I thought you had me banned already. Isn't that what happened? We tried to come again.
No, we haven't. We're all wokies are banned, but you're allowed in. Well, gentlemen.
I don't know about that, Piers. Remember, no freedom of speech in y'all land.
Welcome to all of you. All been on Uncensored many times. Let me start with you, Michael Knowles. It's a legitimate question. I was appalled by the abuse, open mockery, and glee that greeted the news that President Biden has advanced aggressive cancer that's metastasized to his bones. Simply because on a human level, whether it was him or Donald Trump or anybody else, I just think if we've reached a point where the reaction to an elderly man potentially dying is treated with great glee, well, when they've served 50 years as a politician, I just think, I think it crosses the line. However,
Piers, I didn't see a lot of glee in the reaction. I'm not even just flacking for the GOP. From the established mainstream guys, I saw a lot of concern.
I'm not talking about mainstream. I'm talking about general, people on social media. And I think it's indicative of where.
Nah, even I felt bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. Shoot, I felt bad before the diagnosis even came out. Like when I looked through Biden's history, I'm just like, bro, I have 4 brain aneurysms. I didn't even know about the cancer diagnosis. I just knew about the brain aneurysm. So combining that with the fact that the man had cancer, I mean, to be quite honest, you looked at Biden's history, him like having dementia just made sense. I mean, the man had brain problems damn near all his life. So for him to pop out with dementia out of nowhere was actually pretty plausible. But I mean, the Dems never want to talk about Biden's medical history. Not at all.
Where social media has gone, it's become, as we all know, because we've all got a big following, it's become a sewer and a cesspit. Right. And I just think it's actually, interestingly to what you just said, it's incumbent on people who are in the more mainstream, if you like, and I would include all of us here in a way. It's important for us, I think, to try and moderate that kind of stuff as best we can by leading by example. However, it's an important example. However, I'm just not buying this sequence of events. When I saw Ezekiel Emanuel on MSNBC talking about the fact that from his position as a very, very eminent oncologist, it just defies credibility. They just discovered this about Joe Biden, that in his estimation, they probably knew about this or should have known or must have known for maybe 4 or 5 years, even before he got elected before. Just to me, none of this adds up because I've had PSA tests. I mean, I'm 60, right? I've had them in my 50s. Most men do. And if you're the president of the United States, you're getting test after test after test after test. So what do we think we're dealing with here?
I think J.D. Vance.
Yeah, shout out to Hellbase said, I've seen more I told you so than Glee, to be honest.
Vance exemplified the right reaction here, which is you say, look, we pray for the guy who has cancer, and we're all headed for the dust at some point. So, let's not be too cruel about it. But also, don't allow our sympathy to distract us from the legitimate political problem that we.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, here's the thing. I don't blame Biden. I don't. I mean, the man was damn near losing his mental faculties, and he's sick at the same damn time. I don't blame Biden. I blame his family, and I blame the administration for hiding it all these years. So like I said, y'all had 4 years of lying y'all asses off. So yes, we're going to spend the next 4 years highlighting every lie y'all told about Biden. And every time you want to say move on about Biden, I'm going, nope. Like I said, if you could spend 4 years lying about it, I could spend 4 years bringing it up. And shout out to my man, Fox Chase. How you doing, man? Oh, got your mic muted. You, Fox. Probably slipped him in there the wrong time. But hey, it is what it is.
We all have a right to discuss, which is we were lied to. We were lied to by the White House doctor. That White House doctor should probably lose his medical license. Mm-hmm. Either way, if you're telling me he somehow didn't catch it until moments ago, he's a terrible doctor or he's a liar. Either way, he needs to face serious consequences. Mm-hmm. The White House staff lied. The media lied. The Jake Tappers of the world lied. And that's a very serious problem because we already had very little trust in our established institutions after COVID. Now you've got the public health officials, the White House doctor, and you've got the White House staff yet again lying to us. One big irony in all of this, at a really low-end political level, the Democrats, when Biden's decline became clear, they decided to throw him out and replace him with Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. And just knowing how life expectancy and metastatic cancer progresses, the Democrats would have had a much better chance getting Kamala Harris into the White House had they not instituted a coup d'etat on Joe Biden. Had they just been, I don't know, a little bit more straightforward about everything.
Yeah, then it came in, I ain't gonna lie, then it came in like year three and be like, I ain't gonna lie, yeah, he got to step down. We're gonna go ahead and let Kamala run it until primaries. There you go. But to wait like damn near what, like when he get through like damn near almost halfway through the election, actually more than like what, like 3-4 months away from the election, Biden steps out. Like that was ridiculous. Like we're already through the halfway point to the election, and then like bro, 60% of the way through, Biden wants to drop out. Yeah, that was terrible timing. And then it's like, oh, the debate was even worse. And here's like I said, remember you Dems. Oh, what you mean? That was a great performance. Trump, the one who lost when Biden could barely pronounce his words. Like I said, you gotta try to really sell us on some crazy things. Let's not forget that.
Everything they might have gotten what they wanted, but their deceit did them in.
Yeah, but John Hatt, I mean, whichever way you look at this.
All right, man. Shout out to my man Fox Chase.
Hey, what's up,
how's it
bro?
going? It's all good, man. So what you thinking, big dog?
All right, well, I just got on, but I don't know if we were talking about, I don't mean to backtrack, but talking about the Section 8, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a single dad, and I've never been behind on child support. Here's my argument. So the federal government has a Title 4D, and that calls for all states to enact a child support program in their state. And that's when that goes to that's on the Social Security Act, I believe. Somewhere in there, it's in that.
Gotcha.
But anyway, that's fine. That's great. I believe every man should pay for that. But here's my argument. If we wanted to stop a lot of the Section 8, and you want to stop, everybody says, hey, all these kids, they don't have fathers in their lives, etc. Right? That causes crime. Okay. Then you have single fathers committing suicide because they don't get to see their kids because of the courts, and the mother's rights, because we all know the courts are always in the favor of the mother. So what they call a joint custody, because like I said, I've been paying child support for 16 years now. What they call is joint custody is equal to them, but in the eyes of law. But the way it is I get my kid 4 days out of the month. Now that's where they base my pay on. I'm not trying to draw this out here, but anyway, that's what they based on what I pay for them. So the less I see my kids, the more I have to pay. Okay. Well, of course the woman, so I went to court. Of course the woman wants as much pay a month as she can get. So what they do is their lawyer fights my lawyer and says, no, we only want him to, 4 days a month, every other weekend. Now that's called joint custody.
Yeah.
Out of those days, out of 1 year of my kid's life, I get to see them a total of out of 11 years, I get to see them 1 year of their life. And that's.
Oh no, bro, I'm not even gonna lie. It sounds like you're pretty much saying there is a wild incentive for these women to pretty much reduce the time spent with father so they can get more pay. So it's money over fatherhood.
It's absolutely true. That is what their lawyers fight for, because they want the most pay. Because now my lawyer's trying to fight to get. I want joint custody, meaning like, hey, give me 6 months, you get 6 months, right? Somehow let's work that out. Well, they don't want that because then she doesn't get as much pay. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. This is what I want to argue. If Trump or the federal government can step in and change that 4D Act to where, because they pay the states, they fund them for creating these programs. If they can somehow word it that the fathers are allowed to need to have more time, okay? So or you're not getting the fundings. So what you could alleviate is single mothers on SNAP, because now she's got to work, because now she don't get to say, oh, I got the kids all the time and you get to do whatever you want. Okay, you fought for that, right? Because that's why you wanted more money. You fought for that. But now that you got all the kids all that time, you're going to yell at me because I got more free time that I didn't want. It's a double-edged sword, obviously.
Yeah.
But anyway,
go ahead. So pretty much you're saying if we could just switch that around, or just eliminate it in general, but to switch it around where maybe they get, I don't know, but more pay for more time?
Well, I think the solution is, again, just allotting that the federal government says to the states, hey, you need to give fathers more time, because that's going to reduce crime, because now kids are in their father's life, their father in their kids' lives. Okay, so you could reduce crime, again, suicide rate for single fathers, but also you could reduce divorce rates, because it's an incentive to divorce, right? They've created that.
True, if you can just depend on the government after. If the government wasn't being used
government
as a
and the husband
divorce,
or the ex.
Yeah. Yep, that's true, because it is used as a safety net, and that's the problem about the courts. They're like, they create too much safety nets for breaking a vow or breaking up a family. There's too much of a safety net, and we really shouldn't be providing safety nets for that. But here we are, and this is why women leave marriages so easily, because they have this they got that safety net. If they didn't have that back in the day, and it was everything's bet on the family, then yeah, you're going to be more likely to stay within that family. And you know, this is why women leave for like such selfish reasons, such as
exactly
differences.
Exactly. And then they get to also say, oh, I got a deadbeat father, you know, because he doesn't get his kids. He could get his kids more often. You know, they like to say that he could get his kids more often if he wanted to. But see, now she's the judge and jury, because you got to ask and beg her, hey, can I see the kids a couple extra days this week? Right. Oh, now, you know, they hold that over. Look, I don't want to go into all that, but we all know those are cases of it. But what I'm trying to say is they are making it to where men are paying to stay away from their kids, because basically I'm paying to have my kids less. And what they need to do is they need to correct it and make it to where, because here's the thing, a lot of men aren't trying to be fathers. Okay. So you need to start holding the men accountable and say, no, you need to spend more time with your kids. A lot of guys probably, there's bad guys that just don't want more time with their kids.
I mean,
Now,
bro, I know a lot of guys that just pay the child support and keep it pushing.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't even barely see them on the 4 days they can a month.
Bro, I know a lot of guys that's okay with paying more just so they don't got to see the kids. So
I know exactly, and that's bullshit. But see, you could make an incentive. You could make an incentive to say, hey, look, if you know, if you see your kids more often, I don't know how they would do this, but the more time that you're with your kids, obviously, you know, the less you pay. Now that's you know, a big. I don't know how you'd work that out, but the federal government does have a key to this answer, and because they hold the the money to the states, and you know, for their funding for this program and stuff, and you know, just general funding. But there's so much benefit out of it. Like I said, you get single mothers off of this SNAP because now she's got free time, she can work. Okay, you know, there's a lot of benefit out of it, and I believe it's a Democrat corrupt way. The way it's ran is more democratically ran, because they like people being on the government.
It's ran on the guidelines of feminism, of women need this out. We don't want women to be, you know, subjugated to their husband, aka their family. It's like all this wild stuff. Yeah, it is rooted in feminist belief on why we should keep fathers away. Mothers know best.
Right.
We don't really need the dad, just need the money. Yeah. It's like, and look what that
and then bash the deadbeat dad. Yeah. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. And you know, and then there are things, so like also, so I have to pay child support up until they're 19. Fine. I have absolutely no problem with pay. I don't think any of that should stop, but time with my kids should change. It should not be, you shouldn't call that joint custody, because like I said, 1 year out of 11 years, I mean, literally my memories of my kids are when they're babies. You know what I mean? Because that's the time I spent with them. You don't get to see them grow up. And not in real time.
But I get what you're saying. It's like each week they come over, it's like a whole different person almost.
Exactly. Yeah. And then you start all over again. Wait 2 weeks, you know. But yeah, that's a shit life. It is, and they don't care. They really don't care about the kids. They say it's all they care about the kids. They don't give a shit. It's about the mother being on assistance and the dad being held accountable. Right? Pay his dues for helping make that baby. You know what I mean? It's and then, you know, the federal government could even step in also with this abortion shit. You could give fathers some rights on, hey, I helped made that kid. I should have a say on whether
that's why I used to say like a dual signature abortion should be a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like look, like lady, and then here's the worst part is like if you can't find the father, then I guess you're just gonna have that kid then, because I mean, there got to be like consequences for like honestly, be honest with you, whole activities. There have to be some type of consequence for this in order for women to stop. Because like I'm gonna be real with you, we got to have a couple sacrificial lambs. She went out there, she wanted to go have sex with willy-nilly, but we won't let you have the abortion because you don't know who the father is to sign off on the abortion. There should be something like that, and a couple girls need to get burned so women know better.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at some of your comments. You got Tim Harsh, pick better women. Okay, bud. Yeah, I mean, look, to his point, Michael Jordan has been divorced, right?
Yeah.
Some of the richest, most powerful men, they've been left. It doesn't matter, dude, who you are. The best of the best. The women get a payday. They get a paycheck.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, it'll damn near happen almost every man after in this 20th century.
I mean,
It's
like,
just
let's
common.
be real. If you ain't had not one failed relationship, I don't even think you really lived life for real.
Mm-hmm. Again, like I said, Tim Harsh, I had an attorney. It's not in the favor of the men. It doesn't matter. It's the judge. The judge is going to rule how he wants to rule. But yeah, I mean, you got, I love the commenters, but yeah, so there is an easy fix. And like I said, it's not in the favor of the children's health, because if they really cared about the children's mental well-being, they would have find a way for both parents to be in the lives. But
yeah, they definitely find a way to include the father more.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't work in the Democrat liberals' favor, their system.
Nah, because like I said, they want everybody on government handouts. No matter how they get you on there, they want you on there.
Right. Hey, Tim, that's great. I'm glad you have, but I've seen them divorce after 30 years. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it could. Never say never.
But all right, B, I'm about to go ahead and actually get this conspiracy hour up, since we went ahead and reached the goal.
All right, let's go, Kat.
All right, man. Appreciate that conversation, man.
All right, later.
All right, later, man. All right, let's get right back to it, guys. Let's go ahead and get into conspiracy hour. This should actually be a pretty good one. Dark oxygen.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. Two and a half miles beneath the Pacific Ocean is total darkness. No sunlight reaches there. No plants grow there. So when oxygen sensors on the ocean floor came back positive, the scientists thought it was an equipment failure. They tried again. Same result. Oxygen was being created not by plants or sea life. It was coming from rocks. Ancient metallic rocks that generate electricity. They produce enough current to split water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. They called it dark oxygen. This changes everything we know about the Earth's early atmosphere, and about the evolution of life, and about where we might find alien life. In 2024, the dark oxygen study stunned the scientific community. Researchers from dozens of fields and hundreds of organizations scrambled to understand the implications. But one organization wasn't surprised. They've known about these electric rocks since the 1960s. They even mined them in the 1970s. That organization is the CIA.
Espresso? No, I'm fine, thank you. I'll make it to myself right now.
A bill you can't pay, then another. Suddenly your mailbox is full of final notices. Your phone won't stop ringing. You don't answer, but you know who it is.
Hey, I want y'all to be happy that my ads are never that long. Okay, guys? I want y'all to take that appreciation. Take the time to appreciate how S.E.T's ads are not that long.
The Clarion-Clipperton Zone, or CCZ, looks like an underwater desert. It stretches across 1.7 million square miles of the Pacific. It's bigger than India, almost 2 miles down. Cold, dark, pressure that would crush any living organism. Or so we thought. In 1968, a Soviet submarine carrying nuclear missiles sank in the Pacific. The Soviets couldn't find it. The US government wanted that sub. The CIA launched Project Azorian to locate the sub. They needed a cover story. Deep sea mining fit perfectly. Eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes built a massive ship. They called it the Glomar Explorer. The public thought it was a mining vessel. It wasn't. Its only task? Recover that Soviet sub. The crew spent months searching for it. On March 8th, 1974, they found it. But they also found something else. Something far more important. The seabed was covered with strange metal-rich rocks called polymetallic nodules, each one about the size of a softball. To maintain cover, they actually studied the nodules. They weren't expecting to find anything unusual. That's when a simple recovery mission became a scientific breakthrough. These aren't ordinary rocks. They're ancient. A single nodule takes millions of years to form. Some are older than the oldest forests on Earth, older than the dinosaurs. They've been sitting on the ocean floor for millions of years, silently generating electricity. Each nodule generates about a volt, not much on its own. But they don't exist alone. They form vast fields, billions of nodules clustered together, connected through seawater, like batteries wired in series. Their power multiplies. The CCZ has about 21 billion tons of nodules. This could generate about 20 megawatts, enough to power a small city. Unlimited clean energy. Fast forward to 2022. Marine biologist Andrew Sweetman was studying seafloor ecosystems. His sensors detected oxygen where none should exist. Not just trace amounts, the levels tripled in just 2 days. His team confirmed the nodules generated electricity, strong enough to split water molecules, to produce oxygen in total darkness. The scientific community was shocked. The Pentagon wasn't. The CIA kept their research classified for decades. And the reason was simple. These metallic rocks have electromagnetic properties useful for weapon systems, for power generation, maybe even gravity manipulation. But there's a bigger mystery. Oxygen, water, and electricity are fundamental to life. These nodules might be the original source of Earth's oxygen, the original spark for life. And if they exist on Earth, they exist everywhere else. On frozen moons with underground oceans, on distant planets orbiting distant stars. NASA knows this. They're already redesigning their alien life detection instruments. Their next mission to Europa won't just look for microbes. It will look for electric rocks, for dark oxygen produced without sunlight on a moon hundreds of millions of miles from Earth.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Europa, Jupiter's sixth moon, is covered in ice. It's 390 million miles from Earth. It's also the best place in our solar system to look for alien life. Why? Because under the ice is a vast, dark ocean. It's been there for billions of years. It's 100 miles deep, 10 times deeper than any ocean on Earth. But does Europa have polymetallic nodules on its ocean floor? The answer is almost certainly yes. Until recently, scientists thought finding life on Europa was a long shot. No sunlight penetrates the ice. There's no photosynthesis, no oxygen. But the dark oxygen discovery changes everything. Europa orbits Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system. Jupiter's massive gravity creates enormous tidal forces. It squeezes the moon, makes it expand and contract. This creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat keeps Europa's ocean liquid. These conditions are perfect for mineral formation on the sea floor. But there's more. Radiation from Jupiter bombards Europa's surface ice. This triggers radiolysis, radiation splitting water molecules. This works in liquid water and solid ice. In 2024, Russian scientists proved radiation creates oxygen in Antarctica's ice. And if it happens in Antarctica, it happens on Europa, and on Enceladus, Saturn's sixth largest moon, and on countless other ice-covered moons and planets throughout the universe. This changes the math for alien life. Our galaxy has about 40 billion Earth-sized planets in the Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. Places where water stays liquid, where plants could grow, where sunlight could produce oxygen. But that only counts planets where photosynthesis works. If we include worlds with dark oxygen, that number jumps from billions of planets that could contain life to trillions. The dead zones of the universe could be filled with life. NASA's developing equipment to detect electricity on distant worlds, to find metallic distributions on alien sea floors, to detect electromagnetic fields from natural batteries. The James Webb Space Telescope can't see these things directly, but it can analyze atmospheres, detect chemical imbalances that might indicate dark oxygen at work. Polymetallic nodules don't just produce electricity. They split water. They generate oxygen. And on Earth, wherever there's energy, water, and oxygen, there's life. But any organisms evolved to use dark oxygen and this type of energy would be unlike anything we'd recognize. They wouldn't use DNA as we know it. They would form a shadow biosphere, hiding in plain sight for billions of years. We've been searching for alien life in all the wrong places, looking at planets bathed in sunlight, planets like Earth. But we missed something obvious. Most of space is dark and cold, far from stars. If dark oxygen exists throughout the universe, life could be almost anywhere. So we're probably not alone, and we probably never were. When biologists discovered life around deep-sea hydrothermal vents in 1977, they had to rewrite biology textbooks. Here were creatures thriving without sunlight. Tube worms with no mouths or digestive systems, blind shrimp, ghost white crabs, a whole ecosystem powered by heat and chemicals, not light. But the life around polymetallic nodules is even stranger. In 2023, scientists completed the most extensive survey of the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. They found over 5,000 different species living in the area, and 90% of those species were completely new discoveries. On the barren sea floor, in pitch darkness, 2 miles down, an ecosystem as diverse as anything on the surface. This wasn't just a few hardy creatures surviving in a harsh environment. This was a complex, thriving ecosystem. Many species were found living directly on the nodules themselves, drawn to the oxygen and the electricity. Specialized microbes had evolved to harness the electrical charge directly. They don't eat organic matter like most bacteria. They eat electrons. They're called electrotrophs. And this isn't science fiction. These microbes exist on Earth right now. Scientists have found them on shipwrecks, near undersea cables, and around the nodules. They represent an alternative path for life itself. While plants evolved to capture sunlight, these organisms evolved to capture electricity. If this sounds strange, consider how vast and deep the ocean is. It covers 65% of the Earth's surface. It's the largest habitable zone on the planet. And for billions of years, it's been mostly isolated from the surface. Life would evolve differently, adapting to survive enormous pressure, to survive without light, to use electricity as food. Some scientists believe the nodules aren't scattered randomly. They form networks, patterns. The distribution resembles a global circuit, like a vast computer network spanning the entire ocean floor. The nodules generate electromagnetic fields. The fields interact. They create a web of electrical connections, almost like neurons in a brain. Scientists call it the seafloor neural network. It's a controversial theory, but the evidence is compelling. Satellite measurements show subtle electromagnetic patterns emanating from the deep ocean, patterns that shift and pulse, that respond to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. Some scientists even link the nodules to maritime mysteries like the Bermuda Triangle, areas where ships and planes vanish without explanation, areas that happen to align with unusual concentrations of nodules and strong electromagnetic anomalies. Now, most researchers dismiss this as pseudoscience, but the US Navy has documented navigation equipment failures in these regions. Compasses spinning, electronics malfunctioning, the same effects you'd expect from powerful electromagnetic fields. Now, whether you believe these fringe theories or not, one thing is certain. These ancient electric rocks have been part of Earth's system for billions of years. They've influenced our planet in countless ways, and we're now destroying them. Deep-sea mining companies are already harvesting millions of tons of nodules. They're destroying in days what took millions of years to form. This could disrupt electrical fields essential to deep ocean life, or essential to all life. If the nodules produce oxygen, and they do, a sudden change in their activity could alter ocean chemistry in a way that could trigger an ecological collapse. It's happened before. The mining companies know this. They're doing it anyway. The discovery of dark oxygen forces us to reconsider what we know about life on Earth and beyond. But let's clean up some of the science. Here are the established facts. Scientists have confirmed that polymetallic nodules on the deep sea floor produce electric currents. These currents are strong enough to split water molecules and release oxygen. This happens without sunlight, without photosynthesis. It happens in total darkness. This process has been verified in laboratory settings. The voltage has been measured. The oxygen production has been documented. The phenomenon is real. The nodules contain valuable minerals, manganese, nickel, cobalt, copper. They formed over millions of years in a process so slow, it's almost impossible to comprehend. 1 centimeter can take several million years to develop. The ecosystems around these nodules are diverse. They contain thousands of species previously unknown to science. Many evolved to live directly on or around the nodules. But this is where certainty ends and scientific debate begins. Some researchers believe dark oxygen played a crucial role in the Earth's early atmosphere, maybe even before photosynthesis evolved. They point to geological evidence that shows oxygen appearing in bursts, regardless of what types of plants, if any, existed at that time. Others feel that dark oxygen, while fascinating, is a minor contributor. Most of Earth's oxygen still comes from plants and other photosynthetic organisms like algae and bacteria. Scientists also disagree about the ocean floor neural network theory. Some see evidence of patterns consistent with a global system, but skeptics say they're seeing patterns where none exists. Then there's the space connection. If dark oxygen exists on Earth, it probably exists elsewhere. On Europa, on Enceladus, on countless worlds throughout the universe. This changes our search for extraterrestrial life. We're no longer limited to the narrow band of planets where photosynthesis could occur. The habitable zone expands dramatically. So dramatically that any planet or any moon at any distance from any star could harbor life. Even rogue planets and asteroids in between systems, there could be life present. Then there's the environmental implications.
How dare you!
The mining industry says we have an urgent need for these minerals. Cobalt, nickel, and manganese are essential for batteries, for renewable energy, for storage to power electric cars, homes, even aircraft. They argue that deep-sea mining is less destructive than land-based mining. No forests are cleared, no rivers are polluted, no communities are displaced. Well, that's not exactly true, is it? Regulations were just passed, and mining has begun, just within the last couple of months. Now, once harvested, these ancient formations can't be replaced. Scientists have documented the test mining sites from the 1970s. Even after 50 years, the damage is there. The seafloor will heal, but it will take millions of years. Now, maybe mining the seafloor is the right decision. Maybe it's cleaner and safer than surface mining. Maybe these electrified oxygen-producing rocks can be removed without repercussions. Or maybe disrupting this network could lead to an ecological disaster. We really don't know. In Earth's history, there have been 5 extinction events. All of them coincide with changes in ocean chemistry. And 2 of those extinction events were caused specifically by lack of oxygen in the ocean. We're gambling with an ecosystem we barely understand. But we do know that when the Earth gets sick, it heals itself. And it doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. Bacteria, plants, animals, dinosaurs, 99% of all species that have ever existed are extinct. And if we're not careful, we could trigger the 6th global extinction event. And if we do, the next extinct species will be us.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I mean,
thanks for listening.
God damn it, I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty damn entertaining. Pretty damn entertaining. But let's get back to a little bit of the political discussion, and then we're gonna go ahead and close it on out. All right, guys. How long I go on this depends on y'all's support, man. So hey, let's make sure we get a good reaction on this.
It just stinks, the sequence of events, doesn't it? I mean, does anybody believe that they have suddenly discovered about a recent president of the United States that he's got aggressive cancer in this manner? I mean, the White House said today, has come out and said the last time that, not the White House, but Biden's people have come out and said the last time he had a PSA test was 2014 for fear it would be raised and raise concerns. I just don't believe that. Why would a man in his 70s not have another PSA test for 10, 11 years?
Because they blocked it.
So I know we love conspiracy theories on this show, but let me just say first and foremost, as a father of a stage 4 cancer survivor, my daughter had a full liver transplant. You know, when I left my daughter, she was perfectly healthy, 2 years old, 6 years ago, and then she had some bumps. My wife took her to the emergency room, and then they found out that she had stage 4 cancer. That's how it happens. So for anyone who is suffering from cancer, anyone who has a lost one, you know, who died from cancer, sometimes it creeps up. That's number one for people to know, and hopefully people will know more about cancer as this Trump administration has cut 31% of cancer research in the first 100 days. Just want people to know that. Hopefully no one has to go through this. We went through it. Joe Biden right now has stage 4 cancer that has metastasized to the bones.
Sorry, with respect, Jai, let me stop you. You're distracting. You're very good at distracting. We're not a show that
no, not at all. I'm trying to inform your audience.
I'm not a show that loves conspiracy theories. I love talking about the reality behind conspiracy theories. Often conspiracy theories, as we've discovered in the last few years, turn out to be correct. So I'm prepared to give everything a fair hearing.
That is not true.
Well, they sometimes they do, right? Some conspiracy theories turn out to be true. And then the people who call them conspiracy theories sound like...
Shout out to our man Daniel Castro. He says, here you go, son. Paying my child support. Paying my not child support. I'm done. Hey, Castro, you never know. You never know, G. You never know. Actually, shoot, I pray it never happens. Standing to you, brother. I pray it never happens to you.
Idiots. I don't like promoting wild, nonsensical conspiracy theories. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to have expected a president of the United States in his 70s to have had a basic test that all men over the age of about 55 are encouraged to have on a regular basis. I don't believe them. And I think that is
enough. So
and if it turns out to be that
you might agree with me on this.
Go on.
You actually might agree with me on this. So here, let me just finish. Joe Biden is a very old man. Breaking news. He's 82 years old. I agree with you that Joe Biden should not have run or even announced that he was run for president, right?
But hold on now. You guys said that Joe Biden was better than Donald Trump, though. You guys said that a senile old man who got cancer, who can barely put a sentence together, is better than Donald Trump. Remember y'all stance. Remember the stance that you guys took. It's like, I kind of want y'all to explain that, to be honest, and be like, can y'all just admit that y'all was wrong? Is that so hard for y'all to do? Like, come on. It's just easy to say you were wrong.
He was supposed to be a one-term president. I believe Joe Biden did immense damage to the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris by announcing at a very late stage that he wouldn't run, and he was pressured not to run. I think he made a huge mistake. He's 82 years old. Now, I'm all for fair and balance. And I don't know, I'm going to take my Republican counterparts, my MAGA counterparts out there at their word right now. Let's have fair and balance. I'm all here. Let's release all the public records. Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. Also, let's also focus on the man who's currently president, Donald Trump. He's the oldest person to ever be elected president. He's about to turn 79 years old. I want the health records of Joe Biden. I also want the health records of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of his failed assassination attempt. You know, the bullet that grazed the ear. That is very traumatic for anybody, especially a 78-year-old man. Release all the health records. Number one. Number two.
Wow, you're sounding
Donald
like
Trump.
a man.
Wow.
Sorry,
What are you trying to say, G? What are you trying to say? Like, what? You said, oh, I don't know. Donald Trump handled that a little too well. Like, what are you trying to say? It's like, come on now, G. Like, come on, go ahead and be direct with it.
Wait.
You are
Let's
sound
50-50.
with respect.
Let's do 50-50.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like.
And shout out to our man Fox Chase says we don't want any more Castro anyhow. He said Fox Chase says we're dismissing you, Castro. Hey, and appreciates the support, guys.
Like a mad conspiracy theorist. Dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and crepiness are just a few of the visible signs of aging.
Wait, no. I want the release of records.
What do you think?
Wait.
You don't think he was shot in the ear? You don't believe that? What are you getting at?
I agree he was shot in the ear.
What mad conspiracy are you pursuing?
I agree he was shot in the ear. We do not have the health records. Those health records were not made public. I agree he was shot in the ear. I was on your show. He was shot. He survived. Release the public health records of Donald Trump. Release the public health records of Joe Biden. I want to remind everyone. The oldest man to be elected is president right now, Donald Trump. Who did I say was cover up? I'm saying, let's be honest. I'm taking you at your word.
I was trying to establish. Are you saying that you are agreeing with your MAGA counterparts that there was a cover up on Joe Biden's ill health?
People do not trust the establishment. People do not trust the Democratic establishment. People do not trust the Republican establishment. I want Americans to be informed.
He said, "Shout out my man Daniel Castro." He said, "Without me," he said, "Yeah, without me, how you gonna retire early? You need me." I'm crying. Hilarious.
Agree with you. Joe Biden is a very old man. He's 82 years old. I agree with you. He should not run again. I agree with you that Democratic establishment probably hit his decline. We saw it in real time. But what I'm also seeing right now is unfair and unbalanced coverage because President Biden ain't president. Donald Trump is president. 78 years old, about 79, has never been on a bike, talks about groceries like he invented the word. He's brought it back.
Well, you're steaming off.
I'm sorry.
Well, you're going off on one of your you're very good at distracting. You're very good at distracting, but let me bring
Donald Trump has fallen asleep 3 times publicly in the past 3 weeks.
Trump,
he's 79 years old.
Donald Trump
guys don't care.
Shout out Fox is coming back. He says, "I need you, not just not more of you." I'm crying. The brotherly love. It's touching. It's very touching, guys.
Energy, as everybody knows, whether you love him or hate him, he's got the energy of a 30-year-old, right? So what? Let's just not go down.
Tell him to ride a bike.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Tell him to ride a bike.
Joe Biden was basically
Biden rode a bike last week. Tell him to ride a bike.
All right, let me bring in Dave Rubin.
Tell Donald Trump to ride a bike.
All right,
that's
petty.
petty.
Give you a good hearing. Dave.
All right, tell Biden to make a full speech. Tell Biden to talk for a full 1 hour without stuttering and without fumbling over his words. Challenge Biden to do that. That's a while. He's like, all right, put Donald Trump on a bike. You guys are starting to get petty. Just because you guys got exposed for Biden, now you're trying to push something with Donald Trump. Really, guys? I mean, y'all did the same thing back in the election when Biden got booted out. You guys were calling us ageist before, though. Oh, we're ageist. You guys think that old men can't do anything? No, we're just noticing things in Biden. But you was calling us ageist. Soon as Biden got out, now y'all want to start addressing Donald Trump's health. I mean, come on, guys. How disingenuous can you guys get?
Rubin, I think the point here, Dave, isn't it? It's just about the fact that there is a general belief, fueled by the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book that's coming out now, which many people look at them and say, well, you should have blown the whistle before. They kind of admit that. Both of them have admitted that, so I think credit to them for doing that. But what the book seems to reveal is what many of us said very publicly many times. Joe Biden was unfit to be president of the United States, cognitively, physically, any other way you care to strip it. That matters. And the reason the cancer story now matters is if it turns out that they knew he had prostate cancer, which was metastasized, we don't know when. And, you know, to your point with Jaha, I'm very glad that your daughter's okay. And I understand sometimes cancer comes on very, very fast. But she is not the president of the United States. When you're president of the United States, Dave, you get incredible medical treatment and you get tested for just about everything all the time, precisely to ensure that you are fit and able to run the country. So I just cannot believe that a man who was president of the United States in his 70s did not have another PSA test after 2014 for one of the most prevalent cancers that affects elderly men. I just don't buy it. And if they're lying about it, then a lie was perpetrated on the American people, which is, I think, pretty serious.
Here's the thing. It was obviously a lie. I'm sorry. There's just no way of hiding it, guys. They told us straight to our face. Like, yeah, Biden's sharp as a thumbtack. He's running circles around the interns, and we're conspiracy theorists for even saying anything about his mental health or his cognitive decline. So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's kind of hard to hear y'all out and just say, oh, this is all an accident. We're just now figuring this out. But I'm like, bro, we've been talking about this for like 2 years straight now. 2 years straight, we've been talking about Biden's mental decline. Some even sooner than that. Me, I started 2 years ago talking about it. There's some who were even on it damn near the first day this man was in there. I didn't see it then, but as it went down the years, it got a bit more obvious. It is a bit sad how they put that man through the ringer like that, but I see how the Democrats are, how thirsty they are for power. It's quite obvious. I mean, committed elder abuse for power is crazy.
Of course. First off, Piers, I want to say it's good to see you. I know we've been hitting each other a little bit on Twitter lately, but it's always fun to be on the show. As long as we're doing medical diagnoses here, I mean, I think we just saw a prime example of a symptom of Trump derangement syndrome. When someone is asked a question about what's wrong with Joe Biden's cognitive ability and now his metastatic cancer, we start talking about Donald Trump. So that's one issue. As to everything else you said, Knowles absolutely hit it on the head. There is an unbelievable layer of conspiracies here, because either we are to believe that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, the 82-year-old president, former president of the United States, that his doctor was completely incompetent at every level, meaning he didn't catch what is now very, very advanced, very easy to catch prostate cancer. As you said, you're 60 years old. You've had these PSA tests. Yeah. I checked on Grok this morning. Grok recommends that men usually at about 45 years old. And that's what ChatGPT says as well. And you can talk to virtually any doctor that says that. Yeah, see, this is the kind of obfuscation that you guys do with everything. We all know that men somewhere in their 40s and 50s.
Up with white genocide?
We all know that men in their 40s and 50s should be getting this test annually. So either his doctor was completely negligent and hid that, but
now, Dems, maybe we should educate you on AI, right? Now, you know when you guys say cite your sources, right? Oh, where's your sources? And you guys make fun of ChatGPT. Well, or any really AI. You know, AI kind of gives you a list of all the websites that it's scoured to give you that, answer, right? So when you guys say check the resources, you might want to, before you shame somebody for using ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., you know that they give the resources for those answers. I just want to let y'all know that, right? Just in case when somebody give you a answer off ChatGPT, ask them this. All right, well, go ahead and tell me what ChatGPT used to source that, and they'll be able to tell you every website. I guarantee you.
But it's not just that, because he was also either.
Dude, I'd always say if you're using AI, make sure you check the sources that AI uses. I mean, I do it all the time, and honestly, the AI has been 100% on with how it sources its information. I will give AI that.
Completely negligent or a buffoon or a criminal when it came to what was going on with Joe Biden cognitively. Why is it, Piers? I'm not from the future. I don't have a DeLorean or a flux capacitor or anything else. Why is it that in 2019, I was doing videos, you can find them online, of Joe Biden's cognitive ability? It's because everyone could see it right in front of our face, and they told us not to see. So there's multiple layers of conspiracy here. And as it pertains to Jake Tapper, and Alex Thompson is the guy that I guess co-wrote the book, and the poor guy, he's going into all these interviews with Jake, and he's just like, ooh, I hope they don't ask me a question. It's embarrassing, because the scandal is not just that doctor, she's a doctor, right? Dr. Jill Biden, and the insiders were hiding this. And what did Biden even know what he had or anything else? The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it. So there's multiple layers of a medical scandal, because there's more than one issues there, but there's multiple layers of, I would say, a cultural scandal, which pertains to how the White House released information and how the media used that information or hid that information.
I agree. David, were those the videos that Russia paid you to make, or was that your original?
Bro, come on, G. Like, bro, can you ever give a genuine answer instead of trying to bring up some right-wing conspiracy theory, or try to paint us with this broad brush that you guys love to paint us with? I mean, like I said, everybody who votes for Trump is, I guess, uneducated simpleton to these Democrats, and it's absolutely disrespectful, but it is what it is. I mean, damn, 77 million people are uneducated simpletons? Really, guys? Okay. Shout out my man Daniel Castro. He says, did you know Tom Green is a dope MC? Wait, Tom Green? Which one?
Okay, let me do this, because you do this every time I'm on the show. You do know that the Department of Justice closed the case, and you do know that I'm talking about it right now, so that has nothing to do with me. But
and I would add a third. I would add a third. Do you know? I don't give a fuck. So let's just move back to the debate. Destiny.
So you weren't paid by Russia? Okay.
Look, if you want to ask him on your own show and ask him those questions again and again, go and do it on your own show, would you? Let me bring in Destiny. Destiny.
Fair enough.
Destiny, I do think this matters. Do you?
I'm going to be honest. I haven't followed the news recently, and I lose track of this sometimes. Right now, who's the president? Is it Trump or is it Biden? Because every single day I turn the news on, Trump is talking about Biden, the conservatives are talking about Biden, everybody is talking about Biden. It feels like that is the only thing that these people can ever talk about, because they're trying to take away attention from Trump's disastrous econ policy,
there was a major
from the utter failures Biden, that he's running into over and over and over again with all of the courts, with the insane arguments that they're putting.
What failures? I mean, bro, the courts done ruled in this man's favor. Yes, they agreed. I don't know what the numbers was. I think it was like 7-4. The Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor that he's able to do the Aliens Enemies Act. He's able to proceed with the deportations. The courts ruled in Trump's favor every time. I mean, that's the problem. Even when they asked him to facilitate the return of Diego Garcia, trust me, Trump waited until they got the ruling on the Aliens Enemies Act. Now it's like, yeah, well, guess what? He's an MS-13 gang member. So under the Aliens Enemy Act that you guys just said, I'm able to enact. Goodbye, Diego Garcia. No, well, my bad, not Diego Garcia, but Kilmar Garcia. Sorry, I was being a bit stereotypical with the name.
In front of the Supreme Court, trying to get rid of things like birthright citizenship, but for some reason we're talking about Biden again. Also, it's no surprise that conservatives are once again. There is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives demonstrating again that they know nothing about medicine.
There's no evidence of a scandal.
No, you don't need to explain anything. Well, I'm giving my answer to Pierre's question. You say the man wasn't competent to be president. I'm curious. Can you show me a single time when Joe Biden sat down and had EOs brought to him and explained to him that he'd never seen before, like we see Trump sign on an almost daily basis? One example of that.
Well, they didn't bring them to Joe Biden because
bro, hold on. Wait, you just said that Trump doesn't know what executive orders he's signing? Like, hold on, dog. I think you're mistaking him pretty much asking his staff to explain the EO for him not knowing what it is. Like, that is wild. That's a wild accusation right there. Like, see, and these are like the crazy mistakes that, well, liberals make. Like, they try to sensationalize everything. You try to sensationalize a small thing like Trump pretty much telling his staff to go ahead and explain the executive order as him not understanding what it is. Wild.
Joe Biden sat down and had EOs brought to him and explained to him that he'd never seen before, like we see Trump sign on an almost daily basis. One example of that.
Well, they didn't bring them to Joe Biden because an auto
exactly. You have no examexamples of that. No, you have no examples of that. Donald Trump is worse. Donald Trump is worse. That's great, but you can see videos of Biden explaining what's in the EOs and what he oversighted. Hold on, let me finish my answer. For all of these people that are so concerned about Biden's health, everybody got so offended when Elon Musk was asked about his ketamine abuse. So they said we had no right into the minds of the drug use of the
bro. Psychedelics and a mental decline is way different. Psychedelics and dementia, I'm gonna be real with you, it does two different things to the brain, my man. I mean, one is like a fun little trip that you're smiling and laughing on, and one is just sad and depressing to watch it go through. One is fun to watch it go through. One is sad to watch it go through. These are two different goddamn things that you're trying to compare here. You're trying to compare a fun time in your brain to a decline in your brain. Like, what?
Medical records of people that might be involved in major parts of the government, that he was involved in dismantling huge parts of the government. He was the president's right-hand man. Just right there, we just heard another pivot, another abdication of responsibility. The reality is conservatives know nothing about medicine. All of you guys on here are saying it's totally common to test for prostate cancer past 50. It's not. Past 70, it's not recommended. Believe it or not, and I know in the movies and in the TV shows, it seems like you can test for every single thing at every point in time. You can't test for every single thing at every point in time. You don't do that because you get a lot of false positives.
How long does that PSA test take you? When you do that PSA test annually, how long does that take you? Is that a big problem for the doctor?
It takes 3 minutes.
Over the age of...
Bro. But since 2014, Destiny? Now, let's be real. Even if you're saying it takes a long time, they may have 4 years. If a PSA test takes more than 4 years, then, I mean, there's got to be something going on. So I doubt that it takes less than or more than 4 years. So there really is no excuse that you can lean on for this.
70, you do not test men for prostate cancer. It's just not recommended. You can't test for every
single if you're the president of the United
States. Whoa. I'm sorry, but no, you actually get tested for prostate cancer as soon as you're like that, 45 and up. It's like after that, it's on the floor. After that, your chances of getting prostate cancer goes up as an older man. So no, they're definitely checking all through your years.
States, and you've already had a test in 2014.
From ordinary human conditions? No, of course not. You can't test for every single disease at every single point of your life. Unfortunately, you just can't do that.
Okay, Michael, let me bring you back in here. I think, look, it's the conversations be very revealing. But Jar hat on massive distraction technique, and Destiny basically saying old people.
And God, like the two biggest people with TDS is like really on the panel. Like, Piers, you knew what you were doing.
Shouldn't have tests that might save their lives.
Just to be clear,
interesting
Google,
arguments.
When do you test for prostate cancer? You don't test after. You can Google it right now. Put it on the program. Everybody can type it in the
PSA test.
Are you arguing
PSA
that they
test literally
shouldn't have
takes 10
tested
seconds.
Joe
You
Biden,
literally
who
have
now
an
has metastatic,
you literally have a blood
metastatic
test.
cancer in his bones? Are you arguing they shouldn't have tested
It's
him?
a blood test. I bet the President of the United States probably has a weekly blood test. Probably. I'm guessing.
What do you think a blood test is? Do you think you can test for every single possible thing in your blood?
It
every
is
single
so
possible
easy
ailment,
to
every
test for
single possible-
PSA. Your PSA
Then why don't you
literally is
recommend
one
screening
thing.
for it?
It's easy.
I mean, yeah, shoot. We can get a lot of information off you off a hair test. And what you mean? I mean, actually, shoot, we can take lesser things from you like your blood and find out a lot about you. Shoot, somebody can take your goddamn stool and know everything about you. Ain't that crazy? And by your stool, I mean what you leave in the toilet. Okay, you know what I'm talking about.
Your work and your country too. Anyway, look, I want to move on from this to James Comey talking of wild conspiracy theories. Just call me bonkers, Michael Knowles. I don't mind what you call me. But the idea that a man who was the director of the FBI, the top lawman in America, was wandering along a beach and saw some seashells with the numbers 8647. And he had absolutely no idea before putting it on his Instagram that this might be interpreted as meaning a desire to kill President Trump. Here's his explanation on MSNBC.
Was there anything in the back of your mind that said, maybe I just shouldn't post this?
Yeah, no, literally nothing, because it seemed entirely innocent and clever to me. I have never, and actually still don't associate 86 with violence, but
Bro,
because I
really?
heard that some folks were, whether they do that.
FBI director who used to work on mob cases who used this number specifically. You tell me you ain't never crossed this in your life, especially as a law enforcement. So you ain't never, came across an 86 before? Okay, well, I mean, that's a outrageous lie, but I mean, okay.
Reasonably or not, I don't want any part of it. And so that's why I took it down from my Instagram account.
This is horseshit, Michael. He's just
Comey-
lying. He's lying.
Look, I want to be as fair and charitable as I can. James Comey is a huge weirdo with artistic pretensions. Do you remember when the Robert Mueller investigation came out? James Comey took this bizarre photo of himself in the woods looking up at the sky. So I don't want to understate the chance that he's just a weirdo. However, you have to take the context here in. If he says, well, 86, to get rid of somebody, that doesn't imply violence. Okay, maybe he's just kind of ignorant and obtuse, but within the context of President Trump, who was nearly murdered twice, one time with a bullet hitting his ear, coming within a 20th of an inch of blowing his brains out on stage. When you have the entire Democratic Party, all the way up to Joe Biden, who predicated his presidential campaign on the notion that Donald Trump posed an existential threat to the country, that is to say, justifies his assassination. Within that context, Comey had to know. Either Comey is the dumbest person on earth, or he knew what he was doing. And I want to be charitable. I think he kind of knows.
I don't want to be charitable. Sorry, Majah. This is bullshit. And you know it is, don't you? Come on, just a minute.
Be real.
So, if MAGA does believe that James Comey was intentional in posting that an 86 means kill, then like I said in your last answer, I want everything to be fair and balanced. I'm trying to bring people together. Like you said in the last one, release every single information about Joe Biden's public health.
Do you believe James Comey when he says, do you believe him when he Instagrammed the picture of 8647 to the former FBI director had no idea what that meant?
You're going to like my answer. You're going to like my answer. I'm fair and balanced here. If you truly believe, and if my co-panelists here, my MAGA co-panelists believe that James Comey intended that 86 meant to kill Joe Biden and you want to investigate him, I say fine. But then you also have to investigate Jack Posobiec. The MAGA dude who literally sold merchandise while Joe Biden was president.
I'm not talking about him, Stop the distraction.
Wait a second.
Focus on the
stop
stories.
Being a hypocrite. If you think 86 means to kill, then you have to prosecute Jack Posobiec, who was making money off of mercendise that's at 8646 while Joe Biden was president. Then you have to also investigate Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz, let me finish. Matt Gaetz said 86, not Democrats. Matt Gaetz said 86 Republicans, including Mitch McConnell, right? So, and Kevin Johnson. So maybe.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says Castro's single if there's any nice guys out there. I'm weak. This man.
You want to prosecute James Comey? I'm being fair. If you want to prosecute James Comey, you got to prosecute Jack Posobiec. You
But
got
once again, Majah, you're not answering my simple question. Do you believe Comey or not? Yes or no?
They won't.
I do not believe that James Comey and the overwhelming majority of people who like that.
At this point, it seems like honesty may just burn certain Democrats. Like certain liberals just get burned by the honesty of the that they have to. Well, that we would wish they would share about their party. It's like, come on now, be honest. Just be honest. You're trying to just look for something on Donald Trump about his health because you're salty about Biden's health. You're salty about the fact that we were right, and now you want to go try to spin it on Trump and be like, oh, we was right as well. No, you guys weren't. Nope. Sorry. Trump is he's been performing on pretty good levels. I ain't even gonna lie. The man performing like he damn near, you know what? Like he 50. I know he's 80, but the man performing like he 50. So I'll give it to him. Like whatever that man's supplement program is, yo, put me on.
Thought that it meant killing Donald Trump. The person who tried to kill Donald Trump was a Republican, a Trump supporter, a gun nut. It means 86. If anyone's worked in restaurants or is a waiter, 86 means to cancel an order. So if you believe 86 means to kill, then you got to prosecute Jack Posobiec.
The reason that's not an apt comparison is because we're not saying in all contexts 86 always means you want to murder somebody.
Yeah,
we're saying that in the context of Donald Trump,
you guys are getting desperate.
Literally murdered twice.
You guys are getting desperate. Donald Trump is underwater, Michael and David.
In that case,
you guys are getting really
You guys keep
desperate.
bringing up that they tried to kill Donald Trump twice. You know what else happened twice? He got impeached twice as well. So maybe 86 could be the third impeachment attempt.
I mean, let's be quite honest with you. But did he get impeached though? I mean, did y'all really get him up out that office? No, not really. But I mean, hey, y'all put him through it though. I mean, here's the thing. Y'all put him through it. Well, during his first term, and then when he ran again, I mean, trust me, y'all held no punches back on this one. I mean, before the man even got to the primaries, y'all was trying to go ahead and take him out the game. And then when he was, the Republican candidate, oh yeah, y'all really lost it right there.
All right, Dave Rubin.
All right. Well, first off, I'm really amazed by Wajat's authenticity and honesty. It's really quite remarkable. I'm sure nobody can see through it.
Russia didn't pay me. Just me.
The guy should have a pin over here. I told the truth. It's really incredible. The other thing about 86, and I'm impressed. I doubt you ever worked in a restaurant. I did. And yes, it's true. If they don't have the porterhouse anymore, you 86 the porterhouse. That means you don't have it anymore. So the waiters know when they're going out there. But the other thing that the 86 came from was the 86th floor on the Empire State Building. And do you know what the 86th floor on the Empire State Building is? That's the observation floor. And that's where the mafia.
And 12th anniversary next week with my girl. And hold on. Shout out. Hey, man. Tell your liberal shawty. I said, hey, and congratulations, man. I appreciate. Hey, shout out to you guys. Oh, man. Shout out to you again. Hopefully y'all get another 10, 20, 30 in there.
In the old days, used to take guys that owed them some money and toss them off the roof of the Empire State Building. That is a fact. You can also check that on Grok or ChatGPT or whatever your favorite search engine is. Now, as to whether he meant literally when he was just wandering the beach and he magically sees these numbers and thought it was artistic and whatever else, as to whether he actually was trying, as the former FBI director, to instigate someone to kill Donald Trump, I can only leave that up to what is going on in his heart and in his soul. I suspect that's not the truth. I also am not somebody that wants to jail everybody for a bad joke or a stupid picture or anything else. So whether it was any of those people that you just mentioned that had done that previously, I'm not for jailing the guy for it, but I think we can call a spade and know that if the shoe was on the other foot, these people would be going absolutely crazy. Yeah. So I think this one is pretty clear.
No question. Okay,
maybe they should wear a MAGA hat. Maybe wear a MAGA hat and try to 86 the election and try to take out Mike Pence, like the violent insurrectionist that Donald Trump pardoned and now has given $5 million.
I tell you what, if there was an Oscars ceremony for playing whataboutery, you, my friend, are the Daniel Day-Lewis.
Hypocrisy. That's what I'm saying. It's the whataboutism low key for this guy right here. It's like, well, what about Trump? What about Trump? It's like, that's what I'm saying. Every time we kind of push that Biden button with them, is either they latch on and be like, bro, just leave it alone. This old news is Biden. Or they be like, what about Trump? What about Trump? There's only two roads they go down, and each one is outright childish, but pretty goddamn funny. I'm not even gonna lie. You guys are hilarious. I'm telling you.
Entire segment, all of this is a
Make my day.
whataboutery. All of this is a whataboutery away from Donald Trump's presidency. Anything to discuss anything besides the multiple times he's referenced the Second Amendment, but besides the time he tweeted out the video of the,
Well, let's talk about
tied up
Destiny.
Joe Biden in the back of the truck.
It's a
about
TV
all
show,
of
and they were doing a
like,
segment about what the former FBI
there's always an
director
excuse.
did.
There's
All right, well,
always
best,
a reason.
best
There's always an excuse,
supporting
always a reason, yeah.
whataboutery winner is you, Destiny. I want to talk quickly about a conspiracy theory, and you're going to like this, Wajahat, because this involves conspiracy theory about Jeffrey Epstein and whether he did take his own life or not. Incredibly, and you might be startled by this.
You know what? I'm gonna give y'all a wild conspiracy theory. Like when Dan Bongino and them said that about the Jeffrey Epstein saying that, you know, he killed himself. You know what? I was like, you know, I could believe that. Just go ahead and release the files and let us look over it ourselves. If you don't, then that leaves room for speculation. Now, if they don't leave the Epstein files, I do believe that there is some wild stuff going on, because I'm thinking here, like the Epstein files full of bankers, politicians, like actors. And if I was President Trump now, or maybe if I was president and I had this list of all my enemies and all their evil deeds, and I got picture and video proof, I mean, would it be out of the question to hold this over their heads and kind of just get what I want out the government, like 101 Senate vote? I mean, or 101 vote? Like, I'm just saying, wouldn't it be in my best right to, hey, yo, Republican, hey, yo, so you want to vote no on that bill? Okay, cool. Check that photo real quick for me. And when you're done checking that photo with all the crazy stuff you were doing with little kids, go out there and vote yes on that bill for me. Like, I'm just saying, it's in the realm of possibility. Like, you feel me? So I know right now you're like set, you put on that tinfoil hat. You're right. I am.
This Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, two people you probably think lead the charge in conspiracy theory spreading, investigated this and announced the following.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been...
Now, look, I know you're going to run off on but Trump's probably on that list, but hear me out. Come on now. Doesn't that sound kind of plausible, though? Him to just kind of use it to get what he wants. Not saying that it's happening, but I'm just saying, hey, if I was him, shit. I mean, I ain't got to take out a court or nothing. I ain't got to attack my enemies or nothing. I just got to show y'all some pictures of y'all evil deeds and just ask you to do some things.
Been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing. You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
So, Wajahat, there we have a wide-ranging conspiracy theory quashed by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. Unequivocally, I presume you, as a man who abhors conspiracy theories, unless you're spreading them about assassination attempts, you would like to immediately applaud them for clearing this up.
I'm sorry, but guys like this literally live in that liberal bubble. Because I was talking to like one of my liberal family members, and they was just telling me the most outrageous stuff about Trump, and I'm just like, hey, this is what they're telling you. And it was something like this, like, oh yeah, they're gonna impeach him. He's a racist. He's gonna turn this country white again. Oh, he's a complete scammer. How could anybody think he's helping anybody? And I'm just letting them, rant. I'm just letting them rant, and let him get his stuff off about Trump. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm not giving no pushback or nothing, because I kind of want to hear how you guys think. And it like low-key summarized everything he was telling me.
All I got to say is good luck, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, because never go full conspiracy theorist. This is going to be MAGA eating its own tail. You know the people are really pissed off, Pierce? Not me, MAGA, because MAGA wants the public records of the Epstein files. They were promised it. And now Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who promoted the conspiracy about the deep state, right, and pro-January 6th, now they are the deep state, head of the FBI and the deputy. And guess what?
Guys, look, I already did my investigation into the Epstein list. Like, to be honest, the Epstein list is out there. Like, it's out there. Like, shout out to guys like Ryan Dawson, who done already compiled the list already. And, well, I mean, like I said, I'll just be honest with you. You can find Trump on a flight from Florida to New York but there is no evidence of Trump getting into any of those activities like there is with, the prince and all that good stuff. Now, what I will say is that, well, Trump does have a history with women, but with women of age. I mean, he's a playboy. He's a womanizer at best. Like, the man just could not, but bro, 5 wives. 5 wives. Look, man, the man get around with women and he just couldn't keep it in his pants. He's a complete womanizer. If that's what y'all want to get at, okay. But as far as messing with little girls, nope. Couldn't find out with Trump. If anything, you'd probably be able to blackmail Trump on the fact that he just cheats on most of his wives. And that's just the honest fact right there. Then, like I said, I'm not sparing the man. I'm not trying to say he's the best husband alive, but I am giving you the fact of the matter that, I already looked into Trump, and no, there's no proof that this man was ever on the island, that he never was a client, that he never ordered Epstein to bring him girls or anything like that. And I can give you names on that list. But Trump, no, the only thing they really had on Trump was his love for beautiful women of age that usually got him in trouble and divorced.
MAGA is pissed off. And the reason why, probably, they don't want to release these records is Jeffrey Epstein, according to his own words, you've heard the tapes, he said, who was his closest friend? Donald Trump. Who did he party with? Donald Trump. Who's on the flight logs?
Oh my God,
Donald
you're
Trump.
about to
There's
spread the worst conspiracy theory of them all. Wow.
No, they're friends.
Wow. Well, John, are you suggesting Donald Trump killed Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're doing, having announced you hate conspiracy theories?
You said that.
Is that your position?
No, I think he killed himself. I think Dan and Kash Patel are actually honest. I think he killed himself, but MAGA's pissed off right now because MAGA was promised full release of the public files. Pam Bondi hasn't done it. Kash Patel hasn't done it. Dan Bongino hasn't done it.
He is being real about that. We are upset. There's nothing to break up. Like, there's nothing to say, the administration's a complete disaster. No, there are way more important things than that, to be quite honest with you. It's just like this. It's honestly just about settling our curiosity, to be quite honest. There are way more important things like the economy, jobs, all that good stuff. But this does kind of irritate us because we're like, all right, look, bro, if you're just going to sit there and tell us period point blank he killed himself, we can accept that. But give us the proof. And this is why I kind of created that crazy conspiracy theory that I was talking about, because I'm just like, yeah, well, what if they're just kind of scapegoating this off? Like, all right, he killed himself. We're not going to release it because we want to use the material of Epstein, of the Epstein files or the video footage to pretty much get our way with other politicians. That's why I came up with that wild ass theory. Is because, like, why else? Like, what are you guys trying to hide here? And if you're not trying to hide anything and you want to keep spectators or speculators like me off y'all ass, then just go ahead and release the proof, and I'll be perfectly fine with just being like, yep, killed himself. It is what it is. I can see it. I can see why he'd kill himself. There's a lot hinging on him. Maybe there was great shame on what he did, or maybe the guys who he's working for told him, look, bros, either we gonna take you out the game or you take yourself out the game. You pick which one, and he chose. Like, who knows?
If you're paying attention to MAGA right now, they're divided right now, and they're going after Dan and Kash, and this is going to be a huge problem for MAGA. Not for the rest of us, not for the normies.
Hold on, I
but
thought I
this
was
is
the
why you
normies.
never vote
I wouldn't be quite so hasty with that self-description.
No parabolic curvature, because that's not accurate. That's the problem. Like, you guys want to say he hung out with Epstein in the 90s, but no, he didn't. He was friends with the Clintons, and the Clintons was deep in with Epstein. Though, yes, the Clintons are on the Epstein list. Yes. But that's the only, remember, what was Trump? A 90s Democrat. Back in the day, he was a Democrat. So, of course, he'd be cool with the Clintons. So, and he was only took that picture with Epstein because the Clintons were there and they was around. And that was the first time he even came in contact with Jeffrey Epstein, was through the Clintons. So, no, that's not right. Like I said, you're trying to run off on Trump when there's really people you really need to pay attention to. I mean, bro, there's like billionaires that own your city, G, that's probably on that Epstein list. And you're trying to run off on Trump, who's honestly got an innocent past when it comes to pedophilia. Like, you can't get him on nothing. But there are other billionaires on that list that there's definite proof on that we can trace back, and we can get these guys. But you guys want to focus on what? On a non-factor like Trump when it comes to these Epstein stuff. You want to keep saying, oh, he's on there, but you can't prove it. I mean, I did deeper research than you guys, and trust me, I couldn't find shit, and I was trying to find it on Trump. So you guys out here just saying it willy-nilly without doing no research on it, trust me, I know you can't substantiate it, because I've looked in enough, and I already told you, the man's just back in the day, he was just a terrible husband who just I mean, like them young but of age. Young but of age.
Representative of MAGA, can we get in on this?
Yes.
I'm not
Well,
going after
I w-
Dan and
I-
Cash. I don't know Cash personally. I know Dan pretty well.
Oh, and those of you guys who say he's on the Epstein list, you got his Epstein list confused with the contact list. Yes, you have his Epstein. You have the list confused with the contact list. The contact list, which is the Epstein's black book. Yes, that's his contact list, not the list and the transactions that they have that shows each buyer or where or in what they bought, which was usually code named in Disney princess names. Like, you know, if you wanted a white girl or from a certain country, you would use a certain Disney princess name to get that. And there you go. I mean, we can really go into it, but you guys are not going to find what you want to find. And that is dirt on Trump. And you're not going to find that, but you'll find dirt on other billionaires, but you won't pursue that because why? It's not Trump. Isn't that important too? Like, what's important to you guys? The vilification of Trump or the fact that there's actually kids being trafficked? Like, can you let go of the vilification of Trump to actually look into this shit? Like, come on now, what's more important though? Like, are you guys willing to let go that Trump is not in there if it means that you can actually help stop this from happening to kids? Like, look at how y'all guys sound sometimes. Like, hear yourself.
And I trust Dan. I don't think Dan would lie. You got to pay attention not only to what Dan and Cash said, but what they didn't say. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein's suicide was all on the up and up. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein didn't have connections to intelligence agencies. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't permitted to kill himself. The fact that you had malfunctions of multiple security cameras and multiple guards not showing up, they didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein didn't, as Alan Dershowitz suggested the other day, pay the guards off to allow him to kill himself. There's still all sorts of questions about it. There's very legitimate questions, unless you, Wadjet, think that the Jeffrey Epstein case was just open and shut and there's no reason to dig any deeper. Obviously, there are very legitimate questions about it. But what Dan and Cash said can be true, and there can still be much more to learn about the corruption that involves very, very high levels of government.
Well, the biggest
Look, guys, you don't need to find any truth in any dirt on Trump. See, this is how crazy you guys are. You don't even need proof. You just want to hear something bad about Trump. If I was to tell you that he was on the Epstein list, you'd go, "Oh my God, Seth, yes, you're speaking truth," but I'd be lying to you. So just be real, guys. Just be real. You're not looking for the truth. You're looking for ear candy. You just wanted me to tell you sweet nothings about Trump and how he's this imaginary evil billionaire in y'all head. Like, right? You just want me to feed into that for you guys. You don't want the truth. Low-key, you want me to sell you a fantasy.
Conspiracy theory, which I think happens to be true, is that there were clearly a lot of very high-profile people who knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to and have never been held to account. And it is completely ridiculous that the only person languishing in a prison in America for any connection to do with Epstein is Ghislaine Maxwell, his madame, who helped him facilitate a lot of this abuse and is quite rightly serving a very long prison.
Bro, you can't say those are facts when you said we don't need to find nothing. We don't need to find nothing. But those are facts, though, even though we don't need to find no evidence or anything. But those are facts. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I'm trying. All right, bro. You got it.
Centers, but no man ever who was participating with him has ever been brought to justice. I mean, that is ridiculous. I want to ask you, Destiny, about something that's just been dropping, which is about Bruce Springsteen told a UK crowd that Donald Trump was unfit and treasonous. Trump responded in his normal, calm, self-effacing manner, called him a dried-out prune of a rocker on Truth Social. Highly overrated Bruce Springsteen. Not a talented guy, just a pushy, obnoxious jerk. And then he posted this video.
I mean, yes, Paul, you would need to find something on Trump if you're going to make these wild accusations against him. Yes, you would need to find this. Like, you guys have no facts. I'm actually telling you the background of where your claims are coming from. You have no facts. You have claims. You guys confuse facts for claims, and it's outright funny.
And my question, Destiny, is can you watch that with a straight face? And it appears you can. Did you not find that even vaguely funny?
No, he's not a grapist. He's never been liable for grape. Actually, ABC got sued for defamation, had to pay Trump $15 million for saying that exact thing you're saying. So if ABC couldn't prove it, what makes you think you can? I mean, and they had to pay $15 million. They had an incentive to prove that he was a rapist. It was like, dog, if you don't find out to prove that this man's a rapist, we gotta pay this man $15 million. You better find it. And they're like, we can't. We can't. Like, come on, that should be enough.
I just, every time I see a picture of the 9% body fat, 180-pound, rippling muscled Trump, because of the very real medical report we saw that assesses physical condition, I'm in awe of him. I do agree with what Bruce Springsteen said, though. And I think the courts are basically reaffirming this, that Donald Trump is doing everything he can to destroy rule of law in this country. And that's why we are so desperate to talk.
No, he wasn't. Trump was, like I said, this is what ABC got sued for. That's what you need to look up, because he was liable for, what was it? Sexual assault, SA. So if you'd have said he's a sexual assault, I'd be like, well, shoot, I don't agree with the courts on that one, because it was a civil court, which means you don't have to, you have half the burden of proof on there. So no DNA testing, no nothing was ever proved, but it was on sexual assault, which means like a slap on the ass or something. Not great. There you go. That is why ABC lost $15 million for saying the exact lie that you just stated.
Talk about literally anything else, even if that's the prostate of the former president, than what Trump's current behavior.
I've got a question for you, just to see whether your own health and whether your own Trump derangement syndrome is at an advanced degree.
And do you even know on who he did sexual assault on? Do you know who? Like I said, you run on claims and no facts. I'm over here finishing your stuff for you. This is how I know you just run off headlines. Why do I gotta give you the facts behind what you're saying? It should let you know something, honestly.
Stage, and it's this. Do you give Trump any credit for reducing the number of illegal people coming over the southern border by 96% in 3 months? Yes or no?
It's a strange question. Like,
not really. It's a very simple.
It kind of is.
It's a very simple, factual question.
If you had cancer of the brain and I cut your head off, would you give me credit for getting rid of the cancer? I mean, wow. I guess. I mean,
you don't think it's an achievement?
Illegal immigration has definitely decreased. All of our tourism has decreased. If part of the reason why the immigration or illegal immigration has decreased is because nobody wants to come to this country anymore because they can see it's turning into a massive shit show. I mean, does he get credit for that? I guess, sure.
Piers, can I defend it?
Yes, you can.
I think it has to do with the foreign terrorist
listen, as a
I don't think even, to be honest with you, Dave, it doesn't even have to be defended. Obviously,
it doesn't have to be defended.
Obviously, it's a stunning achievement,
anyway
which everybody should say is a great achievement.
I'm a laminated card-carrying member of MAGA. I go to the meetings with Knowles. He brings the cigars. I bring the tequila. We talk about these people. Look, I can easily defend
just like
the border. I can easily defend the trade deals. Right? I can easily defend what he's doing in the Middle East. I can easily defend what he's doing with Russia, Ukraine. I can easily defend what he's doing as it relates to getting wokeness out of the schools and blowing apart the Department of Education.
Wants to host a debate on
that,
you
can defend all of those things very easily.
Any one of these topics, Dave, all of these.
Can you defend this, Dave Rubin?
The entire world market is shuddering.
Dave Rubin.
The bonds market is shuddering as a result of these things. Nobody agrees.
Well, actually, parabolic curvature. You kind of proved my point, right? With the whole, Trump and Epstein's best friend thing. That's what I was talking about when I said that, yeah, he only knew him because of the Clintons. And, bro, even when Epstein said that, Trump just has a thing for women his age or just women he's attracted to. So Trump was, like I said, I even told you guys, when you do the investigation into Trump and Epstein, even Epstein would tell you, bro, Trump just is just a ladies guy. He's a complete playboy, but he never messed with no young girls. Even in the file, he said, honestly, and this is a bit explicit, but he said that Trump was pretty much cuckolding his best friend. I mean, god damn. Like, damn. So, yeah, it's like I said, when it comes to women, the man's a savage, but not a pedophile. Like I'm saying, I'm not sparing the man's character. But when it comes to women, I mean, he is savage. And I don't know. I didn't elect him because of how he is with women. I elect him by how he runs the country. I'll be quite honest with you. But yes, even in the Epstein report, talking about how Trump's my closest friend, he even admits how, well, honestly, Trump is just a playboy with women who mess with women his age. That's it. There you go.
The stock market is actually the stock market's actually doing fine. Now everyone's calmed down and stopped shaking and screaming. It's actually fine.
All the losses were
Dave Rubin, quick question though. The really big
To be clear,
debate.
the markets are not fine, but go ahead.
Well, they are.
The markets
Dave
are
Rubin,
completely back.
straightforward question. The most contentious thing of all is the boss, Bruce Springsteen, overrated?
Yes, he's overrated. First off, I'm a Long Island guy, so you go to Billy Joel as the default. But any day, you know who I will take over Bruce Springsteen any day? About a month ago, I had the honor of interviewing 90-year-old Frankie Valli, and that guy is still out there performing.
Yeah, but his voice is gone.
He's doing
his voice
it every night on the road.
Yeah, but his voice is gone. The boss, I mean, come on, with Jarhack, can we find common ground? I think Bruce Springsteen's fantastic. I don't agree with his view about Trump, but I don't think Trump's right to call him overrated.
Great.
Go to a Journey
Bruce
concert.
Springsteen, look at his catalog. Fantastic catalog. You could disagree with his politics, but how can you knock an American icon, Bruce Springsteen? And show me that you're out of touch without telling me, and I'll show you Dave Rubin. He'll go for Frankie Valli instead of Bruce Springsteen. But all right, that's how you win over the
They were
kids.
great.
Yes.
Jersey Boys is
Old
one of the all-time
legendary
great movies too.
musicians. That means you're out of touch because, Frank Sinatra is old and dead. Yeah, that's really terrible if you listen to him.
Yeah,
This guy was 0 for
Frankie
10,
Valli,
man.
total legend. But Michael Knowles, the boss, overrated?
Logan, watch your mouth. Like, I don't know who the hell you think you're talking to, but you're gone. And yeah, like I said, you guys still can't back up nothing with facts. I'm sorry. You can't. You can't prove it. Like, so I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Like I said, I looked into this deeper than you guys did, and you won't be able to find nothing that I haven't already found. But I mean, you could keep bringing it up and keep trying to say he's a rapist, which somebody was sued for and lost. You couldn't even say the girl's name, like, which is E. Jean Carroll, and you couldn't even tell me, oh well, you know what? Said I'm gonna be real with you. I did see that interview on CNN about E. Jean Carroll and how she said grape is sexy, and that is crazy. How you went through a civil court with a woman insane enough to say grape is sexy live on CNN for the entire world to see. You know, that is a bit wild how we just all believe that. I mean, if you're being intellectually honest, like, come on now, bro. Like I said, y'all thirsty to believe anything bad about this man. I mean, you guys call me brainwashed. I mean, here's the thing. I could believe bad things about Trump. I just told you the man's a complete womanizer. Just told you that. I could believe bad things about him, but you guys can't believe nothing good. Actually, you only can believe bad things about him. That's why nobody listens to y'all, because all you got, you have no even ground. There's no middle ground with you guys.
I love Thunder Road. Okay, it's a great song, and I love Atlantic City, even though I think the band did a better version than Bruce Springsteen did. So, look, I like the boss. I think he's pretty good. I also agree he's a little bit overrated. People try to make him into Bob Dylan. He's not really Bob Dylan, and he does kind of look like a dried up prune. So I think what Trump said is true, although I still love my Jersey Shore bops.
Okay, Destiny, can we find any
parabolic curvature? I didn't ask you. I asked Paulie. Not you. Now, I know you know some things, but Paulie, he's just running off at the mouth.
Common ground here. Is the boss overrated?
Listen, I grew up listening to Linkin Park and Third Eye Blind and these other bands. Okay, so it's out of my generation, unfortunately. I have no strong opinion here.
Here, Piers, in the spirit of bringing us together, I want to send Wajid a gift after the show. I don't know have his mailing address, but I just wrote "You tried" and I signed it on a piece of paper here. So can you guys just get this to his people? Would that be possible? Because he tried real hard today, and that.
Because you can't be cheating off other people's work. Do your own work. Like, bro, you're over here telling me this man's liable to grape and it was actually sexual assault. I asked you what's the name. You couldn't respond immediately. Parabolic curvature, I have to fill in the blank for you because you don't know the facts. You're just going off of what mainstream media told you, G. I'm sorry. But it's really hard to say that you know anything when I got to fill in the blanks for your argument. It's like I said, you're not really showing that you know much when I have to fill in the blanks for you. So I'm sorry, but like, yes, what's the difference is that you didn't know it was sexual assault and you said grape, which a whole company got sued for because they couldn't prove.
Did you write it or was it in Russian? Do it in Russian for me. It'll be more authentic.
Bro, you couldn't remember the charge. Not only couldn't you remember the name, you couldn't even remember the proper charge. You couldn't even remember that was in civil court. That's a lot of details you're missing there, buddy. That's a lot of details you're missing there to be sitting here talking like you know something when I had to fill in all the details for you. I don't know, my friend. Like I said, like if I got to fill in the details for you, it kind of shows you don't know too much.
Still trying. I'll even sign it again.
Comrade Rubles. Do it in Russian and I'll believe you.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, look at this guy.
Just
Piers,
leave it at Comrade Rubin. I think that's got a nice little ring to it, actually. Gentlemen, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Take care.
Thanks.
Well, joining me now in the Uncensored studio is Jason Miller, the long-serving senior advisor to President Trump. Jason, great to see you here in London. Why are you here?
Here to see Ambassador Warren Stevens incoming.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out on this one, man. The sun is about to come up on my side, and you know what? I still got some stuff to edit and do. All right, man. Appreciate y'all guys for tuning in, guys. This is Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored, and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is Set, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.